Good morning. The meeting scheduled for Monday, September 22nd, 2025, the Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection has been called to order. I'd like to say blessed good morning to my committee members, non-committee members. Thank you for always showing up. Blessed good morning to the extraordinary people of the Virgin Islands, our invited testifiers, the listening and viewing public, and the dedicated staff of the 36th Legislature. Welcome to this meeting of the Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection, which I'm honored to chair alongside my esteemed Vice Chair, Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. I also extend special greetings to my committee members and non-committee members present today. Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to begin by expressing deep gratitude to my incredible team. Your resilience, excellence, and dedication make this work possible. Thank you, ladies. I also thank my colleagues in the 36th Legislature who labor every single day on behalf of the people. To the Virgin Islands public watching and listening, do not let the noise in the background distract you. Your senators are here, present, and pushing forward with purpose. We're not just talking about change, we're doing the work. We remain committed to fulfilling our promises, such as raising the minimum wage for all government employees and addressing the needs of our nonprofit organizations who continue to provide tremendous service to our community. Since our last meeting, I've held 2 separate meetings with Commissioner Hodge of DLCA on issues that affect every Virgin Islander. First, focus on tackling the rising cost of fuel and inflation overall. The second meeting held just this past Friday, and I thank my Vice Chair, Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. for joining me. We addressed the troubling consumer experiences at car dealerships, particularly when vehicles remain in the shop for weeks or months without temporary transportation or clear answers from dealers. Too often, people are still paying the bank while being left without a vehicle. As your senator and chairman of this committee, I've heard your calls for help, and my colleagues and I are taking action. Please stay tuned as updates on these issues will be shared soon. In the meantime, I urge every consumer, if something is wrong or unreasonable, do not hesitate to call DLCA and file a formal complaint. I've also requested a meeting with our delegate to Congress, Stacey Plaskett, and her team. My agenda is to discuss how the recently signed federal legislation on July 4th affects our veterans with new benefits, what new benefits may be available, and how we can improve our Veterans Affairs health benefits locally. Additionally, I will be raising concerns about why Virgin Islanders continue to face exorbitant shipping costs through the Postal Service when ordering from companies such as Amazon and Walmart. This is a vexing issue and people deserve answers. I also want to take this moment to extend heartfelt congratulations and gratitude to the new Bishop of Living Hope Cathedral, Mr. Carl Ambrose Richardson. I had the honor of attending the sacred service of Episcopal consecration and vestiture. It was a powerful reminder of faith, service, and leadership in our community. May God continue to bless his ministry and the people he serves. And before I continue, let me pause to wish all Virgos a very happy birthday. May this season bring you joy, blessings, and fulfillment. Mommy, that includes you. Today, Monday, September 22nd, we gather in the spirit of unity, legacy, and fortitude. This month is rich with history, remembrance, and purpose. Labor Day was observed earlier this month, Patriot Day reminds us of the tragic events of September 11, 2001. Hope to never see again in life. September 15 marked the start of National Hispanic Heritage Month, continuing until October 15. Constitution Day and Citizenship Day fell on September 17, kicking off Constitution Week, which runs through until September 23rd. September is also National Preparedness Month, Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, Ovarian and Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. While we're talking about that, I'll encourage everyone tomorrow to join my colleague, Senator Ray Fonseca, the Emancipation Garden tomorrow for his health fair. Get checked out. To all grieving the loss of loved ones during this time, our thoughts and prayers are with you. Recently, we lost the legendary cultural icons such as Javon, Uncle Man, Sasso, and Mr. Lewis Taylor, as well as former Carnival Queen, Ms. Joyce Molina. We've also lost other pillars of our community, but their contributions will live on through their families, their work, and all of us collectively. Let us move forward together with love as our foundation, hope as our guide, and prosperity as our shared destination. The committee and the 36th legislature are here to work for you, for our future, and for the Virgin Islands we believe in. Now, let's begin today's work. Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call, please?
Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. Senator Francis, Jr., present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Present.
Senator Lewis, present. Mr. Lewis, Senator Lewis, there are 5 members present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondences from any invited testifiers to be read? No. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondences from any committee members to be read into the record?
No, Mr. Chair.
Good. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondences from any invited testifiers to be read on the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Letter dated September 22nd, 2025. Good day, Mrs. Watley. I have attached my testimony. I regret to inform you that I will not be able to attend today's Senate hearing due to a schedule conflict. I understood the hearing to be scheduled for 9:30 a.m. this morning. However, the agenda I received lists the start time as 3:30 p.m., and I have a prior obligation at that hour that cannot be rescheduled. My prepared testimony reflects the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation's position on the proposed bill, and I respectfully request that it be entered into the official record for today's proceedings. Please accept my sincere apologies for any inconvenience this may cause. I remain fully committed to supporting the committee's work. Thank you for your understanding. Please let me know how you would like me to proceed with submitting written testimony or coordinating an alternative appearance. From Commissioner Vincent Roberts, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's correspondences.
Sorry, Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda for Block 1 into the record, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Amended Agenda 2, dated September 19, 2025. The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection has scheduled a meeting for Monday, September 22nd, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. in the Frits E. Lawaetz Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, to provide testimony on the following bills. Block 1, Bill number 36-0061, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, Section 706, and Chapter 28A, Section 755, allowing retirees who are receiving an annuity from the Government Employees Retirement System, who are subsequently employed by the University of the Virgin Islands, UVI, to continue to receive their GERS annuity while receiving their salary from the university if the retiree enrolls in a different retirement plan. Proposed by Senator Carla J. Joseph. Invited testifiers, Mr. Angel E. Dawson, Administrator, Government Employees Retirement System, Ms. Safiya George, PhD, President, University of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, I think we're ready to hear testimony. I see online I have Dr. George. I see in the St. Thomas Chambers we have Administrator Angel E. Dawson. We're giving him a little doctorate just now. I know you wouldn't mind. And I see also online. Okay, well, we're going to go through this. Good, starting with Administrator Dawson. Sorry, I'd like to recognize non-committee member Senator Marvin Blyden and Senator. She's on the committee. Yes. I'll introduce the testifiers first. I'm a senator now, sorry. Administrator Dawson, could you introduce yourself, give your name and position on the record?
Yes, good morning. I'm Angel E. Dawson Jr., Administrator and Chief Executive Officer of the Government Employees Retirement System of the Virgin Islands.
Good. And online, Dr. George?
Good morning, Senator Lewis and all senators of the 36th legislature and fellow testifiers, Dr. Safiya George, President of the University of the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Good. And the next testifier? Andrews? No, not time for Mr. Andrews. No. Again, colleagues, this morning we have in Block 1, Mr. Angel E. Dawson, Administrator of the Government Employees Retirement System, Ms. Safiya George, PhD, President of the University of the Virgin Islands, and they all will provide testimony on Bill 360061, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, Section 706, and Chapter 28A, Section 755, allowing retirees who are receiving an annuity from the Government Employees Retirement System who are subsequently employed by the University of the Virgin Islands to continue to receive their GERS annuity while receiving their salary from the university if the retiree enrolls in a different retirement plan. Who speaks to this bill? Media, can you recognize Senator Carla Joseph, Mike, please? You may proceed, Senator.
I do, Mr. Chairman. And thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Good day, colleagues, the viewing and listening and viewing audience, and of course, our testifiers. I rise today to introduce Bill number 36-0061, a measure designed to support our retirees and strengthen the University of the Virgin Islands' effort to educate our community, Caribbean region, and our nation as a whole. This bill amends Title III of the Virgin Islands Code to allow retirees who are receiving an annuity from the Government Employees Retirement System, GERS, to continue receiving their annuity while earning a salary at the University of the Virgin Islands, and further allows them to enroll in an alternative retirement system offered at the university. This legislation is a win-win for our community. It allows experienced retirees to re-enter government service at the University of the Virgin Islands without forfeiting their hard-earned retirement benefits, ensuring their financial security. At the same time, it enables the University of the Virgin Islands to benefit from the knowledge and expertise of these individuals, enhancing the university's ability to fulfill its mission of excellence in education and service to the Virgin Islands. By supporting this bill, we are creating opportunities for growth, collaboration, and progress. I urge my colleagues to join me in advancing this important legislation for the benefit of our retirees, our university, and our territory as a whole. This bill in itself is a game changer for the University of the Virgin Islands. It is a game changer which allows those individuals with that level of expertise to provide that level of service desperately needed at the University of the Virgin Islands to help it grow. I know I am an alumni of the University of the Virgin Islands, and I also am very cognizant, as all of my colleagues are, that education is the greatest equalizer. And whatever we can do to help our only university and the only English-speaking, predominantly university in the United States of the Virgin Islands, it's what we should do. So colleagues, I definitely look forward to the discussion today. I've worked with the University of the Virgin Islands as well as the GERS to really move this measure along. There are a few just technical amendments we're going to need to make. I did send them into the legal counsel timely, but we could always make those. But the content of it and the concept of it is what we are going to be talking about today and discussing today. And I welcome this discussion so that we could help strengthen our only university here in the Virgin Islands. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to introduce this bill.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. And I'm going to ask Mr. Dawson to proceed with his testimony.
Yes, good Monday morning again, Senator Lewis. I'm Angel E. Dawson, Jr., Administrator and Chief Executive Officer of the Government Employees Retirement System of the Virgin Islands. Pursuant to Senator Avery Lewis's invitation of August 18, 2025, I'm here today to testify on Bill number 36-0061, as proposed by Senator Carla J. Joseph. Bill number 36-0061 proposes to allow retirees who are receiving an annuity from the Government Employees Retirement System, who are subsequently employed by the University of the Virgin Islands, to continue to receive their GERS annuity while receiving their salary from the university, if the retiree enrolls in a different retirement plan. Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 33, Section 457, Paragraph B, already provides that, quote, all employees who hold permanent positions at the university shall be covered in accordance with provisions of the Employees Retirement System of the Government of the United States Virgin Islands, provided that teaching, administrative faculty, and other personnel who are eligible for coverage by the Teachers Insurance and Annuity Association, TIAA, or other similar retirement systems may either join the Government Employees Retirement System or the Teachers Insurance and Annuity Association or other similar retirement system, or if such employee has prior credited service in the Government Employees Retirement System, may upon employment with the university elect to remain in the Government Employees Retirement System or join the Teachers Insurance and Annuity Association or other similar retirement systems. To the extent that this carve-out already applies to the University of the Virgin Islands, Bill number 36-0061 would merely extend it to persons retired from service within the Virgin Islands government who possess professional characteristics desired by the university. Further, Bill numbers 36-0061 conditions such return to work at the university upon individuals enrolling in a different retirement plan. The inference is that this is a measure to facilitate return to work of individuals qualifying as teaching, administrative faculty, and other personnel who are eligible for coverage by the Teachers Insurance and Annuity Association or the similar retirement systems. Once again, since that carve-out already exists for the University of the Virgin Islands, and Bill number 36-0061 seeks to facilitate, presumably, beneficial return to work for the university, the GERS expresses no opposition at this time. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Dawson. Dr. George, are you prepared? Are you ready to? Go ahead. You may proceed.
Good morning. Yes, sir. Good morning again, Senator Lewis and senators of the 36th Legislature, fellow testifiers, Senator Carla Joseph. I hereby present a testimony on behalf of the University of the Virgin Islands, and thank you for the opportunity to be here to share with you today. My name, as I said before, is Dr. Safiya George. I'm the president of the University of the Virgin Islands. I'm here to speak in strong support of Bill number 36-0061, which proposes an amendment to allow employees to draw on their government employment retirement system, known as GERS, that annuity for up to a period of 4 years while continuing to work for the institution, receiving a salary and contributing to an additional retirement plan, typically TIAA-CREF, as has been previously stated. At the University of the Virgin Islands, we're proud to serve our community. We've always been committed to ensuring our employees are well supported, both professionally and financially. We currently have 3 employees who we're aware of who will be impacted by the current restrictions on drawing from their GRS annuity while contributing to another retirement system. These individuals have worked diligently for years and are valuable members of our team. However, the inability to access their GRS annuity while continuing to contribute to another retirement plan could create unnecessary financial strain and discourage long-term planning. This amendment, however, allows our employees to plan their finances, benefit from their annuity for the next 4 years, and gives them time to plan accordingly while ensuring they can also build long-term savings through an additional retirement plan. By providing this flexibility, we can help secure the financial future of employees, reduce turnover, and improve recruitment efforts for future staff and faculty. Moreover, this amendment is a reasonable step forward in recognizing the evolving retirement landscape. Many employees, especially in today's workforce, need flexibility in managing their retirement savings, and allowing employees an additional 4 years to access their GRS annuity while contributing to another plan such as TIA, CREF, would offer them autonomy they deserve to manage their financial well-being without compromising their retirement security. On behalf of our employees and the university and the community, I urge you to support Bill number 36-0061. This legislation will improve the financial health and sustainability of public sector workers, enhance employee retention, and strengthen our workforce for those professional staff and faculty that could contribute to our vision and mission and to better support students. So thank you for the opportunity to present before you today, and I welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 3-minute round. And before we do this, I'll state the order. It will go Senator Norville E. Francis Jr., Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Hubert Frederick, and then Senator Ray Fonseca. All right. So before I begin with my colleagues, I want to ask Administrator Dawson. Good morning again.
Good morning, Senator.
Would the implementation of this bill require any changes to GERS administrative procedures, tracking, or reporting, particularly regarding retirees who enroll in alternative retirement plans at the university?
Senator, it should not, because we presently do track the return to work that's sanctioned by legislation presently, so it would be a continuation of that. I did hear Dr. George reference a 4-year period. I think that may be captured in the amendment that Senator Joseph referenced, because presently the statute provides for the return to work period government-wide to be 6 years. So if that amendment is successfully brought and a 4-year limit is placed on the university's return to work, then that may prove to be an administrative challenge, in that we'd be monitoring 2 different time periods, but not insurmountable.
All right. From an actuarial or financial perspective, what, if any, impact would allowing retirees to receive both their GERS annuity and the UVA salary have on the sustainability of the system?
Once again, since this is a carve-out specifically for the University of the Virgin Islands and not government-wide, and also presuming that if these persons that would qualify to return to work were initially joining the university as a new hire and they fell into the teaching profession or certain administrative positions, they would have that option to enroll in TIAA CREF already based upon statute. So it would essentially be neutral.
Thank you. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to Central staff. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. And of course, good morning to Dr. George, Administrator, CEO Dawson. Good morning. I want to, first of all, thank the bill sponsor for this particular piece of legislation. And for what I'm hearing, there seems to be a level of concurrence by the testifiers thus far in this measure. I wanted to ask you, Dr. George, what is the vesting period for TIA CREF?
I'm going to have to double check that, Senator Francis. Okay. I don't want to misquote.
Yeah, okay.
Before the end of this session, I'll have an answer for you.
Okay, no problem. Definitive. And is there a cap? I think in the original legislation that allowed for government employees to come back, there is a salary cap. Are you aware of any salary cap in this instance?
I will confirm that detail as well.
Okay, all right. Let me go over to Administrator Dawson. Well, before I go there, how many retirement plans do you have at University of the Virgin Islands?
We have 2, sir. We have GERS and we have TIAA.
Okay, those are the only 2. Yes.
Yes.
No 401k or none of those other retirement plans?
I mean, there's options that employees can do.
Which is what? Outside of the 2 that you mentioned, what is the alternative?
Typically, anyone who participates in TIAA at a university has the option to, on their own, engage in Roth, RO3, etc. But our employer-sponsored ones are GERS and TIA. That's it.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. And Administrator Dawson, do you have a perspective of how many retirees we have that have returned to service in the government of the Virgin Islands at this time?
Senator, I do not have that figure. I'm certain that my staff is listening. That is something, however, as you know, that program is administered by the Division of Personnel for the central government. as well as by the individual personnel departments of the various semi-autonomous agencies.
Okay, very well. And from your testimony, you're generally in support of this particular measure. What do you see as the difference between this plan right now? What happens differently?
Well, not much actually, because once again, the carve-out already exists for the university, for teaching staff and administrators. So this is a continuation of that for retirees who have retired from the central government. So there isn't much of a change.
Okay, so you would say that this is just codification of practice?
30 seconds.
Essentially.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Again, I could generally support this measure has been discussed thus far. And Madam President, at the opportunity, once you have the information, please pass on the information I've asked for. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Novalee Francis Jr., Senator Hubert L. Frederick. You're recognized for your 3 minutes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good morning, colleagues, listening and viewing audience, Virgin Islanders, testifiers. A pleasant good morning to everyone. My position on this bill is pretty firm. I do support this bill 100%. I think opportunities like these are what we're looking for. Imagine having a skilled employee returning to work that's going to add more value to our current manpower shortfall, but not interrupt our retirement system we have in place. The GRS, to me, is a very important program that we have to find ways to sustain. We've got a 10-year window in which Administrator Dawson indicated it's going to get very dicey in 10 years, and so we need to make sure we shore up the system as best as we can. This does not harm the system. This, in fact, doesn't do any damage whatsoever to it. So I think because the GRS is comfortable with this, I'm comfortable with it. The question I have is, what other semi-autonomous agency do you think this could apply to as well, Administrator Dawson? Or is it just a carve-out specifically because the University of the Virgin Islands has an alternative retirement system in place?
Good morning, Senator. The latter.
And that's what I figured most people would say, and I concur with that. I don't even see another program in place that could even match their system, actually. So I don't think we should have any more carve-out at this point that would affect the GRS. Dr. George, just for a quick update, is it only teaching professionals or supporters of the profession that would be eligible for TIA aircraft?
No, not just teaching staff. So it's a category of professional staff, executive staff, faculty. So those, all the faculty and certain categories of our staff would be qualified for.
The faculties have a choice whether or not they're going to choose GRS or TIA aircraft?
They also have a choice, yes, sir.
Okay. But we strongly suggest that they consider GRS, right?
Yeah, most of our employees, a lot of them choose GRS.
All right, great. So Mr. Chair, thanks for the time, and I have no further question. My support is firmly behind this bill, and I hope that my colleagues will do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Frederick. I'd like
and
to
if I may, Mr. Chair, when you allow me, I have the response for Senator Francis.
You may proceed, Dr. George.
So Senator Francis asked about the vesting period, and I just wanted to confirm and that our employees are able to become vested in the retirement system after 10 years.
Dr. George, could you just speak a little louder, please?
Oh, my apologies. I was sharing that Senator Francis asked me to confirm what the vesting period was for our employees. and that period is 10 years. So they're able to become vested in the retirement system after 10 years of credited service.
I think he asked another one about the salary cap.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the information on the salary cap, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, please record the presence of committee member Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, the viewing, listening audience, staff, central staff, and good morning, Administrator Dawson and Dr. George, and thank you both so much for your testimonies. I definitely will be supporting this legislation when it comes to the floor. I'm not on this committee, I cannot vote, but nonetheless, I do support this legislation. Its intent is necessary, and let me ask quickly, Dr. George, in respect to this bill, what will it do for the university at this time when it's passed? Dr. George?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your question. So the benefit to the university is to allow us to benefit from those who retire from GERS who are interested in contributing to the university's mission and vision. We will be able to attract additional qualified workers. We often have difficulty in getting, very experienced folks for certain faculty positions, for example. And I think that would help us broaden the pool and, give our students an opportunity to benefit from retirees' wealth of wisdom and expertise.
Okay, very well. Again, I do not have an issue with this piece of legislation. I want to thank the sponsor for bringing it forward. And Mr. Chair, I really only need 3 minutes. Thank you so much for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. And I think I see Senator Francis Heilager is back. All right, Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, and pleasant good morning, my colleagues, also to the distinguished panel of testifiers today, and all the listening audience tuned in. Mr. Chair, I would just like to deviate. I would like to congratulate Bishop Carl Ambrose Richardson on the consecration last night to being our newest bishop in the Virgin Islands. I want to say congratulations to all of his family, the friends, the whole Virgin Islands community now benefits, and we welcome Bishop Carl Ambrose Richardson. I know, Mr. Chair, you also attended that ceremony, and also the rules chair, and it's so good to see that you caught an early flight and you're now in St. Croix. So yes, I support this bill number 36-0061. It's an excellent bill. The TIAA CREF, C-R-E-F, is the Teachers Insurance Annuity Association. And it was founded way back in 1918 to help provide pensions and annuities for educators. And it's now expanded to also offer mutual funds, IRA, wealth management. It covers a lot of employees at universities, also hospitals, and some nonprofit. So this is always a good initiative when we can offer an additional benefit or incentive for educators to teach at the University of the Virgin Islands, because retirement is very important, and you want to make sure that you have a secure retirement.
1 minute.
And teachers are always welcome. So this bill would address those retirees who re-enters the service to the government of the Virgin Islands while being employed at the university, and they may continue to receive their annuity, which is good. I want to ask real quickly, Administrator Dawson, Being that, you know, you have annuities, your actuarial studies, et cetera, what would be the effect of this on the system? Would it affect the unfunded liability in any way?
Good morning, Senator. I think it was Senator Francis who asked a similar question a short while ago, and I indicated that it would be relatively neutral to the system.
Okay, neutral. And Dr. George, President George, blessed good morning to you. Approximately how many persons would be affected directly, immediately from the university by this bill?
Immediately just 3, but we also know of 100 other who would potentially be, but directly 3.
Okay, so this bill would be an incentive, would you say, to attract more educators to the university?
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome. I definitely support this, and I am going to sign on as a co-sponsor to this bill, and at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair, I will cast my vote in favor of this bill, and thank you and blessings to everyone.
Thank you. And I will recognize, thank you, Senator Fonseca. And again, congratulations to you and the new addition to the Fonseca Men team. And with your grand twins, congratulations. Now I'll recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson for his 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I need to explain my lateness today. A little bit under the weather, but that's not really my reasoning. I received some pictures of what the town of Frederiksted looked like over the weekend with some of the folks that's living in Adderville. And I organized with public safety and public work to go and try and clean that place up a bit. And they started this morning. But what was so amazing was I was there. There's about 5 folks that don't look like us that's living inside there. And the lady says she have 15 dogs. 15. The place is filthy. It's a mess. I also set up with other agencies so that we could really try and clean that town up. It's really filthy. When I grew up, it wasn't like that. And I'm going to do whatever I need to do from this position to make sure it come back something to what my home used to be. So I definitely letting the folks them in the vegetable market too be aware. We're coming and clean that market up. Vegetable market in Frederiksted is a mess too. People living with dogs and cars, and this ain't how we custom to live. And it's a little, annoying sometimes when you see these things. And as leaders, we just got to come and do what we got to do. I reach out to just about all the agencies that should be taking part, and they're all on board so far. So it's just about organizing. But this morning, you got 2 cruise ships in town. And town look like a mess. Some of the businesses that has licensed garbage hauler to move the garbage is out on the street still. So I definitely took my time this morning and went down in town, and it wasn't pleasing. So I definitely wanted to echo that, and that's why I'm here late today.
1 minute.
I have just pretty much one question, and it's to GERS. And I wanted to find out does this bill affect the difference depending on whether someone retires at Tier 1 or Tier 2 members? And if it does, should there any safeguard be put in place to differ accordingly to your tier?
Good morning, Senator. No, the tier doesn't make a difference, and I don't know that it should, based on the intent of Senator Joseph's bill.
All right, my question was just in regards to that. At appropriate time, I'll vote on this measure. But I didn't have any bunch of questions for it, but I just wanted to echo my tardiness and just ask that one question. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, are you back? I'm seeing you. She had to step out for a minute.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your 3 minutes. Thank you for joining.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. First and foremost, I think for me, I understood
second,
what
Senator
this piece of
Hill.
legislation.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, you're up now. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Okay. I fully understood what the piece of legislation is about, and I think it's a very good one. You guys asked the questions that I actually had that were my concerns in regards to Mr. Johnson just spoke about the tier. And I think it's a positive thing when we have the opportunity to bring individuals back into the workplace. But the one thing I will say with this is I hope that when they go back out again, they impart the knowledge on others because, and this is not for them specifically, I find too often in even dealing with this government, when individual, it's time for them to retire, it leaves a vacancy or void. And sometimes I often ask, why didn't you train somebody else to take over the job? Because I've even had to deal with situations where they had to hire back the retirees on contract. So I think as a government, we have to do a better job with that aspect. And I hope that this is really going to help. So I definitely support this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Colleagues, before I go to the sponsor of the bill, does anyone have any burning question on this particular matter? Good. Senator Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just to give some background context to the development of this bill, this amendment didn't just happen overnight. There was a real cases where a lot of our retirees from our central government wanted to still provide services to the people of the Virgin Islands. They attempted to become enrolled in TIA CREF, and there was a lot of pushback. So I was approached by some of these individuals because they want to be able to have that option. They said it doesn't affect GRS, but there was significant pushback. And when I looked at their concerns, I said we have to make sure it's codified because the people who are presently working at GRS may not be here 10, 15 years down the road, and we may still, again, experience that pushback. And I want to also thank both President George and Administrator and CEO Dawson for the time we went through an extensive grilling and questioning that I was subjected to defend this bill. But I really want to say special thanks to Dr. George. Dr. George, I had introduced, this bill was already drafted about 4 years ago. And you as the president has taken it seriously because you see the big picture. So I just want to inform our viewing and listening audience as well as my colleagues and the
1 minute
type of professionals that this piece of legislation will really affect. Those technical people that the University of the Virgin Islands so desperately need to really expand their services and to expand our workforce. It would be positions of faculty, medical education, faculty, executive leadership in the medical education and operational capacities in the medical simulation center, medical school, biomedical facility, educators in medical simulation, and robotics technology and grant writers. Those are some very technical position that we are in dire need so that we can stay ahead of the game and truly educate our working workforce. So colleagues, I really want to thank you for your questioning, and I'm really deeply hoping that you will support this bill. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection is back on the record. Administrator Dawson, I'll give you a 30-second to give a closeout remarks.
Is my mic on? Okay, there we go.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. I would first hasten to add on the heels of what Senator Joseph just said, that the pushback that she refers to wasn't from me, that preceded my tenure at GERS. So it was a pleasure to work with Senator Joseph and with Dr. George to be able to advance this legislation, which once again, presumably would be to the benefit of the university as it pursues its various pursuits. So this was a great example of teamwork and being able to collaborate on something very beneficial for the university and for the community at large. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Dr. George, 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. I would like to thank Senator Joseph for bringing forth this legislation. I have enjoyed collaborating with her and her team, as well as with Administrator and CEO, Mr. Dawson, and his amazing team at GRS and respective legal counsels. I think that this would be of great benefit to our students here at UVI, as well as those employees who decide to join us after retiring. I think they would add value. I also just wanted to make sure for the record that I answer Senator Francis's question. I did share that members can become vested after 10 years of credited service. However, for TIAA, there is no vesting period needed. And then the final average salary is the average of the highest salary up to a maximum of $65,000 during any consecutive 5-year period in the last 10 years. And the total maximum benefit may not exceed 100% of the maximum salary, which may not exceed $65,000. And the salary cap for TIA is $250,000. So I thank you, Senator Lewis, and to senators of this committee and all the senators of the 36th legislature. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. George. And again, I thank you for all the wonderful things you're doing at the university already. I think I'm hearing a motion.
Lewis, pardon the interruption. And under the caption of housekeeping, this is Administrator Dawson, sorry. There was a question, I believe it was from Senator Francis, regarding the number of retiree returns to work that we have presently. And it's approximately 50 throughout public service.
50 or 15?
5-0.
Thank you very much. And there's motion. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your motion.
Motion. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that Bill number 36-0061, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, Section 706, and Chapter 28A, Section 755, allowing retirees who are receiving annuity from the Government Employees Retirement System who are subsequently employed by the University of the Virgin Islands, UVI, to continue to receive their GERS annuity while receiving their salary from the university if the retiree enrolls in a different retirement plan, be favorably approved in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Bill number 36-0061 has been properly moved by Senator Carla J. Joseph and seconded by Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. and Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Hearing no objection, so ordered. No. Oh, hearing no objections. Roll call. Sorry.
Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Can you please recognize the mic of Senator Fonseca?
Yea.
Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yea. Senator, there are 7 yeas. Mr. Chair, there are 7 yeas.
Thank you. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0061 has been voted upon favorably in the Committee of Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and shall be reported to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and vetted. Point of personal privilege. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to, of course, thank my colleagues for their favorable vote on this piece of legislation, and also the GERS, as well as the University of the Virgin Islands. I want to say a special thanks to the person who brought this to my attention, Mr. Dale Barry. It took us a while to get here, but we are moving and we were relentless. So I want to really say a special thanks to my good friend and former environmentalist, to Dale Barry, for suggesting this piece of legislation. Thank you so much, colleague, and thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph, for those remarks. Yes, I'd like to, at this time, I'd like to dismiss the testifiers. Thank you again, Dr. George. Thank you again, Administrator Dawson. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Yes. Madam Clerk, can you please recognize and record Senator Kenneth L. Gittins as present?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins, for joining us. Yes. Madam Clerk, can you read the agenda for Block 2 into the record, please?
Block 2, Bill number 36-0102, an act amended Title 31 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, by reenacting Section 23(6)B, requiring the use of construction materials manufactured in the Virgin Islands to the greatest extent practicable for locally or federally funded contracts with the government of the Virgin Islands, proposed by Senators Marvin A. Blyting, Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr., and Senator Avery L. Lewis. Invited testifiers, Mrs. Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement, Mr. Derek A. Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works, Dr. Haldane Davies, Director, Virgin Islands Bureau of Economic Research, BER, Mr. Donald Stevens, Partner, Cat 5 Builders, LLC, Mr. Eric Castro, Owner, Universal Concrete, Ms. Yvette Williams, Manager of Accounting, Heavy Materials, Mr. Dion Alibocas, General Manager, Masters Concrete VI, Mr. Eugene Jones, Executive Director, VI Housing Finance Authority. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 2.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we're going to bring the testifiers in, and in the meantime, the Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection is going to take a 5-minute recess. The Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection is back on the record. Colleagues, in Block 2, Mrs. Lisa Alejandro, Mr. Derek A. Gabriel, Dr. Haldine Davies, Mr. Donald Stevens, Mr. Eric Castro, Ms. Yvette Williams, Mr. Dion Ali Bocas, and Mr. Eugene Jones will testify on Bill number 36-0102, an act amending Title 31 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23 by reenacting Section 236B, requiring the use of construction material manufactured in the Virgin Islands to the greatest extent practicable for locally or federally funded contracts with the government of the Virgin Islands. Who speaks to this bill?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. I want to say again, good morning to my colleagues, staff, testifiers, members of the viewing and listening audience, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. It is my pleasure to present Bill number 36-0102, an act amending Title 31 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, by reenacting Section 236B, requiring the use of construction materials manufactured in the Virgin Islands to the greatest extent practicable for locally or federally funded contracts with the government of the Virgin Islands. The provisions of this bill are simple. For any government contract utilizing local or federal funds, the contractor must use locally produced or finished construction materials if they are in sufficient supply, if they meet quality standards, and if the price does not exceed the cost of outside materials by more than 15%, similar to the threshold established in our existing preferred bidder laws. The Department of Property and Procurement will be the lead agency in this matter, and they will be responsible for maintaining a list of locally produced construction materials to which contractors can refer. I know what the first thing that's popped through many individual head. Okay, Blyden, that sounds nice. The use of local materials in federally funded contracts, you probably gone a little too far. But I understand at first glance how it seems to appear to violate federal law requiring protectionist practices. However, Congress in the Buy America Act of 1933 specifically granted the federal government and various territorial governments the right to favor local materials as a mechanism of stimulating the economy and promoting domestic or local capacity. Based on this federal law, Puerto Rico enacting this legislation in 1958, requiring local materials in government contracts using local or federal funds. The law was challenged by the Antilles Cement Corporation, and a major portion of the law was upheld by the First Circuit Court of Appeals in Antilles Cement Corp. versus Fortunato in 2012. I need to take a moment and speak to the matter that seems to be poorly understood, which is the distinction between bidders and materials. There's the difference. The Buy America Act, which provides the legal basis for this bill, does not establish or permit preferences for local bidders or contractors. Again, this bill does not establish or permit preferences for local bidders or contractors. As such, there is nothing in this bill requiring that local companies have first preference in contracts awarded by the Department of Public Works or any other agency. That would indeed violate federal law in federal funds if federal funds are involved. But the fact is that this bill has nothing whatsoever to do with whom government contracts are awarded to. What this bill does is require that whoever is awarded government contracts must, I say again, they must use locally produced construction materials if they are available, if they fall within an acceptable price range, and if they meet qualified standards. This is not a trial approach on uncharted grounds. This has been the law on the land of Puerto Rico for at least 70 years, and it has been upheld in federal court. Like all states and local laws, it is understood that the provisions of this bill will not be applicable if there is any conflict with any specific federal law, statutes, or grant requirement. This is a matter that I discussed with legal counsel in the drafting of this measure, and I was assured that the inclusion of a non-applicability clause is no longer customary in legislative drafting. I have asked legal counsel to be prepared to provide some clarity on this matter. I also would like to speak to the matter of the economy, the construction market, and how this bill will impact it. You have all heard of the multiplier effect, and that the more time the dollar circulates in the economy, the more prosperous the society is. The Bureau of Economic Research is here to explain to us how stimulating the production of local construction materials creates economic benefits in so many ways. It creates businesses and jobs. It stimulates the development and adoption of technological innovation, and it increases the circulation of currency within a community and economy. Just as importantly, it helps to ensure the survival of a healthy pool of suppliers that are available to meet the needs of our society, especially in times of crisis. I know I'm showing my age, but I'm reminded of a song by Steel Pulse, Prediction, if any of you remember that song. And there's a line that goes, tomorrow's what we're on about, not yesterday. It's about tomorrow, not today or yesterday. This bill is, most of all, about the future growth and development of businesses, industries, and economic opportunities for our people here in the territory. With the passing of this bill, Virgin Islanders will know that if they can produce a construction material that meets quality standards and that falls within a competitive price range, they will have a market for the product to grow. Today, it may be mostly concrete and building forms, but with the passing and implementation of this bill, we will soon have an entire range of locally produced and finished materials made by companies that hire employees here, that buy goods and services here, and that contribute to the development of our society. An economy is only healthy when it grows from inside out, and that's what these bills seek to do. Bill number 36-010302 seeks to encourage. The courts have found it to be legal, and economists have found it to be a good policy. And we have seen it work successfully for 70 years right next door in Puerto Rico. So let us find a way to make it work here for us here in the territory. And based on the testimony and recommendations that I have read thus far of the testifiers from the different agencies, I have submitted a request to legal counsel to draft those amendments incorporating many of their suggestions. And I look forward to offering this amendment, if not today, in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary, if they can finish the amendments on time. I must say, though, that as we move forward, I want to thank you for your consideration in this most important measure, and I humbly ask for your support as we assure that local materials made here in the territory should be first choice when it comes to our rebuilding of our economy, to all of the many capital projects that's coming forward, and for futuristic in terms of individuals growing a business and assuring that we all have a seat at the table and we can eat too. Again, Mr. Chair, I want to thank you so much for the time to introduce my bill. And of course, Senator Lewis and Senator Boquist are also sponsors of this legislation. And I ask my other colleagues to sign on this most impactful piece of legislation. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Madam Chair, are there any correspondence to be read in the record for Block 2?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Letter dated September 22nd, 2025, from Mr. Eric Castro to the Honorable Senator Avery Lewis, Chairman, Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Statement of support for Bill number 36-0102, an apology for absence. Dear Senator Lewis, I am writing to extend my sincere apologies for not being able to appear before the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection to provide testimony on Bill number 36-0102. Due to unavoidable medical obligations, I am unable to attend the hearing in person. However, I would like to express my full support for the proposed legislation, which seeks to amend Title 31, Chapter 23 of the Virgin Islands Code by reenacting Section 23(6)(b). This important bill would require the use of construction materials manufactured in the Virgin Islands to the greatest extent practicable for locally and federally funded government contracts. As the owner of Universal Concrete LLC, a locally owned and operated business, I strongly believe that this bill will play a vital role in strengthening the territory's economy by prioritizing the use of our own resources. It encourages investment in local manufacturing, supports job creation, and ensures that public funds contribute directly to the growth and sustainability of Virgin Islands-based industries. Thank you for your leadership on this issue and for your continued commitment to the development of policies that uplift our community. I remain available to provide written comments or participate in future discussions on this matter, should the opportunity arise. With sincere appreciation, Eric Castro, owner, Universal Concrete, LLC. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of your correspondences for this block.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam colleagues, I'd like to recognize the presence of Senator Angel Bulkes, Jr. Good morning, Senator. Thank you for joining us. Yes, so we're going to go to the testifiers now. Starting, well, I could start in St. Croix first. Place your name and position on the record and where you represent.
My name is Donald Stevens. I'm with Cat 5 Builders.
Thank you. St. Thomas. Starting, I think I see Dr. Commissioner Alejandro, but I can't see who's next to her. So let's start from left of Commissioner Alejandro and walk our way to the right. Place your name and position on the record and where you represent.
Good morning, Magdalene Moranci, Chief Legal Counsel, Department of Property and Procurement.
Good morning, Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement.
Good morning, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Good morning, Haldane Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research.
Good morning, Kate Davis, Director of Procurement at Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good morning, Rupert Pell, Director of Planning and Construction, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good morning, Frida Webster, Director of Homeownership with Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Thank you, and I don't think there's anyone on line, so I'll go to Commissioner Alejandro. Are you prepared to give your testimony?
Yes, Senator.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Avery L. Lewis, Chair of the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, Vice Chair, the Honorable Novell E. Francis, Jr., members and non-members of the committee bill sponsors, the Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, and the Honorable Angel L. Bulkes, Jr., fellow testifiers, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Lisa Maria Alejandro, Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement. With me today in chambers is Chief Legal Counsel Magdalene A. Moranci, Esquire. We are here pursuant to your invitation to provide testimony on Bill number 36-0102, an act amending Title 31 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, by reenacting Section 236(b), requiring the use of construction materials manufactured in the Virgin Islands to the greatest extent practicable for locally and federally funded contracts with the government of the Virgin Islands. The department understands that Bill number 36-0102 intends to establish a mechanism to stimulate economical growth and the availability of construction materials and local contractors to support all government construction projects to include emergency and recovery response. While the department understands the intent of the bill, given the limited nature of construction materials produced in the territory, and considering that concrete, by its very nature, meets the definition of construction materials produced in the Virgin Islands and must be locally sourced, we contemplate the effectiveness of the proposed bill in achieving its intent. As we proceed with today's discussion, we offer the following recommendations. Number one, ensuring compliance with the terms of federal grant awards. First, we recommend the addition of an exception in Section F, such that the provisions of Section 236B would not apply if they are not consistent with the terms and conditions of the applicable grant funding the construction project. The government of the Virgin Islands received grants from various federal agencies, each of which may impose distinct compliant requirements. As a result, it is necessary to ensure we recognize and preserve the need to comply with the terms of those different grants to remain eligible for reimbursements and drawdowns. The department notes the reference in this bill to the First Circuit Court of Appeals 2012 decision in Antilles Cement Corp. Versus Fortuno that upheld the language of a Puerto Rico statute similarly requiring the use of local construction material in locally and federally funded government contracts. It is important to distinguish and note that the question answered by Antilles Cement Corp. Versus Fortuno were specific to whether Puerto Rico was exempt from the Buy America Act and whether Puerto Rico's statute with a 15% price variance and allowance for local construction materials were preempted by the Buy America Act threshold 6% threshold. While that Buy American Act did not pre-exempt Puerto Rico's local construction materials statute, that decision was not a blanket decision concerning all federal domestic preference laws, nor did it consider the application of the terms and conditions of specific grants. The addition of an exemption from the requirements of this bill to ensure compliance with the terms of the varying federal contracts is a reasonable request considering the breadth and scope of federal grants our territory receive and the existence of other domestic preference laws such as Buy America Act 1982 and Build America Buy American Act 2021 that were not contemplated in the analysis of the Antilles Cement Corporation versus Fortuno decision. Number two, refine application to instrumentalities. The bill defines government as the government of the Virgin Islands, its departments, agencies, and instrumentalities, and further provides that the provision will apply to the defined term. If the instrumentalities are meant to include the autonomous and semi-autonomous instrumentalities of governments, to include the Virgin Islands Water Power Authority, Virgin Islands Port Authority, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and housing authorities, and the Wastewater Management Authority, it is imperative that one, they also be included in the decision on a bill that would impact their operations, and two, in all instances throughout the proposed bill, where the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement is referenced to carry out a particular function, the contracting officer for the instrumentalities also be empowered and required to do the same, as DPP does not procure goods and services for the instrumentalities based on the provision of Virgin Islands law. This recommendation is in line with the statute in Title 31, Chapter 23, subsection 236A, the preferred bidder statutes, which applies to both the central government and the instrumentalities. Number 3, balancing costs and responsibilities and operations. As we consider the reenactment of Section 236B, we must ensure we are balancing costs throughout the life cycle of a construction project. Construction projects are typically line item projects issued pursuant to an invitation to bid, which are awarded to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, making price a critical factor in the award process. Under the preferred bidders statute, a preferred bidder is already afforded a 15% variance on locally funded construction projects, allowing that bidder bid to be 15% higher than a non-preferred bidder and still be awarded, provided that the bidder is also responsive and responsible. In balancing costs, the department recommends the addition of language to cap the variance at 15% in total, such that a bidder cannot be awarded under both Section 236A and 236B, as that has the potential for a 30% price variance. Secondly, as drafted, Bill number 36 would allow a bidder to receive a 15% variance on locally funded source construction materials, which may be factored in at the time of the bidding and award. However, at least 2 of the proposed exceptions, 1, the materials not being available in sufficient quantities, or 2, satisfactory quality may not be known until after the contract has been awarded and the project is underway. At this point, if the contractor sources non-locally produced construction materials at lower costs, the contractor should be required to bill those services while factoring in the cost savings, if any. Third, because construction projects are typically awarded to the lowest responsible bidder, and cost reasonableness is determined against an engineer's estimate, the government would need to complete estimates for materials based on whether they are locally produced or imported. Fourth, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs license database is already searchable. Therefore, the department posits that agencies and contractors can use that existing tool to find companies in the Virgin Islands for locally sourced construction materials. Thus, with that existing functionality, the department recommends the deletion of Section E and the distribution of the availability list. Lastly, with the preempted need to address the housing crisis in our territory, the governor and this administration is actively working and pursuing alternative methods of construction to include the use of prefabricated materials produced outside of the Virgin Islands. Since we are at the point where housing needs to be constructed rapidly, it is important for us to maintain avenues for sourcing materials in the most cost-effective and efficient manner to meet the needs of our community. This also underscores the need for input from the authorities responsible for housing development. Fourth, the department also proposed editorial changes to Section A, Paragraph 1 and 7, Subsection B, and Subsection G of the proposed bill. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, we understand the intent of the bill is to provide a pool of local contractors and readily available construction materials to support our Virgin Islands infrastructure projects. We remain in the throes of our recovery, modernization, and transition to a more resilient landscape. Therefore, we applaud the bill's sponsors for putting forth this measure aimed at fostering that continued growth. We appreciate the opportunity to contribute to this important conversation, and we welcome an additional opportunity to engage with all stakeholders to refine the language of this bill so that it can meet our collective needs. Thus, the Department of Property and Procurement respectfully requests that the bill be held for further development and discussion. In closing, as we chart forward, we encourage all vendors to register in GVI by the territory's e-procurement platform for ready access to information on all government solicitations, maintaining current corporate documents, and the ability to submit bids and proposals. Mr. Chair, this concludes my prepared testimony. Thank you again for the invitation and the opportunity to be a part of today's discussion. We remain available to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. And before I move to Commissioner Derek Gabriel of the Department of Public Works, I'd like to recognize Senator Maurice James. Good morning, Senator. Thank you for joining us. Commissioner Gabriel, are you prepared to give your testimony?
Good morning. Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Avery L. Lewis, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, committee members, other senators in attendance, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Derek Gabriel, and I am the Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony on Bill number 36-0102. The Department understands the importance of boosting our local economy by supporting Virgin Islands manufacturers, particularly in the construction industry. Encouraging the use of locally produced materials creates jobs, stimulates growth, and ensures that projects are supported by materials that are easily accessible within our territories. However, it is crucial to note several challenges this bill proposes. Local law is superseded by federal law when federal funds are involved. Unless permitted by federal law, local preferences are strictly prohibited by certain grant conditions and procurement regulations. For instance, local manufacturer preferences cannot be incorporated into Federal Highway Administration projects. As a result, the bill's requirements create a direct conflict with federal conditions which are attached to the funding we rely on for critical infrastructure projects. This is particularly important when talking about the idea of preferred bidders. The current preferred bidder law, outlined in Title 31, Section 236A of the Virgin Islands Code, already creates a structure that allows for local businesses to have a 15% price preference. It also provides substantial benefits to local companies regarding government contracts. Federal law prohibits government agencies from awarding contracts in a way that favors one class of bidders, even though the bill aims to give local manufacturers an advantage. This puts both the project and its funds at risk, delaying the necessary construction project's completion. By adding Bill number 36-0102 to this framework, procurement officers may also face additional administrative burdens, especially when it comes to determining resource availability at bidding and construction, applying cost thresholds, and confirming eligibility. Furthermore, the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise DBE program offers a chance for local, minority, and women-owned businesses to secure contracts. In practice, this program helps ensure that Virgin Islands manufacturers and contractors have meaningful opportunities to compete. Therefore, enacting this legislation requiring preferential treatment may result in duplication and compromise our project's eligibility for federal reimbursement. Lastly, although Puerto Rico has passed a similar law, their manufacturing base and legal system are very different than our own. The Virgin Islands has a much smaller number of active manufacturers of construction materials, making any comparison to Puerto Rico irrelevant. Materials like concrete are nearly exhausted due to their high demand. Taking everything into account, this bill does not align with the realities of our unique market. In closing, the department supports the intent of Bill number 36-0102 to encourage economic development using local materials. However, we suggest that the bill be amended to include explicit exceptions for federally funded projects and that further discourse occur with agencies and industry stakeholders to ensure compliance with federal requirements and to prevent unforeseen consequences. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. I stand ready for any questions or concerns you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Dr. Haldane Davies, are you prepared to give your testimony?
Morning to the Honorable L. Lewis.
Dr. Davies?
Yes. Okay, my mic is on now. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning to the Honorable Avery L. Lewis, Chairperson of the Virgin Islands of the United States 36th Legislature Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, other committee members, other members of the legislature present, legislative staff, fellow testifiers, members of the media, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Haldane Davies, and I'm Director of the Bureau of Economic Research, Government of the Virgin Islands. The Bureau of Economic Research is commissioned by 3 VIC Section 4B to, among other requirements, 1, produce routine statistical reports on the socioeconomic indicators and the economy of the Virgin Islands. 2, provide data for government agencies to use for operational planning, federal grant applications, bond issues, database development, impact analysis, and forecasting. And 3, provide assistance in the areas of economic development planning, financing, special projects, and information management. I welcome the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill number 36-0102, an act amending Title 31, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, by reenacting Section 236B, requiring the use of construction materials manufactured in the Virgin Islands to the greatest extent practicable for locally or federally funded projects with the government of the Virgin Islands. This is an important step for the economy where feasible, and I lend my support to the spirit and intent of the bill. It has the potential to lessen revenue leakage and encourage the further development of locally available construction materials into ready-use products that keep the direct, indirect, and induced impact of monies expended on local and federal government-funded projects within the territory. The economic strength of any country or territory is inextricably bound up in its ability to produce, use, and export goods and services as part of its balance of trade mechanism. In 2023, the USVI imported $4.1 billion in goods and services, and that was down from $4.8 billion in 2022. And they exported in that same year of 2023, $3.9 billion in goods and services. In 2024, $3.6 billion was imported in goods and services, and $2.8 billion in value of goods and services exported. Although prices may vary with products produced en masse outside of a territory, local purchasing can reduce transportation costs, avoid significant logistics and supply chain challenges, ensure more efficient and faster project timelines, avert costly delays and rework, and get around geopolitical instability while creating local jobs, supporting local suppliers, and fostering economic growth through the circulation of revenue within the local economy. Higher exports than imports are an indicator of a stronger economy, and the more we can do to provide sustainable manufacturing and production opportunities locally, the stronger the economy will become. It leads to increased production, more jobs, a boost to the GDP, and greater economic stability. These indicators, along with the flow of financial capital, employment rates, production levels, and the quality of imports, also create a balanced approach to economic stability. Thus, development opportunities, local or foreign/global, through the USVI Economic Development Authority, the UVI Research and Technology Park, and collaboratively with government and the legislature, should continually be encouraged and monitored for compliance. Bill number 36-0102 encourages strategic investments in workforce development, infrastructure improvement, resource and technology utilization, and a business attraction, expansion, and retention in local manufacturing and production facilities, allowing the tradition of locally designed and produced cement products to be used, and for artisans to pass on those skills from one generation to the next, promotes historic preservation of design art, albeit with newer inventive approaches to production. In short, economic growth and stability is a multifaceted strategy focused on building a prosperous and high-quality environment for everyone in a community or nation. From a social value perspective, purchasing locally produced construction materials such as aggregates, blocks, pavers, bricks, bollards, clay tiles, face stones, premixed concrete, parking stops, earth, wood, and a list of others, including asphalt, recycled glass. All of these also harness and preserve craftsmanship, build community bonds, promote ethical sourcing, and sustain community resilience, especially in times of disaster. It also promotes transparency in the processes used to produce the products and enhances community trust and confidence in the quality of product. Users can also interact directly with the manufacturer and provide meaningful feedback on product enhancement and delivery as appropriate. Environmentally, waste accumulation is less with locally produced construction materials. Packaging is less voluminous, and the distance between production and use sites is significantly shorter, thus reducing the project's carbon footprint by utilizing less fuel and carbon emissions. Locally produced construction materials are usually more eco-friendly as they better adapted to the climate and increase durability and longevity of the end product. When contractors purchase locally produced products, it builds a strong bond with the community, and they are usually viewed as contributors to the strength and resiliency of the community. Their purchase not only provides a direct impact, but also an indirect and induced impact that is felt many times within the community because of expanded spending of a single dollar many times over in the economy. More specifically to the bill, I suggest that the meaning of cement be expanded to also include products such as pavers, parking stops, and mortar, among others. I further suggest that the following two additional clauses be considered for inclusion in the whereas section of the bill to read: 1, whereas locally produced construction materials are usually more eco-friendly as they better adapt to the climate and increase durability and longevity of the end product. And 2, whereas locally produced construction materials could reduce the overall cost of imports, expand local production, increase the potential for exports, and strengthen the economic position of the territory. The Bureau of Economic Research remains fully committed to doing its part to report on the impact of spending on the local economy, ensuring that locally produced construction materials are utilized in projects funded by local and federal dollars where allowable, will strengthen the USVI economy and engage more individuals to produce other products that may not currently be available. The talents and gifts bestowed upon the people of this territory should be kept alive and not allowed to fade into history. Collectively, we can boost economic growth and strengthen the pillars of our economy. Thank you, Senator Lewis, for your stewardship in holding this hearing and for retaining the economic well-being of our territory high on the agenda of the 36th legislature. It is certainly an investment of time and resources that will pay great dividends now and in the future. I welcome the opportunity, as with other colleagues, to respond to any questions regarding this important hearing. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And I think we have two representatives from Housing Finance Authority who's given a testimony this morning.
Good morning, the Honorable Senator Avery L. Lewis, Chairman of the Committee of Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, Senator Noble E. Francis Jr., the Vice Chair, as well as other legislative members, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Kate Davis, the Director of Procurement, and I appear on behalf of Eugene E. Jones Jr., the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing and Finance Authority. I am accompanied today by Mr. Rupert Pell, the Director of Planning and Construction, and Ms. Frida Webster, Director of Home Ownership. As a team, we are grateful for the invitation to testify on Bill number 36-0102, an act amending Title 31, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, by reenacting Section 236B, requiring the use of construction materials manufactured in the Virgin Islands to the greatest extent practicable for locally or federally funded contracts with the government of the Virgin Islands. As we are all aware, the territory continues to rebuild from the passage of Hurricanes Irma and Maria. Throughout the rebuilding process, we have encountered various challenges related to contractor availability, increased raw material costs, and supply and demand, just to name a few. Addressing these and other challenges requires innovation and creativity. To ensure this bill is considered comprehensively, our testimony will identify and outline the bill's potential and challenges, examine its broader implications for the local construction industry and the territory as a whole, and provide practical recommendations for consideration. By offering this testimony through these interconnected lenses, we seek to ensure that the bill fully supports long-term planning, advanced resilient construction practices, and expands opportunities for sustainable home ownership. The proposed bill represents an important step towards strengthening local and economic growth, supply chain resilience, and long-term self-sufficiency. If implemented thoughtfully, it could position the Virgin Islands as a hub for construction materials manufacturing in the Caribbean, stimulate private investment, and create opportunities for public-private partnerships. Requiring or incentivizing the use of locally manufactured construction materials to include cement blocks and pre-mixed concrete has the potential to significantly strengthen the territory's economy. It would bolster local manufacturers and suppliers, stimulate job creation, expand production capacity, and reduce long-term costs as businesses scale. Local sourcing also enhances supply chain resilience by reducing reliance on imports, limiting exposure to shipping delays, market disruptions, and fluctuating prices, while ensuring greater reliability during emergencies or recovery periods. A robust local supply chain could further accelerate procurement, leading to faster delivery and turnaround times for critical housing initiatives and other public projects. Additionally, local vendors could serve as authorized resellers for larger manufacturers, aligning with the spirit of the law while ensuring sufficient capacity to meet demand. By prioritizing locally manufactured construction materials, the bill supports the sustainability of local contractors and suppliers, stimulates small businesses' growth, and advances strategies that emphasize capacity building, economic diversification, and community resilience. However, while prioritizing locally manufactured materials presents a valuable opportunity to strengthen our economy, this legislation also raises concerns regarding its overall practicality, particularly in areas of availability, scalability, and consistency of supply. A primary challenge lies in the limited capacity of local manufacturers to consistently produce materials at the scale required for government contracts. Questions remain as to whether sufficient raw materials are available locally to meet both government and consumer demand, and whether manufacturers possess the cash flow, the infrastructure, and skilled labor to keep pace, especially given the scale of current disaster recovery projects. Without thorough market research, the true cost and feasibility of the bill remains uncertain. Cost considerations further complicate implementation. Although the bill allows exemptions when local materials exceed off-island options by more than 15%, comparing costs fairly is difficult when shipping, customs, taxes, and labor are factored in. Moreover, reliance on exemptions risks undermining the intent of the bill, while inadequate oversight could lead to inconsistent or inequitable application. Quality standards also present risks. While the bill permits exceptions for unsatisfactory quality, it does not specify how reviews will be conducted, who will serve on these review bodies, or what criteria will apply. Smaller projects which depend on quick and flexible access to materials are not explicitly addressed, potentially disadvantaging the small contractors. Another concern is the concentration of authority. The bill grants broad discretion to the Commissioner of Property and Procurement in granting exemptions. Without clear guidelines, this opens the door to inconsistent application. Provisions for force majeure events such as equipment failures or raw material shortages allow temporary reliance on imports, but the absence of firm limits may result in prolonged or indefinite exemptions. Administrative burdens will also increase. Procurement specifications must be updated, compliance closely monitored, and exemptions carefully documented. This will demand greater resources for proper implementation. Non-compliance also carries a very steep penalty within this bill, including the denial of compensation, reimbursement of funds, the demolition of non-conforming work, and reputational harm that could severely affect contractors and the authority alike. Finally, federal compliance remains a significant concern. Many of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority projects are federally funded, and federal procurement standards discourage restrictions that reduce competition. Local preference requirements could therefore conflict with federal regulations, creating compliance challenges or legal disputes that may jeopardize our funding. In sum, the bill's practicality depends on establishing realistic implementation mechanisms, transparent exemption processes, and targeted support for local manufacturers to expand production, improve quality, and remain competitive. Without these safeguards, the legislation risks increasing costs, slowing projects, and creating compliance conflicts that outweigh its intended benefits. To strengthen the bill's practicality and impact, several recommendations are appropriate. The definition of construction materials manufactured in the Virgin Islands should be refined, particularly since cement is not produced locally. A distinction between raw materials and finished goods would provide some clarity. A detailed market assessment is needed to evaluate the true capacity of local manufacturers to supply the industry. Robust quality control standards must be established to safeguard construction outcomes. A streamlined, transparent exemption process should be created to balance accountability with flexibility. Targeted incentives should be explored to expand local manufacturing into diverse areas such as wood products and sustainable building materials. Sustainable sourcing should be prioritized to reduce environmental impacts and enhance resilience. Consistent monitoring and evaluation of the bill's impact will also allow for adjustments over time. A dedicated small business component should be integrated, ensuring that smaller contractors and suppliers are not marginalized, but are instead empowered to thrive under this framework. In conclusion, the authority recognizes the intent of this bill as an important step towards fostering economic growth, strengthening resilience, and supporting local industry. However, it is equally critical to balance these objectives with practical realities of affordability, quality, and federal compliance. As the territory continues its recovery and growth, policies must empower local businesses without compromising the efficiency, cost-effectiveness, and sustainability of housing initiatives. By refining definitions, creating transparent processes, and building in protections for small businesses and quality assurance, this legislation can become a powerful tool that aligns to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority's mission to expand affordable housing opportunities, strengthen community resilience, and ensure that every Virgin Islander has access to safe, durable, and sustainable homes. Senators, this concludes my prepared testimony. My team and I remain available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time and attention for today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Davis, for your testimony. Next, we'll go to Mr. Donald Stevens, partner with CAT 5. You're recognized for your testimony at this time.
Good morning, everybody. Senate Chairman Lewis and members of the 36th Legislature. I'm deeply honored to testify before you today regarding Bill number 36-3012. My name is Donald Stevens, and I'm the managing member and co-founder of CAT 5 Builders, a company my wife and I established here in St. Croix in May of 2021. 2 years ago, I sat in this conference room, I think right here in this same seat, before the 35th legislature requesting a zoning variance to operate our component manufacturing business in a commercial warehouse on Prince Street in Frederiksted, which was zoned residential. Thank you to those members present at that time who granted the approval. I am proud to share our progress and the critical importance of Bill number 36-3012. I hold a degree in architecture from Lawrence Technological University, 1992, and I have over 33 years of experience designing, building, and manufacturing building components for residential and commercial buildings throughout the world. My previous company manufactured components for major hotel chains such as Marriott, Hilton, Hyatt, across the Mid-Atlantic region using the same equipment that I now have at our Frederiksted facility. I also have led affordable housing and school construction projects in Haiti and in Sri Lanka, bringing innovative building systems and solutions to island nations. When my wife and I first visited in St. Croix in 2015, we observed then that 70% of the construction materials in construction relies on traditional labor-intensive methods like stacking cement blocks and pouring concrete. Both of those are costly and time-consuming. CAT 5 Builders was founded with 4 core objectives. Our first objective was to manufacture highly weather-resistant and cost-effective building systems right here in St. Croix. Train a local workforce in advanced building technology. 3, create jobs in our community. And 4, support the U.S. Virgin Islands through sustainable development. I am proud to report success in all 4 of those areas. But if you can remember anything that I say at this testimony today, it's the following. Our Frederiksted facility produces prefabricated walls, floors, roof trusses, floor trusses, components that are hurricane, earthquake, fire, termite, mold, and mildew resistant. They are also environmentally friendly. We have trained local workers, created jobs, contributed to community for-profit and nonprofit projects, including the ongoing construction of a two-story, 35,000 square foot professional office building at the former H&H Tire and Battery site that burned down about 9 years ago. This Cat 5 project uses structural building components manufactured at our facility right in Frederiksted, a direct result of the zoning variance granted by the 35th legislature, which enabled the owner to avoid importing a pre-engineered metal building manufactured in Florida. And that created significant savings to him, but it also kept most of the economic benefits right here in our community. As we are all aware, the rising costs of skilled labor and building materials continue to plague the U.S. Virgin Islands, particularly in providing affordable housing. Traditional methods relying solely on cement blocks and reinforced concrete are too expensive. They're labor-intensive and slow to meet our territory's urgent needs. Bill number 36-3012 confronts this crisis head-on. It does this by incentivizing local manufacture, which Cat 5 does. This bill will spur competing building component manufacturers to invest robustly in our economy and workforce, fostering a dynamic local industry that reduces reliance on costly import. Second, it'll mandate local sourcing. This bill will hold builders, developers, contractors accountable for prioritizing U.S. Virgin Islands materials and components over foreign alternatives, ensuring economic benefits remain in our communities as we successfully demonstrated by the H&H project and our other projects currently going on. While Cat 5 builders wholeheartedly supports this legislation, we recognize it will heighten competition against us. We embrace this challenge. We were here first. We're confident in our ability to compete fairly. This housing crisis is too vast for one company alone. Cat 5 cannot meet the territory's needs single-handedly. We welcome other manufacturers to join us in investing in our communities, collectively tackling this critical challenge. The Virgin Islands Housing Authority declares we have a moral responsibility to improve the living conditions of the families within our reach. This is a mandate that we should all share. Cat 5 builders, the legislature, and every stakeholder in our construction sector. By passing this bill, you will unleash a surge of innovation, create enduring jobs, deliver affordable, resilient housing that withstands our region's environmental challenges. I thank you for this opportunity to testify and your unwavering support of Cat 5 builders and other companies that are currently manufacturing components and building materials here in our territory. I stand ready to provide further questions or details and answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. I think that exhausts all the testimonies here this morning. Or do I have anyone online? No? That would be it. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. Point of information, Senator Marvin Blyden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, before we begin, I have a point of information through the chair to legal counsel in respect to what seems to be a misconception. So I want to have it clear before we even start a line of questioning when it comes to federal preference, etc. So can I ask through the chair to the attorney in respect to federal preference, grants, etc., when it comes to this piece of legislation in terms of any violation of law? And can you clarify for the record, please, in terms of the intent of the legislation and what it does and how it does not conflict with federal law? Through the chair.
Through the chair to legal counsel. Could you respond to Senator Marvin Blyden, please?
Through the chair to Senator Blyden. Is your question whether or not language suggested by several testifiers exempting the federal government from this act,
Okay,
this
okay,
bill?
yes, because for instance, in the Department of Public Work, it spoke to, it's crucial to note several challenges, and it's one of the challenges was unless permitted by federal law, local preference are strictly prohibited by certain grant conditions and procurement regulations. And it's also went on and spoke to, for instance, local manufacturer preferences cannot be incorporated into federal highway administration projects. As a result, the bill's requirement create a direct conflict with federal conditions.
My opinion and the opinion of the legal counsel's office is that it does not. There's no legislation.
Speak into the mic, please. Speak into the mic.
There's no legislation that this body can pass that can direct the federal government to do anything. And just based on that, you can also not say it doesn't apply, because you don't have the power in the first place to make the federal government do anything. So whether or not that language is in this bill is of no moment. It has no effect whatsoever.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Point of information, Senator Angel Bolkes, Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Chair, to Legal Counsel. Legal Counsel, are you familiar with Guam Code Title 5, Division 6, Chapter 68, and Chapter 5, Chapter 1, Section 1104?
Through the chair to Senator Bolkes, not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, very well. So that is a local procurement preference, right, for the territory of Guam. And they give priority to local produced goods, including construction-related supplies whenever practical. Or they also, in their procurement regulations, even include a standing local procurement preference provision. If Guam can successfully implement those type of protections in their economy under the same federal framework that we actually operate in, then we are not doing anything different. I understand that there are some provisions or amendments that need to be made to the bill, but if Guam can do it, the Virgin Islands should be able to do it as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Thank you, Attorney Ms. Williams, and I'll recognize Senator Maurice James for your point of information.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to have clarity on the fact that, and this is also for legal counsel, Mr. Chair. This piece of legislation is an attempt to involve as much, I mean, my reading of it, to have local contractors access federal funds as much as possible. So are you saying to legal counsel that based on the testimony provided by, for example, the Department of, well, almost all the government agencies, that it is of no moment because, as they say, the federal government would not allow the preference called for in this statute? Through the chair.
Through the chair.
Through the chair to Senator James, what I said was that this legislation would not apply to any federal compliance requirements in any grants that are given to the Virgin Islands.
When you, through the chair?
Go ahead.
When you're saying it does not apply, does that mean that, as stated by the different agencies, they must adhere to federal requirements? And if this law states that preference must be given to local contractors, that if the federal requirement is you cannot give preference to local contractors, then nothing happens, or this particular piece of legislation is not applicable?
Through the chair to Senator James, yes, that is exactly what I'm saying.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James, and thank you, Attorney Mills Williams. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. I'd like to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Kurt Verley. Good morning. Good afternoon, Senator Verley. Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, to the legal counsel, I just want to be
1 second,
perfectly...
Senator Fonseca. Let me ask legal counsel to come back to the floor. You may proceed, Senator.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to be perfectly clear in layman's terms that, in your opinion, this bill 36-0102 will not discriminate against out-of-state or foreign business in any unconstitutional way.
Through the chair to Senator Fonseca, can you restate that question?
Okay, I wanted to be clear that this bill will not discriminate against any out-of-state foreign business in any unconstitutional way.
Through the chair to Senator Fonseca, as the bill is written, it has parameters in place to, it's not entirely protectionist legislation for the Virgin Islands, and there are specific guidelines in place that tries to inhibit any unconstitutional actions that may arise from it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Colleagues, we're going to go again to a 4-minute round. And before we begin, I'd like to ask Commissioner Alejandro, while I understand that not every contract is the same or have the same requirements or procurement, or maybe they're a little different, I think what the author of the bill is trying to do is protect the local, not just contractors, but service providers and so forth in the territory, to make sure that they're included in all of this, what's going on with our rebuild VI. Is there anything in place currently on the law that you know about that allows for the, because these guys can't bond and they bid on these jobs because they don't have the bonding capacity, from what I made to understand. Is there anything currently on the law that would say to the outside contractors who win on these bids that, hey, we have concrete providers here, we have this here, this, that, whatever we have here, look at them first before we start outsourcing, to the best of your knowledge?
Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, DPP. Senator, so I'll put it in a nutshell and say no one is prohibited from bidding on any government contract. Anyone that chooses to do business and qualifies based on how they exist and is licensed within the territory or outside of the territory, they must have those specific licensing and therefore can be a bidder at the table. So there's nothing that prohibits any company from bidding on a project. And I just want to state the hallmark of procurement in federal government, local government is competition. And that is the federal government's position, that in no way we hinder competition, because there is a cost reasonableness that the government has to provide several federal agencies. Before we can even make an award, we have to send the evaluation committee documentation. We have to send every bid, everyone that bid on those projects, all the information of the sourcing of that particular project has to be sent to some of our cognizant federal agencies before we can even award a bid, justifying cost reasonableness based on competition.
All right, thank you. One second. Commissioner Gabriel.
Yes, good morning.
Yes, to get your input, could you straight out the gate was in opposition of this here. What do you find would be reasonable for, I know our guys here, our local guys here, wouldn't be able to bid on it, but I think they're more looking at after the bidding process is done and we select a contractor, that the local resources here is given some kind of preference.
So, Senator, again, what we have done as a government of the Virgin Islands is made sure that any contractor that's coming from off-island is fully aware of all of the entire subcontracting pool, the materials that we offer here in the Virgin Islands, even up to equipment that we have that's available, so they can participate in these opportunities. I think just by the spirit of the law, or I should say, excuse me, I think just by the natural market, local contractors do have a leg up in participating on a subcontractor level, on a third tier level, because we're already in the territory and you don't have to mobilize anything from off island. That's my thought process. I just want to add to what Commissioner Alejandro said, though, not to contradict or anything that what legal counsel said, but every single Department of Transportation grant has an equal opportunity clause that is included there that prevents any preference for the procurement of materials, leasing of equipment, or selection of contractors and subcontractors. That is there. And those riders are put into any of our procurement manuals and federal contracts, or I'm sorry, construction contracts that have DOT funds. So I for one, I think, I'm not an attorney. I think certain clauses could be there that allows for, maybe some exclusions or exemptions if these clauses are there. But I am not going to jeopardize any funds under my stewardship while I am Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. I need to make that abundantly clear.
Point of information, Senator Marvin Blyden. Thank you, Commissioner Gabriel.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. To the Chair, to Commissioner Gabriel. Well, Commissioner Gabriel, honestly, will not ever do such. I mean, that would be irresponsible of us as lawmakers. This bill does not establish a permit for preference when it comes to bidders. It does not. And the bill is about manufacturing local products. It's not about contractors. We need to get that clear to start. It's about local products manufactured in the Virgin Islands. I spoke to Puerto Rico, doing it for the last 70 years. They deal with federal contracts every day, all day. So, I mean, let's really understand what we're dealing with here today. It's about local materials, local products, manufactured here in the Virgin Islands. That's what this bill speaks to. So let's be clear before we even begin. Please, let's be on the same page, because I'm sure we all want the same thing. And we will never in a million years ask anyone to do anything illegal. Anyone. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Novelli Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all of the testifiers for their testimony thus far in this particular measure. And I, too, want to join in commending the bill sponsor for moving this critical piece of legislation forward. If not us, then who? If not now, then when? This is a call to action. Dance a yard before you dance abroad. I don't understand how we have so much pushback. I welcome the suggestions and recommendations, how we strengthen this particular piece of measure. But this clearly aligns with my legislation that speaks to the establishment of the South Shore Enterprise Zone. This body has supported, as well as this administration, Catalyst Fund. We move legislation to close the loophole, again, ensuring that we continue to protect our community. It should be everyone's best interest here. Everyone's best interest here to make sure that we're moving legislation to protect and build diversity in our economic portfolio. So, Commissioner Alejandro, I I agree with you that, of course, in reviewing some of these local and federally funded programs, projects, that in fact, yes, they drive competition, but also cost efficiency, I'm sure, is also looked at. Is that correct?
That is correct, Senator. Cost reasonableness, they look at, if I may, they look at all of the prices that was submitted line item by the bidders specifically to every item, let me say, and the cost reasonableness must be proven, and it's proven based on the medium bid.
And I'm not sure where the misconception is coming in, or the misnomer, because the bill speaks to the greatest extent practicable. It's not shall, it's not mandating, it's simply suggesting that if the opportunities for local manufacturers are here, let's look at them first before we go abroad, before we go out. Lead, follow, get the hell out of the way. So, I'm not sure where we're facing this difficulty. I think it's critical that we continue to avoid the leakage that we're seeing. As a matter of fact, we have a president that's talking about returning manufacturers to our home front from overseas. So why are we not having an interest to make sure that we're protecting our community and, again, our manufacturers here locally? Inside-out cultivation. That's what's been asked for quite some time. Commissioner Gabriel, I know that you are taking a posture that you don't want to jeopardize, any federal funding that may be used for projects. But do you see an opportunity for us to be able to exhaust and utilize local manufacturers and being able to accomplish, some of these projects that's occurring?
Yeah, no question. Good morning. I'm sorry. Good morning, Senator. Thank you for the question. There's no question that we have an opportunity here to maximize our local talent, not talent pool, but our manufacturing pool. Again, I think it's more economically prudent to turn to local manufacturers prior to going off island to get any goods and services. Like I said, I think provisions just need to be included to make sure that open competition is allowable and we're not offering any preferences to any class of manufacturers. That's all I'm saying.
I think I would have loved to see this bill even go further to talk about equipment. I see where, you had individuals that were contracted to do certain work functions, and they brought in dump trucks. They brought in flagmen. They brought in backhoes. When we have all of these equipment sitting right here, parked up, unavailable for use, because these projects, came in with all of these additional equipment. So I think it's really time. My time has been called, but it's critical that we continue to protect our, home front, and where there's opportunities for us to engage our local contractors, our local manufacturers, we should be working in tandem to be able to accomplish that. I certainly support this piece of measure, and again, whatever could be done to strengthen it is critical. Thank you, BER, as well, for your testimony. Thank you, HFA, for your testimony. But the time is now. We really have to hunker down, collaborate, all the stakeholders, so that we can make this thing work. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Pleasant good day once again to everyone. I really understand the intent of this piece of legislation. We want to provide opportunities for our local businesses, really to the greatest extent feasible. Now, I know, Commissioner Derek Gabriel, you spoke to the small business component with your grant, that you come under your purview, that there are those provisions that give preferences to minority, women-owned businesses, as well as veteran-owned businesses, correct? And those are...
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and those could be local, or it can be other businesses that are off-island as well, correct?
So most of our DBEs listed are local businesses. Most of our businesses, I would say 98% of them are local. We are working on a reciprocity program to allow for DBEs registered in other locales to also have that reciprocity here in the territory.
Great. Now, my question is going to go to Commissioner Alejandro. Commissioner Alejandro, as a requirement for the bid, preferences mentioned, and when you're grading those bids that come in, small businesses given a preference in the bid package, meaning that they earn extra credit or extra score because they are a small business? Or minority business, a woman-owned business, a veteran-owned business?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Well, it depends on what the requirements of that solicitation is. And what Commissioner Gabriel spoke to was precedents that was set in federal grants and allowability for those minority groups, etc. But as we know, that even that, based on the current administration, as well, is changing, right, to allow for, again, the greater competition. So it depends on what what the solicitation is requiring, and the grant that is tied to it will set those goals.
Right.
Those percentages are set within the grants.
I understand that. My concern is that even though you're saying with the current administration, it has not changed, and there is going to be some pushback from those type of minority businesses that have been identified. And I'm just asking pointedly because
1 minute.
Do you also, in your grading and when you're receiving your solicitation, and a minority business or a woman-owned business, a veteran-owned business, do you give them preference? Add an extra point?
So, Senator, again, the solicitation type will determine whether or not it's scored. There are some solicitation type would speak to responsiveness, responsibility of the bidders, and it's not tied to a negotiation where you would have scoring on the RFPs as opposed to an IFB is based. The criterion is set, the most responsive, responsible bidder. Where if they respond and provide that percentage, then they, again, speaks to them being responsive. But they must, the total value of it has to be the lowest responsible bidder if it's not a scoring acquisition.
Okay.
Time.
I do have some concerns. Mr. Chairman, let me wrap up, please. I do have some concern. I see where the intent of this legislation is going, but I also wanted to clearly understand why this portion of the code was repealed in 1986 by this body, because that's when it happened, and what was the definite issues there with that repeal. So I wanted to really have some time to review that and what was the justification of this body in 1986 to repeal this portion of the act. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Alma Francis, Heilager, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifiers. I like the concept of the bill, but I'm very concerned about what could potentially happen. That's where my issues lie. I'm a data-driven person, so I like to look at things from numbers. And I remember, I think it was last year, I read a report that said 93% of everything that's consumed in the Virgin Islands is imported. So we now have to cut that down to, we're dealing with a 7% margin. And out of that 7% margin, how much is that is food production? So we might shave off another 3-4% out of that 7%. We're now down to working with potentially a 2 or 3% margin for manufacturers. And then we have to go even lower than that. How much of those manufacturers are actually in the construction field? So I am sitting here like, who is this bill really for? Because we are literally dwindled down to maybe 50 businesses in the territory that are into manufacturing. And how many out of those 50 businesses are actually in the construction field? So I'm trying to do the math here. And while I'm listening to what the testifiers are saying, I don't want to create a conflict when it comes to federal dollars, because that's where a lot of our money comes from. Let's be real. And I don't want to put us in a situation where we don't want to give the local person an opportunity, but do we do it at the risk of the greater good? And that's how I think, because I have to make decisions for the masses. And as I was looking at the percentage, I heard one colleague say that Puerto Rico does 70% manufacturing. I kind of chuckled a little bit because I like to go dig up information. I read a lot. And I remember that Puerto Rico has been doing a lot of manufacturing. As a matter of fact, I think when I recall, it was 43% of their GDP comes from manufacturing. But out of that GDP, 61% is pharmaceuticals. So they export a lot of drugs. That's almost half of what they manufacture, to be honest with you. So it's a nice number to say, but look at the dynamics of it. For me, I am all for supporting and figuring out a way for some of our locals to get an opportunity at these federal dollars, even the local ones. But I still have to also be mindful of how many people is this focusing on.
1 minute.
I still have to be mindful of who are we doing this for? And if it's not going to be for the greater good of this community, and this is going to be funneling projects to maybe 5 or 6 people, I have a problem with that. I don't want us to start creating situations that could potentially lock out other people and say, okay, we have to go in this direction, when the people that are put in place to make these decisions already have the capabilities to do so. So, I'm not one for over legislating. That's just me. And I just feel like the direction, I would feel more comfortable supporting this if I had more numbers. Now, the numbers that I have is me from my reading, me going out and research. But a lot of the testimony said there's a lot of different agencies that is not here at the table. What are their thoughts on this piece of legislation? How is this going to affect them? I need to hear all of that information before I could make a very cohesive decision on this bill. I heard time, but could I wrap up, Mr. Chair, quickly?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So, again, I understand what this does. I understand the potential support of it, but I need more information so I could make the best decision on behalf of the people. And that's where I stand on this bill. So I will await any other additional information. And if the sponsor has anything additional, I'll listen to it. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Kurt Vele, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning or good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I think it's clear as to who the bill is written for. It's written for local manufacturers. It's just as plain as day, whether it's 1, 2, 4, 5, it's written for local manufacturers. And I wanted to say during my time, but I said, no, it might be an incentive for additional companies to come to the Virgin Islands and manufacture. So we got to think beyond that small confine as to whether or not it's written for one person, but it's written for the industry and being able to make sure those dollars are spent in the Virgin Islands and we can tax those dollars over and over and over again to grow the budget and the economy of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And, before I ask my next question and move to the next testifier, I'd like to say this here. I hear a lot of people commenting about how fast the hotel in St. Thomas built, the most recent one. And a lot of that stuff came in precast and already constructed. And, you know, just to make it clear, a lot of that work can be done here in the Virgin Islands. We have manufacturers here, we have concrete companies here, we have skilled workers here that could do a lot of these things. These things create jobs and so forth. Before I move on to Senator Fonseca, Commissioner Gabriel, you still there with us? Could you please expound a little bit for me on the DBE program and how it actually works, please, if you could?
Yeah, sure. Senator, thank you for that question. I really appreciate it. So any of the projects that we fund through Department of Transportation grants require a percentage of the work to go to DBE contractors. Again, that's a disadvantaged business enterprise. Those contractors are registered with the Department of Public Works. They're certified, and it ensures that a lot of our small local contractors get a percentage of those contracts. Now, on our horizontal work, on our paving work, those percentages are significant, and a lot of times it gives the community a chance to weigh in on the DBE goal that is established for the program. We have town hall meetings a lot. It goes out there. So sometimes on a paving program, on a paving project, you might have a DBE goal of, let's say, 25, 30, even in some cases up to 40% to allow for local participation, local manufacturing, et cetera, et cetera. In some cases, like our ferry that was recently built, the DBE goal was very low because given the research of the program, they know that we have very few contractors that can participate in shipbuilding here in the territory. So I think that the goal on the ferry program was like 1 or 2%. It's not to say that the Department of Public Works, through its transportation grants, are opposed to local contractors participating or being awarded percentages of the projects. What I'm saying is that those provisions are already there. And I think just the market that we're seeing, you mentioned the precast work and stuff. In some cases, we don't have the capacity here. I'm not saying that we're against the bill. I don't want to speak for any of my other colleagues, but I know for the Department of Public Works, it's not that we're against the bill. I think there just needs to be some clauses, maybe some additional provisions in there to make sure that no conflicts exist. So that when we, like Commissioner Alejandro said, anything that's awarded from a Department of Transportation grant has to be sent to the Department of Transportation for concurrence. And if they don't agree, that entire bid is thrown out and we go right back to square one. So there are real implications. There are serious cost implications, there are project implications and timeline implications.
Thank you for your explanation. And 1 second. And we do understand that. But we also know about putting parameters in place and so forth, time frames and things in place for these businesses that if they can't complete it in X amount of time, you know, we have these clauses in there where they have to pay back, they have to do X amount of things. So we do understand this, but this is just for giving hope and thing, you know, we talk about job expansion, we talk about development, you know. Point of information, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask one quick question, but also make a note. Again, I support the concept of the legislation, but I need to make sure that all I's are dotted and all T's are crossed before this leaves this committee, if that's the will of this particular committee. But what I want to know, I don't know if the sponsor or anyone could answer me, legal counsel. This piece of legislation is trying to be reenacted. Was there a specific reason why it was taken off the books in the first place? Because that is also important as to why that might have been done, to see if there's any type of historical background as to a justification as to why they had to remove it in the past, and we're now attempting to reenact it. If anybody could help me, the sponsor, maybe legal counsel, so I could get a better understanding, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're requesting legal counsel?
I don't know if when the sponsor has an opportunity, if he could answer that, or if legal counsel might be able to let us know the historical background as to why we're attempting to reenact it. That would mean it was already in the books already, and we're trying to bring it back. So I just need a little bit understanding in regards to that.
All right.
I don't know if the sponsor or legal counsel could help me. Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
legal counsel not on the floor now. I'll request them, but on the when the sponsor comes up, I'll give him some additional leeway to address that. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so this bill, it has been reviewed by the First Circuit Court. I looked at the case, the United States Court of Appeals in the First Circuit in Antilles Cement Corporation versus Fortuno. And basically in 2012, the First Circuit upheld the language of a Puerto Rico statute, which requires the use of local construction. And basically, there was some concerns, particularly the Commissioner of Public Works mentioned federal dollars. And it has been determined that the Buy American Act, which is a federal law, preempts any local laws. So we definitely can't attempt to pass any laws that would be contrary to the federal laws. But in this case, I asked the question, and the legal counsel has assured us that this is not the case. So I want to ask now Mr. Donald Stevens, what local products or other industries potentially can be spurred in the Virgin Islands if this is implemented in the Virgin Islands?
Thank you for the opportunity to provide an answer. So I was just sitting here thinking about if I had the opportunity to start another business in here, it would probably be kitchen cabinets. Some of the components, the raw materials could be brought into here. And I guess in terms of manufacturing, there's different types. I go back to NAFTA. China circumvented NAFTA laws by finishing products, vehicles specifically in Mexico, which allowed them to bring those components into the United States under the NAFTA free trade agreement. And so certain materials, such as cabinets, recycled countertops using glass, other different types of plastics that kind of have a zero end here. We've got all these materials that we're using in our bottles and our plates and plastic knives and stuff that could be recycled and turned into other components. Windows and doors could be manufactured here, bringing in the raw materials like aluminum and extruding those materials, and the other products certainly could be manufactured here. In terms of housing and residential commercial building components, there's lots of things that could be manufactured here. Maybe not the whole entire thing, but part of it could be finished here. It could be certain things. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Yes, it does. So I want to ask Commissioner Alejandro, on page 3 of your testimony, you mentioned about the
1 minute
language cap the variance at 15%, and then you mentioned section 236A and B that it has a potential for a 30% price variance. Can you explain that in more detail, the 30%?
Certainly, Senator. With regards to the 15% is tied initially to the preferred bidders statutes, which allow local bidders that are in good standing and registered with the department to be able to win a bid, even if their bid exceeds the lowest responsible bidder within 15%, meaning if that cost, if that preferred bidder's cost is within 15% higher, that they will get the bid before the non-preferred bidder. Now, adding this proposed bill.
Excuse me, even if the non-preferred bidder is the lowest bidder?
Even if they are the lowest bidder, the preferred bidder statute says that they can be higher, not more than 15%, and they would trump the lowest bidder.
Okay.
That's the preference. That is the preferential, I guess, that is the preferential benefit of a preferred bidder.
Okay.
Now, where we get to the additional 15% is based on the proposed bill, where it is proposing that anyone who is producing within the territory and they utilize those materials, then that 15% threshold then will be added to them. So the bidder, our approach is to avoid that 30%, right? And stating that it's either or if the bill is to move forward. And I want to say, Senator, it's not a matter of taking an opposed posture. Our intent was to add additional language and for consideration, because we want to see local businesses thrive in this community. The concern is that we cannot put up front, utilize or make it mandatory on a federal contract to say utilize the local vendors when this is America. And then we may have issues with Commerce Act as well. So that was our concern in the proposed addition, but not that we were against the legislation.
Yes, and so also to go to Commissioner Gabriel on your testimony on the last page, you also mentioned you support the intent of the bill. However, Mr. Chair, can I wrap up?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, that you suggest the bill be amended to include explicit exceptions for the federally funded projects. So I think this is the theme that is wrong. I think it's a good bill, but it definitely probably needs to, have a few amendments before it is moved out of the committee. So I support the bill, and at the appropriate time, I'll vote accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your point of information. Then I recognize Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Alejandro, I really appreciate your testimony. I did put in the amendments that you recommended. So my question to you is, with the proposed amendment that I already submitted to legal counsel, do you see any issue with this bill moving forward? I put in all 5 of your amendments and recommendations, which made sense to me. And with those recommendations that you put forth, do you see any conflict with federal law?
Senator, I'm sorry. First of all, I would like to see it, have an opportunity to say it, and I don't want to speak prematurely because not only when my response was based on my area of oversight and expertise, but I've heard from my other colleagues certain concerns they may have as well. So I don't want to be premature in saying that, but, definitely we are happy that the amendments were considered. And I think, it would work towards a much better overall bill that would benefit all parties.
Very well. You will get a copy of it. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your response. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph, recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I did just a cursory review of Act number 5174, which was repealed in 1986. I reached out to a legislator at that time, and they said to me that, and I'll say the name of the legislator, the former Senator James O'Brien Jr., because he was in the Senate at that time. He said one of the reasons that they actually repealed this section was because there weren't enough manufacturing items being done in the Virgin Islands at that time. So my question, it was becoming a barrier for certain projects to be built. So I want to ask a question, and I want to ask Kate Davis from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, because you alluded to that in your statement on page 4. You said the capacity of local manufacturers to consistently produce materials at the scale recovered for government contracts. Are we still seeing now those issues that could possibly be a barrier for us to complete a number of the projects that are federally funded and even locally funded? Can you speak to that, Ms. Davis? And
Most
also,
certainly.
wait, before you speak, and Commissioner Alejandro, if you and Attorney Morrissey could also speak to that, I'll greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Most certainly. Kate Davis, Virgin Islands Housing and Finance Authority, Director of Procurement. So, looking at this bill, what we need to take into consideration, whether or not we have the ability to produce the products that would be able to facilitate all of the contracts within the Virgin Islands. Now, not just looking at the Housing Finance Authority alone, we're looking at all, not just federal projects, but all locally, local government contracts as well. And I think that would be it would be an issue in ensuring that we do have the necessary manpower, we do have the necessary products to facilitate all of these projects here within the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Kurt Vele, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reading the bill this morning, 7F outlines exceptions. Exception 7F2, the construction materials manufactured in the Virgin Islands are not available in sufficient amounts. So it's really outlined there as an exception, and if there's a need to provide additional exception that would safeguard the ability to make sure that these projects move forward, then we can. But it's there, and then there's also exception in reference to quality and other areas. To me, that would provide the type of what everybody's looking for in terms of making sure that we don't in any way cause these projects to be slowed down. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of
Thank you,
information.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I wanted to just get a response from Commissioner Alejandro. My colleague shared that he's going to be bringing forward an amendment with all 5 of your amendments. I don't recall all of them offhand, because I did, even though I listened to the testimony, I remember all of them. But was any of them as similar or the same to the recommendation of the Public Works Commissioner, Mr. Gabriel, when he requested that federal projects be taken out? And so basically the law, now again, I support the concept. I am trying to avoid any issues. Were any of your 5 inclusive of what Commissioner Gabriel stated in regards to removing the federal aspect of it, because there's a lot of restrictions or preferences there already, or whatever the case is?
So, Senator, I really would have to take a look at Commissioner Gabriel's, but he spoke specifically to his project. But seeing it from holistically, Department of Education have projects as well that do have removal of certain preferences that may appear in appearance to be preferences. So there's other agencies that do have that I would see. So not just Federal Highway and Transportation, but there are other projects. The E-rate project is one of them that has to be reviewed before the government can make an award here.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. Again,
thank you, Senator.
I want our locals to get the support, but I just want us to do it right. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And before I move on to Senator Hubert Frederick, I'd just like to say this really quickly. I heard something being mentioned on the record here this morning. I mean, 40 to 30 years ago, we didn't have the type of technology and manufacturing tools we have today. Things have been built at rapid moments, you know, better equipment, better products, you know. Years ago, they used to go on top of your roof with a black tar looking kind of thing. Now, you know, it's a one-part product, you know, put it on, forget it, you know, but things have changed. In the concrete world, things are changing. In the asphalt world, things are changing. In everything in the construction field, things are changing daily. Senator Hubert Frederick, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time. My question is in reference to steel materials being sourced in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I noticed I got a flyer here from Cat 5 Building Components, and I wanted to find out, are these Chinese-produced steel or are these American-produced steel?
Donald Stevens, Cat 5 Builders. We have the ability to source steel throughout the world. The steel that we use is made to international standards. Currently, we are sourcing steel from the United States and from China. Actually, excuse me, not from China, from India, because we can get a certain type of coating on that steel that's not readily available in the United States. It's an advanced coating, like Galvalume. It's just the U.S. Steel producers don't have a market for that type of coating because they're not building in the Caribbean in a very corrosive environment.
So you're saying because of the coating, you're sourcing products from India and China?
India and the United States.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is I think the president's position was, you know, try to use more U.S.-made products, and we're trying to get U.S.-made products and Virgin Islands-made products to be utilized here. So, yeah, the India stuff and China stuff, I don't know how that helps.
Listen, I'm USA first. I'm through and through. So the question though is that if I can bring in steel and source that steel from India at a cheaper cost than from the United States, and I'm now dealing with the Housing Finance Authority, helping them build low-cost housing, and I'm trying to hit a very specific price point, and that steel that I'm bringing in does that. The question now is which is more important?
And currently, what percentage are you using right now, U.S. versus foreign-made?
That's a good question. I'd almost, as of right now, it's almost 50-50.
50-50?
It's 50-50.
All right. Mr. Jones, Executive Director Jones, how you doing? Good afternoon.
Kate Davis on behalf of Director Jones.
Sorry, my apologies. My question was, what methodology does the Housing Finance use right now in terms of sourcing local vendors for projects that's ongoing?
So for our ongoing projects, I mean, we also utilize the listing from the Department of Property and Procurement, their disadvantaged business enterprise program, so that we could so that they could source local contractors.
1 minute.
So, I mean, apart from that, I mean, our planning and construction team, they manage the services to determine whether or not the products are locally sourced. Can you provide a little bit more detail, Mr. Pell?
Good afternoon, Rupert Pell, Director of Planning and Construction. Right now, a lot of our projects are in the planning stages, and there is no specific requirement on sourcing local material. We do welcome local material, but it all boils down to at what cost. So as mentioned with the Department of Property and Procurement, we look at the most responsible bidders as well.
So given that you're looking just
Time.
strictly at the, Mr. Chair, if I may just complete this thought.
Yes, Senator.
Given the fact that you're only looking at costs, what percentage do you think would affect local businesses trying to sell to the government if you're looking at costs, knowing that our cost basis is a little higher than most?
Senator, that's not a question I can answer at this moment.
Okay. All right. So we need to do some more digging then. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Hubert Frederick. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to go directly to Mr. Dawson. You spoke about a particular coating on the metal. Based on your coating that you're requiring to do it, is it a harder metal, more stronger, why you're requiring this particular coating?
Thank you for the question. Again, Donald Stevens, Cat 5 Builders. So the first thing that I want to make sure that everybody's clear about is we're bringing in a raw material. We're not bringing in a finished component. We're actually designing and engineering and roll forming those structural studs in our facility in Frederickstead. That's a big difference. We're not bringing them in from Clark Dietrich, which is a major steel stud manufacturer in the States. We're making those products here. So I brought 2 of my 3 roll formers here that I had in Winchester, Virginia, which I manufactured all these hotels and houses and a variety of buildings. So the steel that, my mode of thinking as a manufacturer is don't cut corners when it comes to my product. And so we have always sourced a higher grade of steel, which means is the tensile strength and a galvanization of the steel. Whereas the code dictates a certain type of coating level, we were always, no matter where we were building, bringing in a higher coating. That just gave me that little bit of edge. And the edge is that I have very specific equipment that uses very specific types of coil width, which are manufactured for our specific operation from a raw material that I can source anywhere in the world, which is kind of unique. And so in a sense, we're like a boutique manufacturer. And I think that this bill is going to encourage other companies like myself that can get into these very niche markets and provide the building materials right here. We have to start breaking the house down into a series of components if it's affordable housing, because that is a passion of mine. Commercial buildings are great, but the housing need here on this island is substantial. And if we can play a role in that, we're going to definitely play a role. So that coating is very important because we're in a corrosive environment. But I can tell you that product, that coating can meet the challenges that we face here. And I'd love to share with some additional information with you afterwards.
Thank you very much. You took all my time up, but I appreciate that.
Sorry for.
But for me, it was important to understand that coding, welder by trade. So I wanted to understand that for sure, and I appreciate your long in-depth information. But I want to ask a line of questioning to Commissioner Alejandro. You spoke about some amendments that you would like the order to make. Have you received the amendments yet? Copies of the amendments?
No, Senator, we have not.
1 minute.
All right, then my other question, until you get those amendments, and I understand the nature of this piece of legislation. I understand the dynamics of having that money circulate in this territory more than just come in and go out. But you also spoke in your testimony about the instrumentalities, which is WAPA, VI Port Authority, VIFHA, HFFA, and Waste Management Authority. Are you considering that they should also be in this piece of legislation directly?
Senator, not necessarily. They can be by separating, because how it appears is that the commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, but I don't have oversight over the semi-autonomous agencies. And so we were asking that they be a part of the discussion and communication, because they may be utilizing other grants that the local government, for example, Port Authority, on the grants that they utilize is basically not utilized by any of the other agencies by virtue of what they do. So we ask that they be at the table for some of the discussion and how it would impact them.
Definitely understand. And Mr. Chair, can I wrap up with one last question?
Go ahead, Senator.
And my question is to VIHFA. How significant is the risk that this bill could jeopardize any of your federal funding housing project eligibility? Because we continue hearing these different explanations. I want to know if any of it will be risking any of your eligibility for your programs.
Well, it could definitely, if we don't have the necessary products here to facilitate a lot of our projects, it could definitely slow down a lot of our projects. And we do have to ensure that, like the other agencies, we have to comply with our HUD standards as well. So we have to, based on our HUD standards, we are unable to provide preferences to when it comes to local manufacturers. We have to open up the service pool to all manufacturers and not just limit it to just within the Virgin Islands.
Well, the measure does not limit. What it does is actually just giving a fair chance to the local productions. It's not saying that you can't go elsewhere. If it isn't here, you are free to continue doing business with whatever outside agency that you're doing. What all this measure is trying to say is, if there's a company here that manufactures these material and products that you can utilize, that they get that preference. And it's important that we try to look out for these local businesses, though it might not be much. But as Mr. Dawson said, it would encourage other companies to come and be a local production here in this territory. Thank you very much for the lenience, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. I listened to the testimonies presented today, and I was only hopeful that we could have had more companies here also testifying rather than just the one. The proposal is well intended for economic development and local industry support, circulation of these public funds within the territory, environmental benefits, etc. But there's still a couple of concerns regarding cost, capacity, and even ethics. Now, one of the things I'm looking at is unless there's waivers for that will be granted, I understand the concerns of, I believe it was the Department of Public Works, talking about the federal funds. Now, what I'm seeing here is a potential conflict with the federal procurement standards, where federally funded projects are often require open competition and may conflict with the buy local mandates, unless, again, this waiver is granted. Are you able to grant these waivers, Commissioner of Property and Procurement?
Senator, if there are federal requirements, no, the government will not be able to grant those waivers.
And I'm also looking at the legal and administrative complexity in determining what's practical that could lead to bureaucratic delays and disputes. How many businesses or what percentage of construction materials are used in government projects? Do we know? And how many are currently manufactured here in the USVI?
Yeah, Senator, I wouldn't be able to answer that question for you right now.
Yes, you may proceed. What you said?
No.
Oh, you won't be able to answer
Derek
it.
Gabriel.
Okay.
Yes, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of Public Works. I wouldn't be able to answer that question for you right now.
And how many, any of you, how many local manufacturers would qualify under this current proposal?
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. Again, it's difficult, but I think all local manufacturers that we have, I just don't have an exact number. I don't have our DBE listing with me.
1 minute.
And Commissioner for Property and Procurement, what safeguards would be in place to prevent overpricing by local suppliers? Would there be a price comparison mechanism between local and off-island suppliers?
Yes, Senator, and I think that's one of the points we wanted to really drive home today, the importance of cost reasonableness that falls under the Uniform Guidance Act that requires us to conduct those analysis on the cost to determine whether or not, in fact, we went with the lowest responsible bidder. And that is deemed based on all the bids that are submitted and the medium of those bids. So that is one of the points we wanted to drive home here. That is the only way we can justify it, by doing an analysis on cost reasonableness for every construction project.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, I'm also looking at.
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. I'm also looking at the implementation. How will, and I quote, to the greatest extent practicable be defined and enforced in this? Who will determine when it's not practicable to use local materials?
Great point, great question, Senator. Again, it will be up to the individual that is making that determination, whether it's Public Works on the site, their engineers doing the analysis together, or a joint decision, or the cognizant agency. But it's subject to the interpretation of the individuals responsible.
And lastly, I'll ask again, because I too am concerned with the compliance with the federal guidelines of this. Would this measure jeopardize eligibility for federal funding due to procurement restrictions? One, and have there been any discussions held with the federal agencies about compatibility of this requirement?
To my knowledge, no. Lisa Alejandro, to my knowledge, no, Senator. We've not reached out to any of the sovereign agencies with regards to this bill in particular. I know we were hoping for some additional discussion so that we are clear on the full implementation of it and the request for moving the bill forward. So we've not spoken from DPP with any federal agency.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to caution us to that we got to be. It's crucial for us to scrutinize the implementation mechanisms to ensure transparency in this, and so at the appropriate time, I'll make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Angel Bolkers. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon, Central staff and the testifying panel here before us for Bill number 36-0102. The bill is drafted to apply to the greatest extent practicable, which specifically means it only applies when it makes sense. And right now, every dollar that we spend on our construction, some of it leaks out and it leaves, most of it I should say, and it leaves our territory. That's a dollar lost to our economy, to our workers, our small business. And we all know that the federal government already has its own America or Buy America policies. So why shouldn't the Virgin Islands not be afforded the same right to strengthen itself? As I mentioned earlier, Guam, the territory of Guam, Chapter 5, Guam Procurement Act, Chapter 1, Section 1104, Local Procurement Preference, subsection D, specifically outlines The procurement of supplies and services from off Guam may be made if no business for such supplies or services may be found on Guam, or if the total cost of FOB, and what FOB means, it's free on board. I see you whispering over there. And what that is the seller is responsible for getting the goods delivered to a specific location in the case that the job site, construction, and covering all the costs and risks are basically their responsibility. Is that correct before I continue?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So we know that the FOB job site unloaded or procurement from off Guam, this is the section of the code in Guam, is no greater than 85% of the total cost of FOB job site. And we're doing the flip side. We're doing 15% in this measure before us, but it still boils down to the same 15%, but they're just doing it from the other side. And unloaded of the same supplies or services when procurement from a business licensed to do business on Guam that maintains an office or other facility on Guam and that is one of the above designated businesses entitled to preference. Okay? So if the territory of Guam is able to pass a measure that protects their companies and small businesses, and there's also a section that applies to agriculture for fisheries and farming. So they're taking it to that extent. And if they can do it, our Virgin Islands can do it too. I agree with some of the issues before us. I understand that we need to do a few cleanups. The bill sponsor has indicated that he is willing to do so. And I think this is something that we all can work on to strengthen our small business sector and protect our people. From a disaster standpoint, readiness perspective, a stronger local supply chain means faster recovery. If we're able to have this type of magnitude of support for our local businesses, that means we recover faster. We all know how long it's taken now to recover. I don't have to say anything else about that. Whether it's a hurricane or earthquake, it doesn't matter. Local supply chain is always a good thing for us. Now, I wanted to ask the commissioners, because we all have heard the testimonies, but if in fact we're able to refine this bill or provide an amendment that ensures that federal compliance, like a federal compliance provision within this bill, you know, and perhaps, Mr. Chair, if I may proceed, Mr. Chair.
Conclude.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If we're in fact able to provide a federal compliance provision, so that way we don't overstep our boundaries, that way we don't go over the scrimmage too quickly, to state something around the fact that, you know, that this cannot be construed to require the use of construction materials outside of federal regulations and rules. Is that something that we're willing to support to the commissioners present with us here today?
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. I would need to see it to make sure that I would agree with it. But I do think that there is some room for Section F of the legislation to be expanded.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Alejandro?
Commissioner Alejandro, yes. So, Senator, absolutely. Once we get take a look at it, and of course, have some discourse with our federal partners to ensure that, you know, we are not overstepping. We're absolutely in line with that, but having those discussions in advance with our federal agencies as well.
Thank you so much for the responses, and thank you for the leniency, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Marie James, you're recognized. Yes, I did. Did I recognize Senator Clifford Joseph earlier? Senator Joseph, thank you for joining us. Senator Marie James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers, colleagues, everyone in and outside the room. I wanted to, first of all, state that I am still reading and digesting the case that was provided, and is, I believe that it's even mentioned in the bill. And I do want to point out that It is from the First Circuit, and we're in the Third Circuit. Just for the education of us, Guam is not in our circuit either. So in other words, those are persuasive. They're not binding. So I just need everybody to understand that. We want to look for cases in our circuit to see how they're ruled on, first of all. But the case that is mentioned is very, very informative. So I want to thank my colleague, the sponsor of the bill, for providing it. I want to ask the commissioners whether or not the attorneys in their specific departments found that this bill contradicts the protectionist requirements of the BAA, the Buy America Act. Because the reference to the Puerto Rico case clearly states that the Puerto Rico laws did not, in fact, contradict the Buy America Act. And to expand on that question, ask if their federal counterparts were questioned or provided with this bill, because your resistance, I'm going to say opposition, because it's not a direct opposition, is based on federal funds. And I believe part of the reason we want this, the sponsor of the bill wants to pass this legislation is to make sure, and I mentioned it earlier, that our local contractors can in fact access federal funds. So can you answer that for me, please?
Commissioner Alejandro, thank you, Senator. Great question. And because of the nature of the case that was put forward, I did ask Attorney Moranci, legal counsel for the department, to look into it, and I'll ask that she responds to that question.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Magdalene Moranci, Chief Counsel, Department of Property and Procurement. We looked at the referenced case. One of the things I will say that is distinguishable is that the case answered a question specific to Buy American versus a Puerto Rico statute based on thresholds that were in existence at the time. When we look at the universe of things that we approve and procure, the Buy American Act is not the only domestic preference law that affects some of our departments. So the Department of Public Works, for instance, heavily relies on funds from the Department of Transportation. And with that, there's the Buy America Act, which is transportation specific related, which comes with its own provisions. And so one of the key recommendations that we're making is just to recognize that there are differences within the various grants, not necessarily just at the statutory level, but when you look at the procurement of the services as well. And since the opinion and the holding in that particular case, some of the thresholds in the actual Buy American Act have now changed. So it's left to be seen whether Puerto Rico's 15% is greater or less, and whether it would be preempted if reconsidered today in 2025.
That went with all my time.
Yes.
Thank you. No, that's okay. That's okay, because I believe your answer really demonstrates the legal analysis that needs to go into this particular bill. And I do want to say I understand your reservations regarding the use of federal funds, because at the end of the day, whatever anybody says, who pays the piper calls the tune. And in answer, well, I'll end on that. Who pays the piper calls the tune? You know? And in this particular case, when I talked about Puerto Rico, I talked about Puerto Rico utilizing its own funds a lot of, in several cases. And my concern is the federal funds, but I believe we can, in fact, find a way. We can find a way. So I will be looking at it a lot more closely. I do want to thank the commissioners for their testimony and Attorney Moranci for your response. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. Colleagues, I have, if anyone has a burning question or anything for HFA, because they have to leave, they have a board meeting to address some critical issues. Anybody have a burning question for HFA? A statement? Go ahead, Senator Marvin Blyden.
Thank you so much. I just want to assure HFA, which they know, this man, this senator, in a million years will never jeopardize housing in any way, shape, or form, period. Okay, and I just want to put on the record that, yes, is to use the material to the greatest extent. If it's not available, of course, they can go anywhere and get the material, and that's what the bill states. So there is no issue in terms of any type of conflict or stoppage when it comes to building housing and territory. Okay, let's make that clear for the record. It has nothing to do with that. I just want to make that statement before you leave. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. I'd like the Sergeant at Arms to allow the team from HFA to go, but HFA, before you go, I just want you to know you're going into your board meeting. Let's develop some homes, give out some keys to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Kurt Vele, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I have the sponsor of the bill speaking like he's on the street. This man, catch himself and correct it before he move forward. But we're having a lot of debate in reference to whether or not they violate any federal contractual statute. Did we just ask them? Did Property and Procurement or Housing Authority or Public Works, did you reach out to your federal partners in procurement and ask them as to whether or not this bill violates?
So I'll go first. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. I didn't. I will say that was an oversight on my behalf, but I do intend to send it to them to get some feedback.
Okay, so if we could just get feedback instead of trying to determine what is going to be their position, it's just simple to reach out. We deal with those procurement individuals on the federal side, whether it's HUD or the FEMA funds or other federal funds, and we can directly ask them the question. But it would be also easy to include an exception under Section F and just state if it fails to adhere to federal contractual compliance. Okay, where they would have to point to the part of the federal statute that would cause this particular bill not to be enforced for a particular project that is funded by federal funds. But I think it's needed, and how I'm looking at it is that we have a lot of work. In the last 6 or 9 months, over $1 billion in contracts have been awarded. Over $1 billion. So the key is now, how are we going to make sure that as much of that money stays on island? How are we going to make sure that the concrete and the cement and all of that it stays here? And I'm hoping that if some of these companies are able, because of this bill, to get increased business and be able to import a lot more cement, et cetera, that the price will decrease for local individuals. Because if you're only bringing in, 100, let me say 40 tons of concrete, of cement, and now you're bringing in 200 tons of cement, you're purchasing more, so your price should be reducing a bit, and that savings could pass on to local Virgin Islanders. Now the issue, and I know Cat 5, Mr. Stevens, what's your capacity to scale up? Because the next thing is we don't want for a local business to be awarded a project and then you can't produce the item as fast as the contractor needed? What's your ability to scale up?
1 minute.
The raw materials are not a problem. The equipment is not a problem. If there was a need for me to scale up, we would know about that kind of in advance. If there was a natural disaster here.
No, not natural disaster.
Not even that, yeah.
No, I'm talking about...
all that means
Hold up. Project now on the ground. We're getting ready to build a school. We need steel beams. You are awarded a contract for the steel components, structural components. Can you scale up?
Yes.
Quickly?
Yes.
Okay. You're taking your time building the H&H building?
Yes.
Okay, and that's based on the contractor as what they're demanding of you. They're taking the time in completing the building, I just want to say.
Yeah, the project was broken up into 2 phases due to financing.
Okay. This bill, if it needs to be amended, it's easy to amend, and we can make sure that it adheres to all federal contractual compliance. And the sponsor has already said that he has already submitted amendments and can submit additional amendments. I think with all of our heads in here, we can sit down and we can come up with a bill that we can pass that would benefit local manufacturers and hopefully incentivize others to come to the Virgin Islands and produce facilities here that could produce these products and send them out to the neighboring islands. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And again, to the testifiers, please put your name and position on the record, please. Title on the record. Name and title on the record. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon to everyone in the building. Good afternoon to all. Anyway, first question is for, I'm in support of this bill, maybe with the amendments coming forward as well, but I think the bill is straightforward. If we're looking forward for local businesses to grow, we keep talking about how can we not say that we want to grow our economy and don't want to support small businesses. Mr. Stevens, question for you. You said you operated your business in the States somewhere before?
Yes, Senator.
What standards did you have to meet?
Everything that we manufactured was to international building codes.
So in your international building codes,
local building codes.
Did these same products work in federal buildings and likewise?
Yes.
Are you building any difference in standard here in the Virgin Islands?
No.
Okay, good. So that's my point. My colleague asked earlier about your expanding and ramping up. You said you were able to ramp up. I think that's important, but in order for us, like again, I am in support of such a measure because the measure also is clear that if they're looking for a particular supply or chain and it's not local, they could buy elsewhere. And again, if you're manufacturing a particular truss and a second job goes off and you can't, then they got the right to go out and bid or buy from someplace else. The next question I have is, if you're bringing in raw material and in ramping up, you're bringing in more, does your cost drop some?
To some extent, it can. The raw material that we buy in steel, it's, we're not buying at the volumes that we could be buying because of the size of the projects we're doing are a little smaller. So eventually over time, we would hope that our volume would increase and our costs would go down.
So if your volume increase, do you think your labor force will increase as well?
So we came here, I'm not sure if you were here with my testimony, but one of my 4 objectives here was to teach, train, and support. And, when you bring in new technology, it's just not me just open up my door and show up and expect everybody to know how to use that. We made an attempt to start a job training program at CTEC because we needed to train the local workforce and then support the local workforce to use these materials because most people are not familiar with how to properly install these building materials because they're not made or common here.
Okay, good. So for the commissioners, so clearly if Mr. Stevens' business been producing material that was working on federal buildings in the States, so again, you said you're going to double check with the feds, because maybe that would be a key factor for all of the manufacturers here in the Virgin Islands, in Croix, in Thomas or St. John, that they're producing standards that could be used in federal operation. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Clifford Joseph. Senator Marvin Blyden, sponsor the bill. You can close out.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Again, let me put some stuff on the record. In respect to my colleague that asked about why we were bringing the bill back in respect to amending it, I believe back then it had something to do with preference when it comes to workers, local workers, I believe. That's why they did back then, but this is totally different. It was not the same provision, so I don't need to go into detail. They can do their due diligence, but I believe it had to do with preferences when it comes to local workers in terms of being here for a certain amount of time, etc., etc. But this bill does not speak to that. Okay, this is different. Now I want to make it clear several things. This bill, again, does not conflict with federal laws. It does not. Secondly, what it seeks to do, this bill is futuristic, okay, when it comes to local manufacturing companies, which will help to grow and attract other businesses here in the territory. I believe that when it comes to this bill and many other bills, I was also brought to the floor as to how many individuals are going to help and why this bill came forward. Like many bills in the body, most people bring bills because of situation and instances that happen, and people come and you move forward with a bill to correct the situation. When they did the bundles, and this was mainly for federal contracts, yes, because we have $23 billion worth of contracts here. I went to the meeting with other individuals, and most of those individuals at those meetings spoke to bringing in their own everything, bringing it on island. But we have all these resources here on island. What are we supposed to do? Nothing? That's our responsibility as public servants on behalf of our people. And that's what I do on a regular basis. So for that, my colleague, in terms of what the bill for, is for our people, for your people. That's what the bill was created for. Okay? So I just wanted to put it on the record and make it clear. I don't think that way. Never have and never will. Now, when it comes to the bill and local materials, here it is, many people did not even know about Cat 5 here in St. Croix. Many people did not know. And I'm sure we have many other local manufacturers that need to get out there and be involved and get part of this funding that's coming through our territory. Heritage Guam is the next U.S. territory that deals with the federal government, set up just something just like us in the territory, and they have similar legislation. Puerto Rico, our next island territory, that has similar situation in terms of dealing with the federal government, and no one is violating federal laws. So I don't understand. I don't understand why we would think that we would try to violate federal law. No, that's the further thing from the truth. And of course, my office will reach out to the federal government also to clarify and verify, and we will put in an amendment that my colleague spoke to, the Public Works Commissioner. We're going to put it in the bill to make the bill stronger. No bill is perfect, but it can be amended. We can work together to make it stronger. At the end of the day, we all want the same thing, to look out for our people and assure that they get piece of the pie, to assure that they get piece of this windfall in terms of funding that's coming through our territory. It's what we're here for. That's what we are supposed to do, look out for our own. And that's all we're trying to do here. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We are not trying to do that. Okay, so I just want to make that clear. Again, I'm asking my colleagues for their support in this most important piece of legislation in terms of being a landmark legislation. It can be amended moving forward. I already sent out amendment to all senators, and we will continue to amend it as we go forward to the Rules Committee once it passes this committee. Thank you again, colleagues, for your support, and thank you again, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Marvin Blyden. Again, colleagues, this exhausts our round of questioning. This exhausts our round of questioning. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, thank you. I just wanted to ask a question in regards to the piece of legislation speaks to manufacturing, and as I pointed out earlier, that is a very small percentage. Why was it limited to just manufacturers? Unlike, say, suppliers as well. Like if you have a business and you supply contracting equipment, why is it just a really small margin in the market? And I also did look up Guam's law, and Guam's law did have a provision in there where the exceptions speak to it allows for compliance with the terms and conditions of grants, gifts, and cooperative agreements, as the suggestion what the commissioner was speaking. They actually crafted that into the law. So I did hear my colleagues say that they will be putting in that amendment. I'll look forward to it. But this is not a situation where we don't want to support it. We want to make sure it's done correctly to benefit and don't cause any conflict. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, Consumer Protection stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, Consumer Protection is back on the record. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Novel Francis Jr. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 36-0102, an Act amending Title 31, Virginals Code, Chapter 23, by reenacting Section 236B, requiring the use of construction materials manufactured in the Virgin Islands to the greatest extent practicable for locally or federally funded contracts with the government of the Virgin Islands, be approved by the Committee of Government Operations, Consumer Protection, and Veterans Affairs, and sent forward to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and vetting. I so move.
Thank you. Bill number 36. That's 0102, an act amending Title 31 Virginia Code, Chapter 23 by reenacting Section 236B, requiring the use of construction materials manufactured in the Virgin Islands to the greatest extent practicable for locally or federally funded contracts with the government of the Virgin Islands, have been properly moved by Senator Novalee Francis Jr. and seconded by Senator Franklin Johnson. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Ray Fonseca.
Run.
Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
No.
Senator Francis Heiliger, no. Nay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? No. Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? No. Senator Joseph, nay. Senator Avery L. Lewis? Yes. Senator Lewis, yay. Mr. Chair, there are 4 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent.
One second. Okay. Senator Fonseca. All right.
Mr. Chair, let me, if I may.
Yes.
There are 3 nays, 3 yeas, 3 nays, and 1 absent.
Thank you. All right, bill number 360102 has failed in Committee of Rules. It remains. It fails in the Committee of Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Oh. All right. Senator Franklin Johnson, point of personal privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This morning when I came in, I explained the reason for my tardiness. And I really want to extend a heartfelt thanks to the Public Works Department, Waste Management Department, the Fire Department for a job well done. I have some videos to show what Adderville looked like before and what it looks like now. And I think we need to continue with these agencies coming together to clean up our towns and our homes. When I grew up in St. Croix, Frederick said it wasn't looking like this. And we just can't sit back and allow the entire Virgin Islands to keep falling apart in front of our eyes. But I really want to say thank you to these agencies. Media have the pictures, Mr. Chair, can you ask them to bring them up for us, please?
They're up, Senator.
That's what it looks like this morning and yesterday and over the weekend. This is some of the stuff that they start collecting and picking up as they were cleaning up the area. This is what it looks like in the inside now. We don't have to actually gate up. This is an entire bin that was filled. That's what the outside look like right now, day and night. And as I stated, I spoke to these agency head. I also spoke to the Commissioner of Agriculture. We're going to go to the vegetable market and clean it up too. We have to start someplace and make sure that we take and make our home look a lot better than what it is. I never see the tongue of Frederick said look as filthy as it looked. And I also have some communication with the fire director to make sure that they go to all of these businesses that has business that have the trash on the street break a day and all these hours. We have to clean it up for us, and then whoever else come, they can enjoy it. But I intend to continue having dialogues with these agencies to make sure that we do a better job with our towns. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson, and I thank you for your due diligence. But before we go to the point of privilege, Senator Gittins, I'd like to just for clarity, just put on the record, according to just following up with legal counsel, the bill number 36-012, the motion has failed, but the bill remains in committee. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Senator Gittins, point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to echo the sentiments of the previous senator that spoke and giving his thanks to the agencies, and like I said, echo the sentiments of thanks to them, and also thanking him for taking the lead on this as well, because I too received the numerous messages, calls, pictures and whatnot of that area, and the area, as you saw, was very blighted. And you know, the efforts not only keep up with our safety and whatnot, but we have 2 cruise ships in town, in the town of Frederiksted today, and you could imagine what that looked like with passengers walking up and down there. I mean, we need to clean up for ourselves, but this speaks volume for people visiting our territory and having to see this. And we're talking about the passenger experience. Colleagues, you know, we have been in meetings back and forth with cruise line executives, the Port Authority and whatnot, and this is one of the complaints that we had within the district. So I just want to say double thank you again, and to my colleague for taking the lead on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Before I recognize all the point of information, 1 second. Colleagues, the one thing I'll say is that this just reminds us, and I thank Senator Johnson for his work. Johnson, for his work. And the one thing I'll say that I think collaboratively and collectively at some point in time, colleagues, we need to really work closely together, because everybody have a little piece there, a little piece there, and how are we going to address our abandoned and derelict buildings and these blighted properties we have, whether it is government-owned or privately owned. This is something we really need to take the bull by the horn and address it immediately. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did see that Senator Francis Heiliger, but was first. But anyhow, I want to just make sure I place my reason for my no vote on Bill 360102. It's basically with some of the concerns that was voiced by the subject matter experts from the Department of Property and Procurement, as well as those from Department of Public Works and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. I cannot see that the people who are implementing and are responsible, they are the subject matter experts, and they say that they need work and they need to see these amendments. I understand that, and I have to respect that as a legislator, knowing that we will need their support and assistance in really implementing it. And so I hope that when those amendments come before the committee again, we could reconsider this bill, because we do want to help our small businesses move forward. Small businesses are the lifeblood of our economy, but we want to do it in a correct manner. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I requested a point of personal privilege. I just wanted to put on the record that I do appreciate the piece of legislation that was brought forward by my colleague, and I look forward to reading all the additional amendments that he said that he will be bringing forward and any that were recommended by the various commissioners. I think it's an important addition to get a pathway for our locals to get a piece of the pie, but we just need to make sure that it's done in a way that it protects the federal dollars from any type of issue, and also make sure that our businesses do get to participate and get some part of the funding. So I look forward to those amendments. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and I thank the testifiers. Commissioner Alejandro, I give you 30 seconds to give a closeout.
Good afternoon again. Thank you very much, Senator, for the opportunity. We truly appreciate the discourse today with regards to, moving this bill forward. However, we do agree that it needs some work. The department as well is poised, and we are here to encourage as well local businesses and participation in the process. However, with procurement, there is that component that is a strategy, and bidders bidding on bids must be strategic in the way that they're doing it without the government influencing in any way or putting in place anything that would prohibit or hinder competition to its greatest extent. And so we are happy today to hear that the committee will be working and taking into consideration some of the amendments of our colleagues today. So we truly appreciate the time. I would also like to thank the employees of the Department of Property and Procurement for their hard work and support doing this measure today. So thank you again, Senator.
Thank you. Commissioner Gabriel? 30 seconds.
Thank you. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Can you recognize the mic of Commissioner Gabriel?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. We appreciate the chance to testify before the committee on this impactful piece of legislation. I do agree. I do echo the sentiments of my colleague. I think we all agree with the intent of the legislation, which is to maximize local participation in some of these major projects. I think we all just want the opportunity to make sure that the legislation doesn't have any unintended adverse consequences, and that it does consider everything that needs to be considered locally and federally. Last but not least, one of the things that I didn't hear is what the impact would be to local contractors, because that is something that does affect the way that we institute these projects as well. Before I leave, I just want to also mention and thank Senator Johnson for showing the pictures on the cleanup. Our public works crews were out across the territory, particularly in St. Croix this weekend, doing a lot of cleanup that we had from the last rain event that we had. The men and women of public works really do get, sometimes they get an unfair shake. But in instances like this, when our community needs them, they really do respond. We respond. And I just want to thank them. I can't thank them enough for the work that we do. I really appreciate you guys getting out there and getting our community back into good working order. Thank you. And as Commissioner, we look forward to the opportunity to provide more comprehensive and robust discussion on this measure.
Thank you, Commissioner Gabriel. Director Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, very much for the opportunity to be here to contribute. And as my colleagues here have stated, the purpose and intent is noble, it's honorable. I believe fundamentally in economic development, and more so sustainable economic development, where we make adjustments across the board to ensure that our people do well at the end of the day, that our living conditions improve, that our quality of life becomes better, and that the overall economic position of the territory becomes better for all of us, as well as those who come and visit with us. So with the proposed amendments, I see no reason for this not to move forward, and look forward to making sure that at the end of the day, we are all successful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Davies. Mr. Stevens, 30 seconds.
Thank you. As a business owner in the trenches right now, trying to bring down the cost of affordable building here in the island, I think this bill has a lot of potential. It just needs a little clarification. I think the mixing of contractor and manufacturer is a big. There's too much ambiguity with that. So maybe a little bit of clarification, and we all see the need for affordable building materials systems, and it's not just providing the materials; it's also the training and the support. And there's some other opportunities here with CTEC and providing the right type of opportunities for businesses to grow and flourish here, because the need is certainly here, and we don't need to import stuff. There's so much opportunity here in this territory. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, the Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection will take a 5-minute recess as we bring in, before we bring in the testifiers. Senator, point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's important that we do this at this juncture. I don't want the viewing and listening audience to believe that the measure can be amended at this time. There was a vote of 3 yes, 3 no, 1 absent. That means that the bill died. So there's no way that we could amend it at this time. So I just wanted to be clear on that for the public. Thank you.
Thank you. The Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, Consumer Protection will go on recess for 5 minutes, and when we come back, we'll be hearing and honoring and commending Dennis Pumpa Lennox, Leroy Liebert Jr. this good afternoon. We stand in recess for 5 minutes. Good afternoon. The Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, Consumer Protection is back on the record. Exciting afternoon it is. We got all the hot stuff out of the way. And this afternoon, tell your friend, tell one, tell all. We got a man Pumpa here today. Come on out. If your name ends with anyhow. Moving on. Madam Clerk, could you read Block 3 into the record for me, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 3, Bill number 36-0058, an act honoring and commending Dennis Pumpa Lennox Leroy Liebert Jr. for his many contributions to the Virgin Islands culture and music industry as a soca artist by awarding him the official key to the territory and naming the main entrance of 6-Y Peters Rest Road, Christian said St. Croix, in his honor, proposed by Senators Maurice C. James and Senator Avery L. Lewis. Invited testifiers, Mr. Brian Benny Demas Bulai, DJ, music director, manager, and producer, Mr. Ian M. Turnbull, director, Division of Festivals, Mr. Johannes Warday, president, USVI Soccer Federation and Peters Rest Apartments, Inc., Ms. Ushana Kublau, owner of Kush Entertainment, Mr. Kai Hendricks, director, Converge Networks One Communications VI. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's Block 3.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As it pertains to Bill number 36-0058, an act honoring and commending Dennis Pumpa Lennox Leroy Liebert Jr. for his many contributions to the Virgin Islands culture and music industry as a soca artist by awarding him the official key to the territory and naming the main entrance of 6Y Peters Rest Road, Christian said St. Croix, in his honor. Who speaks to this bill? Senator, could you recognize the mic of Senator Maurice James? Senator Maurice James, you may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, special guests and supporters, and everyone in and outside the room. I am presenting this bill number 36-0058. I'm the sponsor, along with Senator Lewis, to honor and commend Dennis Pumpa Lennox Leroy Liebert Jr. for his outstanding contributions to the cultural life of the Virgin Islands and to the broader world of soca music. So I'm going to say that this bill originated with my staffer, Mr. Joel Mercado, who spoke highly of you. And as I told him before, less than half an hour ago, I had a little joke with my daughter, Sydney, because I said, you know, tomorrow I honor him Pumpa, and I trying to place him in my mind and think of who he is. And, you know, Joel said, you know, this man is worldwide and all these things, you know, and Sydney says to me, well, you know, mommy is generational, you know, that's why you're having a hard time. I said, no, I love Cardi B. Hold on now. I know generations, you know. And then, of course, when she started to remind me of your songs, but then, you know, Extortion was where all of a sudden everything just came together for me because I love music, you know. And then I saw a couple of videos of you with the energy, you know. So I'm going to, I say all of that and I will continue my statement. But, you know, don't assume because I am from a different generation that means I can't appreciate your music. Because some people transcend generations, and I think you do. Okay, so I'm letting you know that. Pumpa, as you're known, you're far more than a performer. You embody an energy, a discipline, and a spirit of inspiration that have touched countless lives. You are widely regarded as one of the most dedicated and detail-oriented individuals in the music industry. Always working with excellence, always uplifting those around you, and always leading with an enthusiasm that is contagious. If ever there were a cultural ambassador for perseverance and determination, it is undoubtedly Pumpa. Although not born in the Virgin Islands, you have embraced this community as your home, and it is your home. And in turn, we embrace you as one of our own. Your devotion to your fiancé, your children, and to this territory reflects the deep values of family and community that you learned here on St. Croix, and that are evident in both your music and your mission. I find myself speaking to you, even though I should be telling the people of the Virgin Islands, right? But
I represent the people.
They will, right, there you go. It is for this reason that I have offered this bill, and for the proposed road naming that's not only fitting but deeply meaningful. Locally, you are celebrated for your contributions to soca, but Pumpa's impact now extends far beyond our shores. You have gained international recognition and the respect of icons such as Machel Montano, all while proudly carrying the Virgin Islands flag to global stages. Pumpa's success brings us pride. Your music expresses our culture, and your energy reflects the very spirit of our people. This legislation ensures that your legacy is enshrined permanently in Virgin Islands history, both through the bestowal of the key to the territory and through the naming of a roadway in your honor. Now, I want to tell you that, you know, Arthur Joseph, the policeman, right? He comes in here, calls me out of the meeting before, and tells me, but our road need to fix, you know. So I got that. You know, you can't be naming a road after somebody and the road don't look good.
He's correct.
So I understand that. And I asked my colleague to my left, the St. Croix, former president of the legislature, to help me with that one. So today, we recognize an artist who has brought joy, pride, and unity to our community. And I respectfully ask my colleagues for their support of this measure to honor Dennis Pumpa Liebert Jr. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. And before we go to the testifier, I just have to look down here and see. Pumpa, you got so much name you related to all of us, my son.
Yeah, I
you ain't escape nobody. But anyhow, this afternoon your testifiers were supposed to be Benny Demas, Ian Turnbull. I see in Turnbull, Johannes Worde, Ushana Kublal, and Kai Hendricks. Starting from my right, which is your left, I'll ask you to state your name and position on the record, title on the record this afternoon. Just your name and title at this time.
Kai Hendricks, Director of Converged Network Engineering, OneCom, VI.
Good afternoon. Johannes Worde, President for the USVI Soccer Federation.
Shana Kublal, founder of Cush Entertainment.
Online.
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals.
You're going to go that one a little louder, Mr. Turnbull. Think it's Carnival.
Ian Turnbull, Director for USVI Division of Festivals under the Department of Tourism.
All right, thank you, Mr. Turnbull. So Hendricks, you have a written testimony?
I do.
Please begin.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Bring the mic closer to you and get in front of it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to read my testimony before the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, honoring Dennis Pumpa Lennox Leroy Liebert Jr. Honorable Chair, members of the committee, and guests, it is with real pride and deep respect that I share this testimony in support of Bill number 360058, honoring Dennis Pumpa Lennox Leroy Liebert Jr. for his many contributions to the culture and music of the Virgin Islands. I would like to thank the members of the 36th Legislature for the work you continue to do in recognizing and uplifting our culture. A special thank you to Senator Maurice C. James for sponsoring the bill. Her efforts to shine a light on Virgin Islands talent are meaningful, and to me personal. If not for her father, the late Randall Doc James, my own family's path might have been very different. My father, Dr. Olaf Bronco Hendricks, often tells the story of how Doc James pushed him not to payas with a degree of zoology, but to go on and get his medical degree. That encouragement changed the course of our family's life, and I remain grateful. Now let's talk about my good friend for the past 15 years. I only know him as Pumpa. His impact is felt well beyond the music, and I can attest that he brings the same energy and focus into everything he does. On the basketball court, whether it was high school varsity, local league games, or even when he represented in the NBA Beyond Borders program in Argentina, his competitive drive is unmatched. And while I admit I'm the better shooter, something he hates to admit, I would be remiss if I didn't point out Pumpa's own abilities. His vision of the whole court, his ability to pass on a dime, his handles, timing, and scoring. Truth be told, those skills alone would have afforded him another path in life. When the games are over at our recreational court, his real strength shines in the conversations. They're never about gossip or passing trends, but almost always about how we can solve the challenges facing our territory. His contributions are deeply thought out and communicated with clarity. He has an uncanny ability to share his perspective in clear language without overstating, and that is a genuine skill. He and I often argue about what we see as the right solutions, but those debates are never dismissive. They are rooted in respect and always with the understanding that we're both looking for the same outcomes, a stronger community and a better Virgin Islands. That ability to engage in real respectful debate while keeping focus on the greater good is rare, and it's one of the qualities I admire most in him. Let's face it, Pumpa is a superstar. On stage, his energy is unmatched, but off stage, he is so understated that I'm often amazed at how big his personality really is. In our gathering, he never self-promotes. If you are a casual visitor, you might not even know this is the same man who has had people bending over on 4 continents. His hit, A-List, is a phenomenal song, I'm sure we all agree, that has achieved global success. I'll never forget when one of my counterparts in Guyana told me they were planning to attend the Virgin Islands Carnival, take part in Juve, and quote, bend right over. That's the kind of reach and influence his music carries. And yet Pumpa didn't appear out of nowhere. He has been an active musical artist since high school, performing with various bands, including the infamous Extortion Band, before building the solo career that has carried the name of the Virgin Islands around the world. His pride in the Virgin Islands is alone worthy of this recognition. Pumpa never misses an opportunity to promote the Virgin Islands. Whether it's in a performance, an interview, a casual shout out, or even an investment, he always makes sure the Virgin Islands is front and center. For him, this is more than representation. It's his way of giving back and ensuring that both Zidane and Zenga will always have a home they can be proud of. That same pride is reflected in the way he serves the community. He's often performing for children at schools, sponsoring local organizations, or lending his name and energy as a brand ambassador. Whatever the platform, he uses his talents to uplift the people of this land. Although he could easily relocate somewhere with more convenience, more resources, and more accessibility for his career, he has remained rooted here in St. Croix, in these Virgin Islands. This is his home base. And by choosing to stay, he sends a message that the Virgin Islands is not only where his heart is, but also where his legacy will always be anchored. And for the record, if we're naming a street after him, my vote would go to capitalize the A instead of the P. That is his brand, and that's how I wish to remember him. I fully support this bill and commend the legislature for honoring Pumpa. He is more than a soca artist. He's a cultural ambassador, a community leader, and an example of Virgin Islands excellence. Thank you for allowing me to share this testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Thank you very much. Mr. Turnbull, put your name on the record and begin. Name and title and begin.
Ian Turnbull, again, USVI Division of Festivals Director. Good day, senators, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen in the chamber, members of the media and the viewing and listening audience, as well as Pumpa, his family, and his team. I am Ian Turnbull, a father, husband, marketing and growth strategist, and cultural curator here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And today, we gather in support and celebration of one of our own, a son of the Virgin Islands, an artist and an ambassador of culture, Dennis Pumpa Leroy Lennox Lawaetz Jr. As a marketing specialist with over 15 years of experience in event management across the U.S. Virgin Islands and the United States, I've had the distinct privilege of working with many talented individuals, and Dennis Pumpa is truly one of the standout artists globally and in our regional music scene that I've been afforded the opportunity to work with and travel with. In managing and marketing events that have featured Pumpa, I've witnessed firsthand the impact his presence has had on our audience engagement, our event success, and promoting the territory, which is the key point of this honor. It's rare to find an artist who understands both the creativity and the creative side of things and the professional side, all while wrapping it with culture. And Pumpa strikes this balance so effortlessly. Earning the key to the city is more than a symbolic honor. It is a recognition of impact. Pumpa's journey reflects dedication, resilience, and a deep love for his community. Through his music, he has carried the voice and the rhythm of the Virgin Islands onto the global stage, undoubtedly like no one else, reminding the world that our small islands have a mighty, mighty song. But beyond the hits and performances, Pumpa's influence runs deeper. He has inspired young people to pursue their passions, reminded us to take pride in our identity, and shown that success is possible without ever losing connection to your home. His presence is a reminder that artistry and responsibility go hand in hand. The key to the city is a statement that says, you belong, you are valued, you have opened doors for others, and now we open every door to you. It is a gesture of gratitude for carrying our culture high and wide and represent the Virgin Islands with the same pride and passion. Today, I want to just honor this artist and more so honor a legacy in motion. So I am in support highly of this bill, and congratulations, Pumpa. I'm looking for some more doubles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Colleagues, we have a treat. Seems like we have a video. Media, could you put up the video, please?
Good afternoon, senators, the governing body, friends, and the rest of the room. My name is Benny Demas, and I thank you for allowing me here today to give my testimony on my good friend, Dennis Pumpa Liburd. I do apologize that I couldn't be here in person, but if my calculations are correct, I'm on a plane right now flying back to Atlanta for my concert in Uzbekistan. It's widely known or said that a person gets the most love and appreciation outside of their home, and for a very long time I felt the same. But here we are today, honoring one of our own. a great father, partner, entertainer, and friend. His contributions to the Virgin Islands soca and calypso brand has put the Virgin Islands on every island in the Caribbean and beyond. I never thought I would live to witness someone going beyond what Daddy Friday has done, but here we are today. I've known Pumpa well over 10 years now, and to be honest, I don't remember how we met. But you would think Pumpa and I grew up together as kids. During my 20+ years as an entertainer, I can vividly remember hearing about 2 other entertainers in the Caribbean that possibly had the same or more energy than me on those stages. And those 2 names were Mr. Killer from Grenada and Pumpa from St. Croix. And of course, I had to see for myself about this other entertainer from the Virgin Islands. And this was in our early stages of our friendship. Once I met Pumpa, I knew that we would get along great. From challenging each other to be better on stage, to learning more about the music business, I was happy to share any knowledge that I had. One year, I took Pumpa to Akon's house for a holiday, all in hopes that he would be inspired by everything he would see, hear, learn, and most of all, putting him in the same room with a legend. Some people are not ready for those times, but Pumpa was. He was cool but confident, knowing he belonged there. Pumpa has opened his home to me anytime I'm in St. Croix. He lets me run his AC as long as I want without telling me to turn it off. His kids, Zadani and Zenga, call me Uncle Benny. His fiancée, Larissa, welcomed me and my wife, Ebony, with open arms. Pumpa has been a fan favorite at every one of my carnival kickball games where we give back to the community, and he helped me out both times that I brought the Luminate bike ride to St. Croix. Boots on the ground, making sure his community is happy, and giving his time and presence to the events. When you speak about people that deserve the good things coming to them in life, Pumpa is one of those people at the top of that list. This man has poured his energy, his heart, his sweat into the music, all in the name of the Virgin Islands. And I am truly honored, like truly honored, to be able to give my testimony on my friend. Congratulations to you, Pumpa. You deserve this. Thank you.
That was nice. Thank you. Mr. Wordy, I didn't see a testimony from you.
Yes, I don't have, it's, I came to speak from the heart. I don't have a written testimony to pass on to everybody. My name is Johannes Warade. I'm the president of the USVI Soccer Federation. I've known Dennis probably from his first days on St. Croix, from the time he was 13 years old. And I speak more in terms of from a father's perspective. Everybody knows him clearly as an artist, which his fame speaks for itself. But there's a much broader part of Dennis that I think is reflective of who we are as Virgin Islanders. He came to us and has been raised by multiple villages. And in our village of football, we had formed the AYSO, the American Youth Soccer Organization, St. Croix chapter. And Dennis was one of our prolific soccer players. And as part of the soccer community, there's a give back portion of that. So as you age out, you're also expected to give back by coaching younger kids or refereeing and having an involvement to that capacity. Dennis had represented the Virgin Islands, I've heard, in basketball, but also in soccer. And he's always been maintained his humility. He's been a very great player on and off the pitch. I think my relationship with Dennis is more of that of a father and son, to the point where Dennis and I have experienced a lot of different situations in life, and he's always come out as a better person for it. And in addition to being a better person, he embodies the give back culture, where you see him multiple times going into the schools, keeping his humility, still also demonstrating the fact of having a nuclear family in his home. He's a father to both his children, great relationship. He's been growing his infamy beyond the music, beyond the sport. He's also finding himself involved in our community. And it's an honor for me to be able to witness that we take the time to acknowledge people like this, especially at this age. We talk about the brain drain, and here's a man that's willing to forego all of the extras, all the special things that are supposedly out there when we can fully embrace the best of what we have. And I think he embodies the best of everything that the Virgin Islands can bring to ourselves. So I would like to take also this opportunity to thank everybody that has had a hand in Dennis's life all the way up to this point. And I see now that also Dennis is giving back in his turn, an opportunity to give back and help develop a better community. So with that being said, I'm grateful for the opportunity. From a father's perspective, I'm honored and proud to be here with Dennis. And I'm very grateful that you guys are making this attempt for him. Thank you, and congratulations, Dennis. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kubalu, speaking from the heart too. Are you good?
No, I have it written on. I have it on my phone.
New technology.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here in person and virtually to support Dennis Liburd, better known as Pumpa. My name is Ushana Kublal. I'm the founder of Cush Entertainment. I hold the title of Pumpa's manager, but most importantly, I can call him my brother. We have officially graduated from friends and business partners. I met Pumpa about 12 years ago in Orlando, and he was introduced to me as the next biggest artist in the Virgin Islands, 12 years ago. They did not lie. Let me tell you how impactful this man has been to me on a personal and professional level. When I first started listening to music from the VI, I honestly could not listen for more than 2 minutes until I started paying attention to Pumpa's music. It opened my mind and my ears to a different sound and to a different set of people. It gave me appreciation for the Virgin Islands and the other small islands, so much so that people think I'm a Virgin Islander. I've traveled with Pumpa from the smallest islands and towns to the largest cities and countries. Everyone knows the man with the green beard, but not just for his green beard. He's known as the symbol of the Virgin Islands. Pumpa represents for the Virgin Islands like no one I've ever seen. You cannot say Virgin Islands without saying Pumpa. I'm so delighted that you're being recognized in this way. I'm so happy that your own people are standing behind you, the way you've been standing behind them. And I'm sorry if I'm getting teary because I know how much he deserves it. On a personal level, I've watched Pumpa support the youth of these islands, whether it's buying a child's lunch on a hot carnival day, paying the taxes on a ferry, having a conversation about their future, or simply just having an encouraging word. He does these things and more without expecting anything in return. Pumpa and I have the same vision when it comes to his music. However, when it comes to everything else in life, Dennis Liburd and I are always exchanging opinions, facts, and ideals. We may not always agree, but he gives me a different perspective most times. A viewpoint that I can respect even if it doesn't agree with mine. His perspective transcends far beyond me, however. It is reflected in his music and how he injects the Virgin Islands culture across all borders. We have the biggest nation shouting, if your name ends with an A, proudly, as if it's coming from one of their own. Handing you the key to the territory and naming a street you grew up on in your name further cements your legacy. It is just the beginning of what's to come for you. Congratulations on being recognized for this bill. It's been a long time coming and surely worth the wait. I'm sure I'm not alone when I say I'm so proud of you never giving up and giving an additional voice to the Virgin Islands. Your work has just begun. Let's go. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and kids in the attendance. Thank you to the streaming public, to our testifiers, to the legislative staff, all of the senators, Senator Marquise James and Avery Lewis in particular, and last but not least, Joel Mercado.
Thank you for that. Media, I think there's one last video.
Yeah, that's what
I was. Yo, this is your boy Ace Sabantan, the Booyah boss. And I want to big up and send a special congratulations to Mr. Pumpa on receiving the key to the city. As a fellow Caribbean entertainer, it's always good that when your homeland recognize you for your contribution. So big up yourself, Mr. Pumpa. You got the key to the city. You have unlocked many doors in the USVI and around the world. It's your time now. The key to the city. Ace Sabantan says so. Big up yourself, Pumpa. Boom!
Well, you don't know this, your boy Big Bad Benny Demas, and I am here, and I couldn't let this video go without me being here to big up my dog, Pumpa. Listen, congratulations, you are well deserved. I'm honored to be a friend of yours. I'm honored that you have allowed me and my family into your home with you and your family. This is nothing but love. Getting the key to the city is an amazing feat. You know, and just all the things that you've been able to acquire over the years and the recognition that you've been getting is all well deserved. Nothing but love, Pumpa. Love you. All right? Respect. Easy.
My brother Pumpa, congratulations. Your hard work has come to fruition. You're being recognized for doing what you've always been doing. Promoting the Caribbean culture, but taking the culture of the USVI, putting it on and introducing it to the globe. Congratulations on getting the key for the territory. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep uplifting your people and keep making good music.
Can I say thank you for Can I say thank you to Ian Turnbull for that video and happy birthday, Ian?
Yeah, that was very surprising.
Well, colleagues, there you have it. That exhausts all the testimony today. For this round, sorry. And we're going to go to a 3-minute round of questioning. And before we do that, Mr. Liebert, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, man. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
I know how the feel it is, Mr. son. You beat me with pride. But I have two quick questions before I go to my colleagues. What was the driving force, the inspirational piece to even get into this soca field?
Well, man, I don't know. Music was birthed in me, you know. As I keep telling people, I think this music is like natural to me. Like you saw some people wake up and brush their teeth and, you know, I think that's it for me for music, you know, like I don't know myself without music, you know, so, you know, the people driving me, people at the Virgin Islands keep driving me, supporting me. You know, of course, my family, of course, you know, these are the people that keep me going, you know, so just, I don't know, man, this is just a surreal moment right now, and it feels good. It feels good, I ain't gonna lie.
So with that being said, you know, you said the music was birthed in you, so, you know, it's like you're born with this gift.
Yeah.
You know, but I think it is a gift, and I think it's a talent that you not alone have, but tell me how you plan to use this gift to give, not back, but inspire younger ones. Like you have a little training camp, a little, you know.
So these are things that my manager has been speaking about in terms to, you know, I'm starting like mini sessions with you know, artists, young artists, musicians too as well. You know, I have a studio at my house that, you know, I think one of these days I'm gonna start opening it up more to outside bodies, you know, more artists that younger, that show, most importantly, show that they have the determination. Because you don't want nobody, music is a very up, high, and low kind of thing, you understand? So you have to have people that is determined to push through when is a low moment. That's the most important thing when it comes to music and anything in life, of course. You have to be able to push through when things seems like it's rough or X, Y, and Z. But I definitely, I've been doing a lot of stuff with the youths, throughout the Virgin Islands, been helping different young artists, a lot of young producers, and still up to this day, you understand? And the more I go, the more I excel and achieve different goals, I think that alone will be a big inspiration, for the youths back home, for sure.
Thank you, and I thank you for those words before, letting the children them know, hey, don't give up. Keep pushing, you're going to have some low times, you're going to have some high times, but keep pressing forward. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon.
I admit, I am a Pumpa fan.
Yeah, I know that.
And I don't know where it all began, but I know many, many years ago, I was, I think I was police chief at the time, that I came in contact with Pumpa through his work with extortion, Alvin Burke, AJ Ventura, Kurt Hasford, and those guys back in the days. And certainly I was in my uniform. A lot of times we went up to Canigata and various places, and I just stay on the sideline and bust a move while watching this energizing bunny just keep going and going and going. And over the years, certainly Pumpa and I had developed a relationship, a friendship, and we don't talk to each other every single day, but certainly when we need to, I get a text message, I get a sneak preview of the upcoming music. So I'm very proud of what I'm seeing here today and the fact that I'm part of this legislative body to make things happen. And certainly I got my charge in regards to identifying some road funds to be able to fix that road at Peter's Rest. So I'll be working towards achieving that in the very near future. But on the serious side, of course, we know Pumpa as the musical icon, musical genius, but also, take the time to really review the resolution that have been developed on his behalf to help us to be convinced of giving him the key to the city and recognizing this fine work of this gentleman in this community. I just want to pull out a couple of things. He's one of 12 children. He has an associate degree in business administration and a bachelor's degree in business administration as well. So he's not all about just music. He certainly understands education, the importance of it, because then, of course, he has his family that he has to take care of, so I want to recognize that. Pumpa, I wanted to ask you, because I only have 3 minutes and I don't need a whole lot of convincing to be able to move this resolution forward. But you have always appeared to be just jovial, energized, and energetic. What ticks you off? What gets on the other side of the Pumpa with the green beard that we see out there?
That's actually a good question. I don't think there's much that takes me off, I always try to keep a positive note. I don't know, maybe if my kid mess up in school, I might get a little, but I really try to stay on a positive vibration, if something gets me upset, I try to just move past it. We try not to dwell on things too much, so I never really remember myself dwelling on something, for so long or whatever, because I could always go in the studio and make some music and be happy again.
Right.
Time.
So I just want to wrap up again by saying that I know of your passionate feelings for children and the youngsters, because I've gotten the text when there's violence in our community or someone that may have been abused or stuff like that, where you send a text when I was former police chief, police commissioner, and even here in the Senate, where that really upsets you.
In case of that, yes, of course, you understand, violence, abuse, domestic violence and those kind of stuff. Yeah, those stuff definitely would, get me somewhat upset, But because I love humans, I love people. I think people should live in love, So when I see stuff like that, is not happening. Yeah, that definitely drives me a certain way. Yeah. Yeah, so you're right.
Very well.
You're right.
So I just went back on the text and look and see
Yes,
some of those
you're
passionate
really
comments.
right.
But again, I extend congratulations to you. I salute you. I think this is well deserved, and I will be voting in affirmative for this resolution. Good luck, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Novell Francis Jr. Colleagues, indulge me 1 second. We got all excited and think there seems to be one more testimony that would like to be read into the record by Mr. Alwyn Jones. Daddy Jones. Proceed, Madam Clerk.
Testimony of Mr. Alwyn Daddy Jones Baptiste Jr. Good day, the Honorable Chair of the Committee, Senator Avery L. Lewis, Vice Chair Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., and all other senators present, the listening and viewing public. My name is Alwyn Baptiste Jr., and I am honored to provide testimony in support of Bill number 36-0058, recognizing Dennis Pumpa Lennox Leroy Liber Jr. I have known Pumpa for many years, personally and most importantly, musically. From the start, I have always admired his creativity, his ability to captivate crowds, and the fact that whether it is 5 people or 5,000, his approach and energy remains the same. That consistency speaks volumes about the love for the craft and his respect for the culture. Honoring him now is important to me because it represents more than just one man. It is a celebration of what Virgin Islands music means to all of us. Along this journey, we have lost many brothers in music, most recently Sasso and Faija, whose contributions shaped our sound and spirit. To be able to celebrate Pumpa while he is still alive with us is both humbling and necessary. We also cannot overlook the success of his hit song, A-List, which not only took the Virgin Islands by storm, but spread across the Caribbean and beyond. That record became an anthem, carrying the VI sound to the rest of the world and proving that our culture, when given a platform, can stand alongside the very best in global music. One of my personal highlights with Pumpa was our collaboration on Boom Bam Bai, where my own kids sang background vocals. That experience showed me how music connects generations, keeping the tradition alive while inspiring the future. Pumpa represents the very best of Virgin Islands culture and music. Awarding him the official key to the territory and naming the entrance in his honor is a fitting way to say thank you for the joy, pride, and identity he has given us through soca. Thank you for the opportunity to share my support. Respectfully submitted, Alwyn Daddy Jones Baptiste, Jr., musician, producer, Public Affairs, Virgin Islands Legislature. This concludes the reading of the testimony, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to you, my colleagues, the viewing audience, and also to the gentleman of this hour. The gentleman of this hour who has and wears one of my favorite colors in the world, the green beard. Green is my color. Mr. Dennis Pumpa Lennox Leroy Liber Jr. You have to come with a positive energy when you're wearing green. Okay? Just that alone has sold me, and your energy. You see? We especially when you're looking at musicians has the power, more than even words, to inspire, to uplift, to make you happy, and also to tell a story and a message. And you do that so eloquently. When I read the resolution and I saw that you held Nicholas Daddy Friday as one of the persons who inspired you, I said, yes, sir. He understands. I worked, and I should say, the late, great Daddy Friday worked with me in the earlier part of this century when he worked with George Goodwin, former Senator, late Senator George E. Goodwin, and I was the chief of staff. So we worked together. So I understand how inspirational and musically persons are, and typically they're very highly intelligent and highly functioning people. And you know, a lot of people don't say that, but I know, because I have studied and talked and discussed with a lot of musicians. They're typically, bar none, very highly functioning people. I want to ask you a question relative to just what you believe we should be doing here in the Virgin Islands to pass the baton on to the next generation. You know, we have a lot of people who have inspired, even Daddy Friday. You being inspired, that's a baton that's being passed. What do you think we need to do to inspire that next generation?
Well, this is a good start. Right here, what's happening today. Definitely a good start. And I think it just needs to be more, you know, hand-to-hand relationships with the entertainment industry. I think there is a bit of a gap in terms to the government and the entertainment industry, because, trust me, we should be shaking hands.
What have you seen in your travels, Mr. Chairman? What have you seen in your travels in entertaining and all over, how that gap that you're spoken of have been breached and bridged?
Right. So when we speak about the likes of, you know, Trinidad and Tobago with the entertainers, there is a somewhat a relationship in terms to corporations is supporting the artists, because, to be honest with you, music needs support from corporations. Of course, money too.
Yes,
to make
of
sure
course.
The music.
You have expenses.
You're right, you understand? And, you know, different places like, you know, Grenada, different Antigua, these places, a lot of these artists, they get stipends every month just because they promote in the areas, you understand? Because, I mean, when it comes to the economy, we play a big role in uplifting the economy.
Of course.
Yeah, you know, so I think it just needs to be a better relationship, you know, in terms to, you know, entertainers and the governing boards.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, just one final question, because I didn't see it in the resolution.
Senator,
what are the names of your parents?
Senator.
So just the name of his parents.
Really.
Huh?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Go ahead.
Yes, what were the name of your parents?
Ursula Bertie and of course my name. I'm a junior.
You're a Julian?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time. I appreciate it. I will be voting in favor of this resolution.
Senator Alma Francis Heilega, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Thank you to everyone that's here to testify, especially to the honoree. My first set of questions have to do, well, I'll make a statement first, because as the honoree was just sharing, I think it's very, very important what he said in regards to music. It's utilized as a way to promote locations. And as a territory that caters specifically to tourism, I think music could play a greater role in how we market ourselves here as a territory. So I do agree with his statement that we probably have to do a much better job in pairing a little bit more with our musicians here in the territory as a way to push out a marketing strategy specifically as it relates to, you know, the Virgin Islands as a whole. My first set of questions I want to ask has to do with Mr. Dennis Liber Jr. Pumpa. When you are out and about, basically being an ambassador for the Virgin Islands, you know, expressing through music not only who you are and where you come from, but also promoting us as well. What are some of the things that you deal with or come in contact with that showcase that you are being effective and people are understanding that, hey, this artist is from the Virgin Islands, and how we could potentially capitalize on that in really promoting the Virgin Islands as a whole?
Yeah, well, one of the most important thing is me not being at events, and these people are sending videos and putting up the VI sign and, you know, singing our twangs.
1 minute.
Singing stuff that, you know, most people on the outside wouldn't know how to say. You understand? Because when we speak about, you know, sugar the juice, energy, and these kind of stuff, those are our sound. Those are our the way we speak, the way we communicate. You know, these songs represent us. You know, so when you have people from different places with a VI flag, you know, showing that, you know, they represent the VI and they know the A-list song, it speaks volumes, you know, to have other people from different areas tapping into our sound, our culture, just by our music, you know, not by only my music alone, but different music from different artists and X, Y, and Z, you know. So, you know, we are definitely making waves around the world, and I just wish, you know, and hope, you know, not with only me, but with other artists and musicians, that we keep pushing forward, you know, and representing the Virgin Islands.
Mr. Chairman, I may ask my final question.
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, before I ask, I just want to say that Commissioner Gabriel was here earlier, and he said to let you guys know that they will be paving Pumpa Street this week, so it'll be Chris and ready. My last question has to do with the artist. The artistry of music across the board. You know, we talked about how you give back to the community. Do you think that we do enough when it comes to music in the territory, or do you see whether we should focus a little bit more or do more things as it relates to music and our children learning music here in the territory?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot more that can be done. And of course, I think it begins with me too as well. You know, there's more that I feel I could get done. But as I say, the music, I think, needs to get more deeply back into the school system. Yeah, I think we need to get that back into the school system very heavily. I'm not sure if centralized schools have a band room still. They still have the band room, right? So I know Complex has one as well. But I think the different elementary schools is better for them to start at a young age. So if we could get some kind of music, you know, musical, you know, classes, you know, with it, because I had music class in Lumbuckle from Miss George. I used to play, that's where I learned to play the drums, you know, X, Y, and Z. I also did it in Elena too, Elena Christian. We had our music class. So that helped me mold myself, you know, helped me, you know, learn a few notes, you know. I'm not a note guy, a music reader, but it's always good to get the kids involved at a young age. So if we could get music back into the elementary programs and they could gradually get it as they go, that will be beautiful.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the additional time, and I will definitely be voting for this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. You know, one thing I'll say to you, Pumpa, is that I remember quite some years ago, not a long time ago, this band called JDPP, right? And I really was inspired with them because I thought it was that kind of thing where we were talking about. Like when the older set leave, you know, we had a younger set grooming to come up, and then it'll be recycling, you know. We'll have this wave of entertainers coming and going, musicians and so forth. So, I mean, it died out now, but there's something like that I would like to see come back, you know, and so forth. And I'm really glad to hear that, you know, we put Senator Francis here hard to ease, because you were here wondering where you going to find the money from to pave your road. You still got to pay for it too. But anyhow, thank you. Senator Hubert Frederick, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good afternoon, viewing and listening audience, my colleagues, testifiers. Mr. Liebert Jr., congratulations, and pleasure finally meeting you. I don't know much about you other than what I've read recently, and there's three people that made me say yes to all this. Mr. Hendricks, Mr. Worday, and Daddy Friday. Yeah, that's it. Mr. Baptiste. I mean, it was that simple. Your resume, those guys I have deep respect for them, so you have my support and respect. As a family man, as a musician, as a Lumucco graduate, you know, you and I, alumni. And what's amazing is that you made money playing music. I started when I was in the 5th grade. I stopped playing when I was in the Navy band, and I never made any money. People have no idea how difficult music is. So now that I'm looking at someone that I could have been like, and I say, well, how did he do it? I did everything I could think of. You see,
I was telling you about the determination. You have to have that determination.
How we did that, you know, liquid sound. I did everything you could think of. It just never made enough money to make it worth a living, you know? So congratulations. I think you should be a role model, no question about it, because this is a tough business to get into. And your business partner, you know, she started crying about the whole process because it's hard. It is not easy. And I could tell you as a retiree, you know, kudos. And you must be extremely talented. I have actually seen you perform one time. You know, when I gave up music, I gave up music. And so now I'm going to go and look and see if I missed anything. I mean, but I'm really proud of you. And I want you to keep this passion going and try to motivate more young people, because clearly music is the one thing that our young people gravitate to, you know, besides the other bad things. This is the one good thing they gravitate to, from church to schools. They get into music and they stick with it. So please do whatever you can. If the government, if we need to throw a little stipend or something like that, something to keep it going, it is well worth the investment to keep them off the street. And so congratulations, you've made history. You're down there with the great ones now, and I'll never be, but it's just good to see that. I'm so proud of you, so proud of you. Now you're my biggest fan, you know? And by the way, former Senator Javon James is who was always calling your name in my head. And I'm like, who's this Pumpa, Pumpa, Pumpa? That's all he kept saying. So now I've met you, and I see the green stuff. I will never forget you, and I will definitely be calling your name from now on. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Frederick. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Yes.
Yes, thank you to all the listening audience, everyone tuned in. Well, Sir Pumpa. So we just saw Benny Demas. Of course, my bill last year, we honored him. And I can see why Benny Demas and also Montano is some of your idols. You know, you kind of have a similar style. But it's great, you know, we was looking at your resume here, and you're inspired by Nick Daddy Friday as well. You know, so you've been patterning off of real legends in the community. So let me ask you now, how do you feel now that the entrance 6Y Peter's Rest is now going to have your name bearing there? We're going to have the Leroy, Liebert, Pumpa Drive. How do you feel?
No, man, this is, as I say, man, this is just unbelievable, you know. That is where I grew up. I grew up in those same areas. Those are the streets that I roam as a kid. Before, I kind of had the vision of being who I am today. But that is where it began, as Javon would say, that me and Javon started a band called Rockin' Vibes. That when I was before Extortion, that was right before Extortion, before Alvin and AJ walked down in the back and tell me, no, I want you in our band, not that band. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, you've earned the ability to select which one, Yeah. I want to ask Mr. Thomas, tourism real quick. So, being that he's the first soca artist to win the Road March title, does tourism provide a cash prize for that award, for winning that?
What you talking about? Good afternoon, Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festival. For Road March, in the past, yes, there has been cash prizes for Road March winners, but I think this is something slightly different. I would behoove the Senate to send those correspondences to the tourism office.
Well, he joined Daddy Friday. Daddy Friday won a bunch of those too, Yeah. So, but I think that's something we should consider, because there's always only one Road March king, and that's a major point of the whole carnival. It shows that most bands, most people have adopted that, and they're with you, and everybody is celebrating to that. So you also was a love of soccer. I noticed you attended school on a soccer. So let me ask you the big question: which is your first love, the soccer or the soca?
Yes, sports actually was my first love. But the music, come over here. I'm free to come over here. Yeah, but as most may know, or most may not know, I am very good in soccer and basketball. Very good.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. I definitely support this measure, and at the appropriate time, I will be voting in favor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to Mr. Dennis Leroy Libot. I got your name now. Definitely, I first would like to congratulate your place of birth for the 42nd independence. I think it's Nevish. I mean, definitely have to say congratulations. That's no small feat. But I must say that it's an honor to be here today to present you with the key to the city. And we probably need to name a lot more roads in your name, because road get paved. Road get paved one time. Mr. Paul Road, name all of them after Pumpa.
It ain't paved yet, but it in process.
This week, they say, This week? Yeah. So we better name a lot more roads.
So don't let me drive there Friday and in that pave, because
Well, they're saying going to start this week, so we're going to name a couple more. Your name so they can pave more. Okay. But on the serious note, your music have just take over the world by storm. They say music makes the world go round. And your music have just taken over. I always wonder where you got that energy from. But when I see that you were playing soccer, you better have energy. And then my colleague to the right here, you do a lot of damage with the Caribs.
Yeah.
Go Caribs! Go Caribs!
He definitely don't want them days.
Definitely. We were chit-chatting. He said, my son, I couldn't stand. He used to beat up a women's son. Go Caribs! So, I mean, it's just so welcoming to just be able to do this. And in very short, the legislature take a lot of licks when people say all we do is honor. But if we don't honor our own people, who will? And I can take my blows and support any honoree that I know come up here and have done what you have done for this territory.
1 minute.
You march with this flag wherever you go. Free publicity. What part of Virgin Island did this dude with all of this energy? I say thank you from down inside here for what you have done promoting the Virgin Islands. I say thank you, thank you, thank you. Because people like you make people like we even want to do even more. And it's important that when you got that stage, you don't hide. You know, you don't hide. You let them know the VI. And I thank you. And it's not your birthplace, but it's your home. And more people need to understand that. I'm not, trying to pick out where anybody come from. But if this is your home, honor it. Be proud. Be a part of it. And when we start all living like that, this place have just boundless opportunities to go forward. And without promote someone like you with what you do, you might not have been as on the map. You really, Daddy Friday did his part, but you surely do some numbers.
I try.
and my only question I'm gonna ask you, because my name end with a E, end with a N.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
What the next hit gonna be to tap this? Because that tune ain't gonna be an easy tune to tap.
Yeah, we have one penny right now. Yeah.
Well, I can't wait to hear it, because I know whatever you bring, your energy just fall into the people and just keep it moving. And I just thank you for all what you have done. And at the appropriate time, I definitely support in this measure. Thank you for what you have been doing for the Virgin Islands and what you will continue doing, because you got a lot ahead of you. Not like me. I got less. I got all of mine behind, a little bit in front. You got a lot more to go. So thank you very much for that. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want my good colleague from Frederiksted not to feel too bad that his name doesn't end with an A, because obviously our good honoree here name didn't end with an A initially either. So it seemed like his classmates had a vision ahead before he came up with this. But I'm here to support this measure as well, to honor and commend you. And though you ain't Banya, like they say, you live here, you're raised here, and this is your home, correct?
Definitely.
One thing I admire about you as well is that every time you hit a stage that I could see, you're always waving a VI flag. And I thank you for that as well, because you represent us. Now, as I listened to one of my colleagues earlier too, I thought he was going to change his way of saying Welsa Popa to Welsa Pumpa. But he went ahead with the Welsa Popa. And I didn't want to bring up the money thing, because he don't bring up the money all the time. But I must say that just the other day I was looking at a documentary on the social media, and I saw how even Antigua is bigging up Born in Flames.
Right.
And they just knighted them and even gave them, or is about to give them beginning November, a stipend for the rest of their life. And I'm just saying this to say that you see how other jurisdictions look at their people and they honor and commend them while they're alive. I'm not promoting a life stipend here right now, but I'm saying that I am promoting that we do continue to honor and recognize individuals who live here and represent us well. So I ask, as you continue on the international stage, that you continue to represent us with the level of representation that I've seen. There's some representation that I just can't take at times with a heap of obscenity and all kind of thing, but you know how to do this clean and make sure that people enjoy themselves, and I feel good about that. I was also talking to a couple of my colleagues and saying, one of the things that we have to start doing, colleagues, is when we're naming roads and whatnot after individuals, so these types of hearings, we need to start inviting the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, which is doing that GIS, the street naming initiative, so that we don't be stepping on each other's toes. And as I looked at this, I was saying, no, I know the sponsor of this bill if I may wrap it up here, Mr. Chair, the main sponsor of this bill, I know she'd have crossed her T's and dot her I's, but I was saying, but wait, man, only a main entrance, she shall change in the man. But as I read into the bill, I see that they're naming it actually the Pumpa Labor Drive. So a drive is a street, ain't just the main entrance. So I said, okay, she get away, and I will definitely support the measure. But I just wanted to make sure that they didn't shortchange you on this just to the entrance. Now, this area is where you raised when you first came here and lived in Peter's Rest, correct? So tell us exactly what area that is, 6Y.
So that is the right, well, if you're coming from Sunny Eyes, the right turn from the new gas station, Falcon, right? Next to the bar, that is right there. And
See, good thing you said that, because I done gone all the way around on the other side.
Right.
So from Falcon by Oliver exterminated.
Oliver straight up on the hill.
Oh, okay.
Those are my stamping grounds. That's the streets I roam as a child, you know.
So I just want to be assured when the main sponsor of the bill speak that she's not just talking about the entrance.
Yeah.
But the drive itself, the street itself, or the road itself.
Yeah, man.
All right?
Yeah, man.
Thank you. Congratulations. And this is just the beginning of broader movements for you. And I look forward to seeing you on the stage.
Right.
All right.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Bulkers, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my name starts with an A. And also, I'm a Peter's Rest man myself. So, you know, on behalf of the Bulkers family who reside in Peter's Rest, we definitely endorse this. And I think, you know, Ms. Castillo, who works in my office as well, Anna Castillo.
Right.
But, you know, when I look at you, I see the words that come to mind are like energy, perseverance, and a huge personality. And I want to just commend you for everything that you have done to represent the Virgin Islands here and abroad. And I commend you for those efforts. But I also wanted to touch on something that's very deeply, I'm deeply passionate about. And I hope that the Division of Festivals pay what you want. You understand, as a local entertainer. And I know I have Mr. Turnbull on the line as well. There has been complaints by our artists here in the Virgin Islands about receiving inadequate pay for their services in comparison to other artists and entertainers. And we really need to do better. You know, we really need to do better for our entertainers here in the Virgin Islands. And I'm not trying to cause an argument or anything. This is a joyful time, you know? But I just wanted to place that on the record because I think you understand what I'm talking about. Not just that we're going to go in that direction, you know, because it's something that continues to be an issue of concern for the entertainers in this territory. And we want to prop them up, as my colleague mentioned. You know, we want to support our artists and our entertainers. They are our cultural ambassadors. Just like there's cultural ambassadors from Trinidad and all these different islands going here and there and everywhere, we need to empower our cultural ambassadors, and we're doing that here today for you, and you've worked hard for it, and you will continue to work hard for it and support our Virgin Islands. So I just want to commend you, and we really need to look at that, colleagues.
1 minute.
When it comes to entertainers coming here and not being subject to what licensed entertainers have to be subject to here when it comes to the grocery receipts and other things. So we really need to look at that. And I'm asking the director of the Division of Festivals, what are we doing to close that gap? Because we have our entertainers here and they're subject to these things, but then when individuals come to perform here, they're not subject to the same.
Good day, Senator Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. I'm glad you brought this up. I think, you know, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here in support of Pumpa. Because I think that we have done things to correct these things that happened years and years and years prior to the Division of Festivals being in place. We've actually moved the pay structure north and made sure that we pay the artists. Are we going to get it 100% correct every time and be at 100%. No, because we're not perfect. But I feel confident in saying this, and I know Pumpa is here, so he can speak to this on our behalf, that we have started in the right direction to move to close the gap in the past. I would say in the last 2 years, we've really made a genuine effort to close the gap and make sure that we take care of our artists even more so better than they are treated at any time in their career. We've really made that effort, and we are proud to say that. And with regards to rules that outside entertainers and local entertainers have, we also are doing the work to make sure that we correct those measures and make sure that we don't have those issues. So yes, we are moving in the right direction.
I appreciate you placing that on the record. I know it's a bone of contention that has existed for quite some time. And I appreciate that being placed on the record. Whatever we can do here in this body, whether it's something that has to be codified, because right now the law is silent for anyone outside coming here, and they're technically conducting business, and it's silent. So, again, it could be rectified through efforts to the Division of Festivals, or it could be codified. But let's talk. Let's get it done if possible. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and I just want to piggyback off of that. I must commend Ian and the whole administration. Right, they have made some leaps. You understand? So I definitely wanna say thank you to those guys for making those leaps, putting on somewhat of a foundation for what is ahead. So. I definitely wanna big up Ian and Boshel T, Halvar, the whole group, And I respect when I see change. I see the change, and I could feel somebody change too. So definitely have to big up those guys.
So Pumpa, the next senator coming up, you beat up on his team. So if you want me to skip him over, tell me. Senator Vele, you're recognized.
Point of information.
Senator Vele, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. A portion of the story was correct, but the whole story wasn't. Can I hear myself? The whole story wasn't correct. The first time I met Pumpa, he was a student at Central High School. It was in the gymnasium, Barracudas against Caribs. And I saw this skinny, dark-skinned guy just running full speed up and down the court. Assist here, shooting here. And I was like, who is this guy? And they said, that's Pumpa. I said, Pumpa? Who is Pumpa? Where's this guy from? So listen, he came from St. Kitts years ago. He's now at the high school level, but he was an excellent basketball player and very, very competitive. The way he goes on stage, same way on the court, but worse because he was 16, 17 years old then. He graduated 20 years ago. No?
I want to win. I want to win, man.
He was just full speed. But Pumpa has been able to carve his way in music. I remember him playing with Extortion, and AJ lived right back at me. So I heard a lot of noise on a regular basis. He used to be like, how much are they going to practice? Will they ever stop? But that constant, but you have grown, and you love the Virgin Islands, and you represent the Virgin Islands. That is what is the most important to me, that you go out there and you represent this place as your home, that nationalistic pride. And we need all our musicians to have that, especially when they leave the Virgin Islands, become musicians from every other jurisdiction, whether it's Antigua, St. Kitts, any place that they come from, they proudly represent the island that they come from. There was recently a concert in Puerto Rico. No me quiero ir de aquí, which means I don't want to leave here. It was held by Bad Bunny. 30 concerts in Puerto Rico, with the last one dedicated to the people of Puerto Rico. One of the greatest revenue generators of Puerto Rico during the summer.
1 minute.
And he said it as plain as day. I'm going to have every concert in Puerto Rico, and they're going to have to come to see me in my homeland, Puerto Rico. And they came in droves and filled that convention center every weekend. And they just put up scenes of Puerto Rico, old Puerto Rico that's progressing, cultural Puerto Rico. And that's what I see for the Virgin Islands. I see artists.
That you mentioned that.
I go, yeah, you could add on for me. I see artists that are going to make this place proud and put this place on the map. You were able to go to Trinidad. And when you went to Trinidad, I kind of looked at it closely. I said, I want to see if he's going to be a hit. Will it be a hit? Is he going to be a dud? But you are a hit. You went with the same energy. And you hear the comments of the individuals. This guy with a green beard has energy. And besides Hulk, I don't know anybody else that could wear green.
Time.
And just be accepted. But most important, and it's kind of good transition, because you're here and then Stanley them next. Our Crucian icons next. But when you read your resolution, and this is for the younger generation, the most important part of this resolution honoring you is the fact that you have that associate and a bachelor's degree. You never turn your back on education. You're educated. Because you're jumping up and down all kind of thing. But you are educated. You have the bachelor's degree. So I want you to say that proudly. And when you're encouraging the young one, then bend over if you're an A. Tell them get educated with an A. A for education, A for bend over.
A and the report card.
A and the report, that's it. Choke in a line for me. We got to Crucian. Choke in a line where you say A only for the name them and add on. A is also what I want on your report card. Don't bend over if you can't get A.
Yeah. That is right.
Okay. But congratulations to you. And if you decide to say choking with an A, since I'm an elected member, say, Vela, tell me about that choking with an A. I get a bunch more votes. Thank you so much, Mr. Chief.
Yes, sir. Some people walking hard, son. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask Mr. Pumpa, tell us about, educate us on what Bram music is, because that's something that is a VI brand, and educate us and the listening public on what Bram, Ragadan Bram music is.
Right, so, yes, so the Bram is, I would say, a new subgenre of Virgin Islands music. It is not what our music is all about, because we have different sounds, feels of music that comes out of the Virgin Islands. So Bram is basically bass, rhythm, and melody. That is what it means, bass, rhythm, and melody. And it was, I would say, started from, I know there was a group of members, Valrika Bryson, Daddy Jones, a few others was in the sit-ins in terms of bringing a name forward for our Virgin Islands music, because most people know it as VI music. That is not really a good labeling for our music. So they tried naming something for the umbrella, which it will be the umbrella. But I think Bram falls under the umbrella of Virgin Islands music. So it's more young, hip, drivey, but very enthusiastic, very loving, happy, dancing music, you understand? I may be able to carry it over to others in a different listening ears, because I kind of try to make my music more palatable to the wider regions. So my Bram may sound different than more localized artist Bram, which may sound a bit more drivey, a bit more harsher. But I try to make sure my Bram that I make is more palatable for the people outside, but still able for us here to digest it as well. So as we say, the Bram is definitely something we have to start being aware of, because it's getting a lot of hits in terms of social media and stuff. So it's moving. So I think it's time for us to start accepting it for one of our subgenres, for sure, for VI music.
Thank you. The Bram is it.
Yeah.
Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon to everybody in this room. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the honoree. I know I'm here to speak to you, but I got to start on the corner. The man on the corner that claimed his shot is better than yours. Is that a true statement or not?
He have a better shot.
Okay, so...
He's a good shooter.
He's a good shooter.
But it ends at that.
I know he good. I know he good. I gonna give you a little praise before I come to you because...
It ends at that. It ends at that.
As a smart businessman, I met him doing business too. Like, he started off his little chicken business in town. He used to sell chicken. So after then, I met him just what he's doing right now with the technology. So when I came and he set me up. Half of the money I make in my life, I gotta thank this man for it. But no to you. So if he did it for me, he put you on the train as well. So congratulations again to you. I myself, as I used to go to Antigua, because my father is from Antigua, and I went to a good bit of calypso shows. So I was a King Shah Shot fan as a child. As I get older, I like abstinent. But as far as dancing, you know, Freddie used to like to sing a song about show me your motion, Mr. Rasta. Ain't got nobody yet I see. Still could dance better than Chalice. But Pumpa, you want. I tell you, but Chalice was heavy. So that song, when you hear me singing that song, that man could have danced. Show me your motion, that man could have danced. But Pumpa, I got a son that passed named Shaquille. So I myself, listening to Baptiste, had read out for yourself. In conversation with Baptiste, a lot of time, I told him in my vision now, like, I might have blacked out certain stuff because I was just focused on raising my family.
1 minute.
But Shaquille bring you back home. Like, Shaquille bring you back to the house, like, son, you got to come. You got to come out. I said, I can't go with them. I got to do my business, but still, I'm going to continue congratulating you. And the reason why I brought up Baptiste's name is because in a conversation 3 days ago to a retirement function, I was letting him know that I look at the vision of life different. I am happy to see a man like you, no gray hair sticking off, and we already honoring you, where you got a road name after you. Right. So that's already like a big caliber to look up for. The children who don't like you are ready for being just the artist, will know that you do well, and well gonna follow you, and I thank this body. I don't know how Maurice them forget my name, but I'll speak to Senator James a little later on that one. But it gonna be there by the time it's all complete. I'm not part of this committee, but for sure when it comes to the full body, I'll be supporting you all the way through. So congratulations again to you, and have a good day, and Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I trying to see how he could squeeze in my name someplace in one of them songs. The other senator don't ask for his own for votes. I don't know, Mr. See for Avery Johnson, because they're saying something different. Yeah. I don't have no more questions, roughly. Senator Maurice, sorry. Colleagues, before I go to the sponsor of the bill, I'm going to ask anybody, have any burning questions, any last remarks? Didn't think so. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first thing I'm going to say to Senator Viale is that I see he's trying to imitate his brother Jerry by writing songs. Leave it to Jerry, okay? I also want to say that, Mr. Hendricks, thank you for your testimony, because in your testimony, I learned some things. Number one, I am a basketball player too, and so right away I say, okay, he's a basketball player. That's a good thing. You're a team player.
Yes, very much so.
And that's
very
important. I love the fact that he talked about that you're a critical thinker, and Senator Viale is correct. Education makes you a critical thinker, and that's very, very important. I wanted to find out, tourism, I hope you're hearing about maybe we need to add with all that energy that we're seeing from Pumpa. You know, I can actually visualize you in an ad already. You know, the creative side of me.
Yeah, well, let me speak a little bit more on that too as well. I am here to do whatever it needs to be done to just keep the Virgin Islands going.
And you're doing it.
Yeah, you understand? So, as I say, once we find a way, speak to my manager, whatever I can do to uplift the VI I'm just here for the Virgin Islands.
You'll do it, right. I want to ask your manager, though. So how you said you met him in Orlando. How do you identify a star? Because he obviously is a star. Just wanted to know, when you looked at him, what was it that you saw in him that made you say, I know he has it?
So when we first met, I was introduced to him by another soca artist, Lyrical, a Trinidadian artist. We had just started doing events in Orlando, and we started doing one of the biggest events for Orlando Carnival. So the name of the event is Flag Fed. So we needed to identify artists, talent from different islands. And
1 minute?
When we heard, the year after, who are we going to get to represent the Virgin Islands? That conversation, the next biggest thing out of the Virgin Islands was Pumpa. So we contacted him, and every year after that, he was on the event, and we built our relationship there. I saw the talent, I saw the raw, just his raw talent. The fact that you put his name on a card, and the people of the Virgin Islands came to celebrate him. That's what inspired me with him.
Thank you. I have a quick question and then I wrap up. What made you decide to go solo?
That was probably the greatest decision I've made in my life. I would say I saw myself outgrowing what was the band era of the Virgin Islands. And I felt, watching people the likes of course, Marshall Montano, who I idolized for years, I knew it would have been difficult for me to do it with a group of guys. Because, most band members in the VI will know, but it ain't easy being in a band in the VI. You understand? So I knew I had to make the decision to go solo and focus on my career single-handedly. And when I went off to college, it became life. I had to go solo because AJ went to college too as well, and the band kind of separated.
Okay.
And it was a lot of me traveling back, and I had to kind of put a little $2 in my pocket. So I was coming back all the time, supporting myself through college, doing gigs, X, Y, and Z, So that stapled the solo career of my life, yeah.
Thank you. I'm just going to end by saying that my husband knows two, Maurice and Marisa. So I'm on the A-list. Thank you. And congratulations.
Yes, man. Thanks a lot.
Everybody getting in there.
Yeah. Everybody inside.
Pumpa, I thank you, man. Been a pleasure here today. But I think I'm hearing a motion somewhere along the line. Motion, Senator Novelli Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I'm honored to present Bill number 36-0058 on the behalf of the bill's sponsor, an act honoring and commending Dennis Pumpa Lennox Leroy Leiber Jr. for his many contributions to the Virgin Islands culture and music industry as a soca artist by awarding him the official key to the territory and naming the main entrance of 6Y Peters Rest Road, Christiansted, St. Croix, in his honor. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly moved and seconded. Moved by Senator Novelli Francis Jr., second by Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Hubert Frederick, Senator Frankie Johnson. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Ray Fonseca. He left. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Mr. Chair, there are 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the nomination of the resolution of Mr. Dennis Pumpa Lennox Leroy Liber Jr. has been voted upon favorably in this Committee of Government Operation, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection, has been voted upon favorably and will be forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further vetting and consideration. Congratulations, sir. Colleagues, the Committee of Government, the Committee of Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, sorry. Mr. Pumpa, I give you 30 seconds to do your closing statement.
Yeah, as I say, man, this is, as I say, man, I never thought I would have been alive to witness these things. I'm going to be honest to y'all, because as we know, there's a big, as I spoken before, there's a big gap in between government and entertainment. Bunji Garlin spoke about this the other day too, but I think we should be shaking hands. I feel so. That is what I feel, you know, because we are a driving force for the people, for the ground, the people of these places, you know. And as I told my peers, you know, this is not just about me alone right now. As Daddy Joe say, this is about us. You know, this is about the music industry. This is about, you know, the whole entertainment board in VI. You know, and as I say, rest in peace to Sasso too as well, man, because he was one of them, I think, did a number for these Virgin Islands, you know, that he actually was supposed to be one of them that we invited, you know, for this hearing. You know, I wanted him to be here too. You know, so rest in peace to Sasso. Big up all the musicians, all the DJs, the whole entertainment board in the Virgin Islands. You know, this one is for us, you know, and I have to thank everybody, all my loving family, you know, friends, everybody, my testifiers, my family. These are family to me, and I definitely have to thank you guys, the whole Senate board, for bringing this to the house, you know, and giving it an A, you know. So yeah. So thank you guys very, very much, very much. A A. Yeah, A. Not a A, but a A. Yeah, right.
But we do thank you, man, and it's always fitting to give someone their flowers while they're alive so they could smell the fragrance, and you do deserve it. Colleagues, the Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection stands in recess for 3 minutes. Good afternoon, again, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. The Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, Consumer Protection is back on the record. And this afternoon, we have bill number 360058. Madam Clerk, 360107. Madam Clerk, can you read Block 4 into the record for me, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 4, bill number 36-0107, a resolution honoring and commending Dr. Alfred Lee Andrews for his outstanding achievements and significant contributions to the fields of medicine, science, public health, and community empowerment, proposed by Senators Kurt A. Violet and Avery L. Lewis.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Invited testifiers, Mr. Terrence E. Highfield, longtime close friend, Ms. Jennifer Jackson, good friend and former UVI Chancellor, Ms. Rita Dudley Grant, PhD, cousin, Judge Patricia D. Steele, cousin, Judge George W. Cannon Jr., good friend, Ms. Angela Torres McGee, PhD, cousin, Mr. Richard A. Schrader, senior, mentor, patient, and friend, Mr. Frank Dugan, longtime close friend. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 4.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 360107. Who speaks to this bill? Who's that?
I do, Mr. Chair. I do.
Please
Mr.
recognize
Chair.
Senator Velez, Mike.
I do, Mr. Chair. That's better.
Thank you. Senator Velez, you may proceed.
Thought I was speaking to myself for a minute. Mr. Chair, I raise offer bill number 36-0107. That is a bill to honor the outstanding achievement and significant contribution of Dr. Alfred Lee Andrews. Dr. Andrews was born on December 31st, 1948, so we know that he is a long-time Crucian. And I would go directly into his education. Dr. Andrews received his Bachelor of Art degree in biology with a minor in English literature, something that I didn't know. I thought he was just a straight science major. He then went on to receive his medical degree with honors from Howard University College of Medicine in 1974. I was 10 years old then. Dr. Andrews completed his internship in surgery at Friedman Hospital and Howard University Hospital in Washington, D.C., and pursued postgraduate studies in ophthalmology at Sibley Hospital, affiliated with Georgetown University. So again, some history and these historically black colleges as to what the hospital system was named. Dr. Andrews completed his ophthalmology residency across prestigious institutions, including Howard University Hospital, Walter Reed Army Hospital, Georgetown University Hospital, and DC General Hospital, becoming chief resident in 1978. He holds multiple medical licenses from Maryland in 1974, the District of Columbia in 1978, the Virgin Islands in 1978, and Georgia in 1990. Dr. Andrews expanded his medical experience into integrative and herbal medicine. I guess we're coming back to the Virgin Islands in reference to herbal medicine, becoming a fellow in integrative medicine from the University of Arizona in 2005, a fellow of the American Board of Disability and Analysts in 2007, and earning a master's degree in herbal medicine from Clayton College of Natural Health 2008. It would be interesting to know how much of that herbal medicine came right back to the Virgin Islands with bush therapy, etc. Dr. Alfred Andrews is a distinguished physician, researcher, and author whose scholarly contributions have significantly advanced the fields of ophthalmology and integrative medicine. Dr. Andrews has authored numerous peer-reviewed scientific publications, including seminal work on optic nerve hypoplasia with hypothyroidism and third nerve palsy, and published a book in Annals of Ophthalmology in 1980. So he has done a lot of research and has literally traveled the world in presenting the findings of his research. Dr. Andrews has contributed to genetic and pediatric ophthalmology research, co-authoring landmark studies such as a new locus for autosomal dominant stag-like disease and phakic angle-supported refractive implants in children. He has done extensive research. He's also an author and has written a book addressing regional language, public health, culture, and integrative medicine, including medical terminology of the Eastern Caribbean. That one I would like to read, medical terminology of the Eastern Caribbean, to see exactly what do they call certain diseases locally versus the medical name. Between 1980 and 2015, Dr. Andrews was invited to lecture and perform surgeries internationally, including Switzerland, South Africa, Cuba, Nevis, and Hungary, earning recognition for his innovations and elevating Caribbean medical expertise on the world stage. Dr. Andrews served in the government. He was Assistant Commissioner of Health for the Virgin Islands Department of Health. He was chairman of the Virgin Islands Board of Optometrical Examiners from 1983, and he was off and on until 2002. And he has continued to serve the Virgin Islands through his local practice, through surgeries, through research. So I think it was very important for me to offer this resolution that honors the life of Dr. Alfred Andrews, a Crucian who went into the field of medicine, one of the first that we know in that particular field, and has done extremely well. I offer this resolution, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Vele. Again, good afternoon to the testifiers. Pleasure for you all being here today for this auspicious moment. Just now we had an up-tempo beat. Now we're here with the good doctor. I am always interested to hear what the medical field have to say, and I concur with the last speaker about finding out about these herbal medicines and different things. 'Cause I have a brother-in-law who is a doctor, and every time I tell him about both, she asks me what's the strength and the dosage and thing, and I get ready to put him out of the family. So anyhow, before we begin, I'll just ask you to put your name and position on the record as we go in order. Let's start with my left to my right, starting over here. Put your name, full name, and position on the record, whether you're a friend, however.
Frank Duggan, Duggan's Reef Restaurant.
Bring the mic up to you, sorry.
Frank Duggan, Duggan's Reef Restaurant, longtime friend of Dr. Andrews.
George Cannon, retired judge, longtime friend.
Good.
Patricia Steele, retired judge, close family friend.
Good.
Dr. Rita Dudley Grant, clinical psychologist in practice, and again, family and close friend.
Good.
Terry Highfield, a friend.
Good. And online we have none other. Go ahead. Online. State your name.
Dr. Alfred Andrews, can you hear me?
That's right. We could hear you loud and clear. Huh? Sorry, media is I could see it here on my screen, but the community can't see it. Sorry. I apologize.
Jennifer Jackson.
There we go. They look to my left, sorry. Dr. Andrews, go one more time.
Jennifer
One
Jackson.
second. Go on, online, Dr. Andrews, one more time, please, sorry.
Dr. Alfred Lee Andrews.
Thank you, the honoree. Go ahead, sorry, ma'am.
Jennifer Jackson, long-time patient of Dr. Andrews.
Good. Well, senators are in good things. Senator Vele, you asked to be in a calypso. I just glad to know I know the judge is here today. They got connections inside. Anyhow, not everyone has a testimony, but before I begin, I'm going to ask, there's one testimony that's, I'm going to ask the clerk to read from Richard Schroeder. I hope I pronounced her last name correct. Schroeder.
Schrader.
Uh-oh. And Yankee. Schrader. Okay, buddy. I don't put me out today. Anyhow, Madam Clerk, please read the testimony of...
Yes, Mr. Clerk. Letter dated June 28, 2025, from Mr. Richard A. Schrader. My first visit to a dentist was in the 1940s, while a student at a St. Anne's school at Barron Spot. The dentist's office was located on the second floor of the old scale house in Christiansted. The dentist was none other than the late Dr. Aubrey Andrews, father of Dr. Alfred Andrews. All I could think about was Mama cooking red pea soup tonight. What am I going to do? Many years later, his son, Dr. Alfred Andrews, took care of my eyes. I looked forward to my appointments. Dr. Andrews was very personable. In addition to publishing works in the medical field, Dr. Andrews has made rich contributions to the Virgin Islands folklore literature with his tales in Cyril the Crab, Papito and the Seven Hens, and Umberto, the Harvester Ant. I always felt renewed after an appointment with Dr. Andrews. There was always an exchange in our local culture. If you eat, you won. You hungry, you won. Who can hear will feel. Never hang your hat where you can't reach it. All nin yam good for nin yet boo, no all Tory good for tell. A solid salute to Dr. Alfred Andrews, a graduate of St. Dunstan's School and a warm Crucian. Mr. Chair, this ends the reading from Mr. Schrader.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to start with Ms. Steele?
Yes.
Judge Steele, I apologize.
Good afternoon, Honorable Avery Lewis, Chairperson, Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Members of the committee, other senators present, the honoree, Dr. Alfred Andrews and his family, fellow testifiers, and all other persons present here today. It is with great joy that I stand before this body to show my support for Bill number 36-0107, honoring the many accomplishments of Dr. Alfred
What happened? The car
Andrews.
was left here? Oh. Hmm.
Go ahead, sorry, Your Honor.
I have known Dr. Andrews my entire life. The bond between our families spanned more than 8 decades. Although our lives have taken us down different paths, that bond is as strong today as it was when we were growing up in Estate La Grande Princesse. When my mother was diagnosed with dementia 2 years ago, Freddie, as he is affectionately known to me, sent me a copy of his book, On Unusual People, a Caregiver's Manual. His tips and suggestions not only guided me as I managed her care, but also taught me to be patient with myself on those days when things just didn't seem to go right. The Roman statesman Cicero once said that the eyes, like a sentinel, occupy the highest place in the body. His empathy and unwavering commitment to his patients opened a world of clarity and hope for many by restoring a fundamental part of how they experience the world. The impact of his contributions to the field of ophthalmology extend far beyond the confines of hospitals and clinics. Through his work, he has helped to shape healthcare systems, drive medical advancements, and champion public health initiatives. In closing, not only does Bill number 36-107 celebrate the dedication of Dr. Andrews to the field of medicine and the healing arts, it serves as a testament to the fact that his accomplishments have not gone unnoticed. His kindness, professionalism, and caring attitude has not only changed lives, it has also brought immense relief and comfort to many. On behalf of myself, my family, and a grateful community, I commend you, celebrate you, and thank you for your years of service.
Thank you, thank you. Ms. Jackson, you may begin. I need you to pull the mic or take the mic out or get close, real close to it.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear now.
Good.
You may proceed.
Sure. Because we are starting a little bit late, I think I'll skip the beginning and just go straight into it so that others will be able to speak.
We appreciate you. Thank you.
Now, as I listened to and also read the resolution honoring Dr. Alfred Lee Andrews, I was awed to think of how much one person had contributed not just to the profession that he fully embraced, but he also demonstrated caring for all the people that he saw. I've never seen that before in a doctor, but we'll talk about that. He demonstrated caring for all those who needed his skills and expertise, which he continued to expand. He didn't just say, okay, I've got my degrees and stay here. He kept expanding, he kept studying, he kept going on. My thoughts went back to earlier meetings with other ophthalmologists. Because you see, I am from Guyana, and I went to school all over in England, in Wales, and I had to see a lot of doctors because when I was at school, I was teaching somebody to play badminton, and they came too close, pushed their racket into my eyes, and I broke my glasses. So from a very early age, I was seeing doctors. And as I traveled all over England, like I said, Wales, Scotland, all over, wherever I lived, I always had to see a doctor because something was always wrong with my eyes. Then I went back home to Guyana, and the Caribbean kept asking me to come to Venezuela, all over, in order to do some work for them. And finally, the University of the Virgin Islands asked me to come and do some work for them. And of course, as soon as I got there, I had problems with my eyes. That's how I met Dr. Andrews. Dr. Andrews is as well as educated as he is, as much work as he has done. He is a very humble person. I'll give you one example. No sooner had I gotten to St. Croix and had to see Dr. Andrews, something went wrong with my eyes. Again, this started early. And I went to see Dr. Andrews because he was recommended to me. I went to see him, and they said, he told me, he kept, having me go, come back, etc. And then one day he called me. How many of your doctors ever call you? He called me and said, I hear that there is some experimental surgery that they're doing on your problem. And I think that, it would be good for you. He said, but don't take my word for it. Which doctor says, don't take my word for it? He gave me 3 areas. He suggested I could go to Peachtree in Peachtree in, where is it now? Or not Orlando, Atlanta. He said, you could go there, or you could go to, there was another ophthalmology center in Florida. Yes, he recommended there. And he recommended a 3rd one. He said, but go, don't take my word for it. I think they can help your eyes. I went to 2 of them, and then I thought, no. I went back, came back to the Virgin Islands, and said, look, you go ahead and do my surgery. Because I couldn't see going to another. He knew these people. He knew their reputation. It didn't make any sense. And I was more concerned because by that time I had 2 children in their teens, and I was concerned about my eyes letting me have my sight until they were old enough to do things for themselves. So Dr. Andrews, he did the surgery. Now he told me, and again, doctors don't tell you this. He says, this is going to be really expensive because your insurance won't cover experimental surgery. I said, Doc, go ahead and do it. So he did the surgery, and my eyes were better. I'll try to hurry up. Those were the beginning of my eye issues, and Dr. Andrews looked after me every single time I had an eye issue. Now, unfortunately, I lived a life where I was traveling all around the Caribbean. I was from Guyana, but I had to work. People would send to the University of Guyana saying, could this person come because we have a problem, and her name is the one we hear in the region. So I'd be off to somewhere, and I'd have to go to a doctor there, and nobody was as helpful as Dr. Andrews was, really looking out for my eyes. I stress that because even today, he is still that same person. He comes to the Virgin Islands twice a year, and he sees patients. It doesn't matter where he is. He could be in France, but he'll come. He'll be in Puerto Rico, but he'll come, and he sees patients twice a year. And my eyes have been taken care of. He was different from any other ophthalmologist I've ever seen or consulted. He never pretended to know everything about what was wrong with my eyes. He kept on looking, researching, etc. I'm reading this because of Dr. Andrews. When he learned that there was a cure for something, and he said, your insurance won't pay for this, he told me how much it was going to be. I'm not going to tell you because I don't want anybody else to know that he put down his costs that much in the way he cares for patients. So but it was really, really expensive. Those are the times that, working for universities didn't pay that much. And when Dr. Andrews did the surgery, he told me how much it was. I don't know of any other doctor who will do your surgery and then try to get payment fit. If you know of those, they don't still exist. So when he did the surgery, and he then told me, after he'd done the surgery, that he was only going to charge me half because it was the same operating room that he used, the same staff that worked with him, so why charge me twice? Now, I don't agree with that. I think we need to pay our fair way but this was Dr. Andrews, his generosity. Let's see what else I want to get through so others can. Because of my ongoing eye issues, I became, I think, good friends with Dr. Andrews. He was always sharing information with me about my eyes. If I call, wherever he is in the world, he could be in France. He gave me his phone number, okay? So if he's in France and I need to ask a question about my eyes, he says, call me, and I can call him in France for him to take care of my eyes. When I read the bill proposed by Senator Violet, the only omission I could see was that the proposed bill was not extensive enough because it never fully captured the heart of this amazing doctor who would do anything and everything to make sure that his patients were okay. Dr. Andrews, I will never stop thanking you for all you have done to help me retain my vision. If it weren't for you, I would not be able to be looking at this and saying thank you, Dr. Andrews.
Thank you. Miss Dr. Jackson. And
Yes.
now I have Dr. Dudley Grant. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Senators Kurt Violet and Avery Lewis, senators present, attendees present via media. It is an honor, a privilege for me, Dr. G. Rita Dudley Grant, to offer testimony on Bill 360107 in recognition of my cousin, Dr. Alfred Lee Andrews. I'm proud to be one of the testifiers, not only as a cousin, a patient, and a friend, and celebrating this icon of our community. I thank the entire legislature for recognizing this outstanding Virgin Islander who has given so much to so many, as was just eloquently explained so very well. Dr. Andrews is a native-born Virgin Islander with an ancestry pedigree that spans generations. He's born to the Andrews family, a large and well-known Virgin Islands family with ties to many other well-known large Virgin Islands families, inclusive of the Lockett family, of which I am a member. In fact, his grandmother was my mother's godmother, and hence I knew of Dr. Alfred Andrews long before we actually met, as I am a St. Thomas native while he grew up in St. Croix. I've consulted with my two experts, Attorney George Dudley and Ms. Catherine Lockhart Mills, former commissioner, for some of this historical information. According to my brother, cousins married cousins. Herbert, Ernest Lockhart, and Mildred were cousins, and Karen Ingeborg Peterson Lockhart and Carl Andrews were cousins. For local history buffs, I was provided with a Daily News excerpt from October 16, 1939, by cousin Catherine Mills. It reads, Miss Maria Fritzberg, 82 years old, aunt of Mrs. Herbert E. Lockhart and Mr. Carl A. Andrews, died at the municipal hospital on Saturday night, 7:30 a.m. after a lingering illness, and was buried yesterday afternoon at the Western Cemetery. This notes the almost century-long family connection. I also use this to explain how successfully Alfred Andrews has walked in the path of his many ancestors who excelled in the medical field. Of special note are his father, Dr. Adelbert Andrews, a dentist and senator, and his uncle, Dr. Roy Andrews, who was a former commissioner of health and my very first doctor. Fred, Dr. Andrews, stands on the shoulders of giants and lifts us all up. We are so very proud. I note his legendary contributions to medicine, and I thank the legislature for the excellent, extensive bill number 36017, which I recommend that others read with detail. My focus this now testimony will be on Alfred Andrews, the person who I consider and know to be a Renaissance man. His abilities and interests far exceed his medical career, notable as it is, and I agree he has saved many eyes and many lives. In fact, Fred, or Freddie, as he is affectionately known by family as close friends, is a man who walks the talk, and lives his beliefs. He is extremely health conscious, has owned and operated his own farm where he and his wife, Sari Nesoto, a fellow Tomian childhood friend and classmate of mine, have lived very close to the soil while also carrying on medical research. At the same time, they are worldwide travelers, and he has lived part-time abroad, fostering that perspective in his children to the extent that his son, Lee Andrews, is an internationally known music performer, choosing a self-made path where he resides in Greece, where Fred and Sari visit frequently. I note that Sari has been Dr. Andrews' staunchest support over the many decades of their married life. However, the family is so large that we are truly too numerous to mention. Hence, I beg forgiveness from all who overlooked, but note that we are a village celebrating our own. What is perhaps most noteworthy of Dr. Alfred Andrews is his ability, as has been described again so eloquently, to connect with people from all walks of life and all continents in the world. His extensive knowledge and skill is tempered by a genuine, compassionate, and supportive spirit that engenders security and respect in others. His attention to detail is legendary, as his extensive knowledge of our local culture. My family is one of the lucky recipients of his annual Christmas card puzzle, which challenges one's knowledge of local lore in many different arenas. The most recent puzzle, Christmas 24, tested our knowledge of DNA, when past puzzles have tested recipients on everything from Taino history to classical literature and, of course, local herbs. Dr. Alfred Andrews is first and foremost a physician who has never lost sight of his care and concern for his patients. I credit him with helping my husband, Richard Grant, at the age of 83, to still have his eyesight, despite his various challenges with glaucoma and others. One never feels rushed or pressured when speaking with him. He does not talk down to his patient, but rather tries to ensure that the patient understands the need for the treatments, which can be at times difficult to manage. His reassuring manner encourages compliance, which I am sure contributes to his high levels of success in practice and research. I also finally would like to celebrate Fred Andrews, the person. His genuine engagement with others from all walks of life, all over the world, have made him a person who engenders trust and confidence. In conclusion, I want to thank the legislature for this well-earned recognition and encourage everyone to join in the celebration of the legendary accomplishments of our own. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf.
Thank you. I'm so busy listening to you, you forget to come back. Mr. Highfield?
Yes, sir.
You had some highlights you wanted to put on the record? Dr. Highfield, you had some highlights you wanted to put on the record?
Yes, but my brother was a doctor. I'm just a peon.
Mr. Highfield?
Dr. Andrews, you're well represented here. We got Stanley back here. We got everybody here, your relatives. What could possibly go wrong? I could be that magic one. We've talked a lot about it, and I know Dr. Andrews for many years. He attended the Lutheran kindergarten school.
Mr. Highfield, everything is being recorded and we have stenographers, so you have to
He attended the Lutheran kindergarten. He attended St. Mary's Catholic, the Christian Elementary School at Richmond, St. John's Episcopal, and St. Dunstan's. And then with all that information, he left the island and went to Switzerland. Imagine that. I asked Dr. Andrews on several occasions, what school did you begin your studies in Switzerland? And why would you go to Switzerland, of all places? And here's what he told me. It was Time Magazine book series on countries of the world, about 1960 of the year. And he said Switzerland kept coming up for internationality, for getting good education and meeting the world and its people. The school that he chose was over 140 years of being available to students. In 1961, they became a full school. By 1964, the institution, Monte Rosa, had become a co-educational school. So, there he is, right there. Now I got some other highlights of him. I asked Dr. Andrews, could you be less vague about your past and the school you went to? And he him and hawed around. So I went to a reliable source who would not lie if the truth would serve the purpose. And that was his wife. I'm going to annotate these, starting with one. And it's a very short list. He was valedictorian in the 8th grade, 12th grade, honors university, Bachelor of Art, medical school, top 3. First native resident, trained certified ophthalmologist in the Virgin Islands in 1978. Founder and 3rd president of the Ophthalmological Society of the West Indies, an organization of physicians and providers from all countries of the Caribbean, starting in 1991. Andrews, his surgery techniques significantly reduced recurrence of eye problems, and as a matter of fact, he was my eye doctor when I was a baby. He studied at Bascom Palmer, University of Florida, throughout Europe, from Hungary, Switzerland, to France and Spain, North Africa, and Middle East. The establishment of a clinic for pterygiums in Nevis in 1998 and 2003. He perfected the surgery for pterygiums, which was, you all know, a floater in your eye. And he was recognized for that throughout anybody that had an eye problem like that. His publications were mostly medical journal articles and ophthalmological in the Caribbean, currently cited daily for articles in textbooks and pterygium management and surgical technique. Health books published, he has 10 books. Medical lectures in 32 countries. Ability to function and interact with patients and communication in 5 languages and 80 countries. I rest my case.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. When was he here, doctor?
I'm a wannabe.
So, colleagues, we have around out the testimony, but wait, 1 second, I know what I'm saying, but of the written testimonies, and we have 2 other that don't have no testimony, so I'm going to allow them each 2 minutes to put their heartfelt remarks on the record. Starting with Judge Cannon.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you for the 2 minutes. And because of the day that I've spent most of the time here with you all, I appreciate you giving me those 2 minutes, okay? I'm honored to speak on behalf of Dr. Andrews. And the reason you don't have a written testimony from me is that I was not told to submit one. But you've heard a lot about who he is. I'm going to give you some insight that I think express his spiritual level of growth and enlightenment. The essence of faith is fewness of words and abundance of deeds. He whose words exceedeth his deeds, know verily his death is better than his life. And I know y'all have listened to a lot of words today because I've been here most of the day. This is a man that is about deeds. I came here in 1980. I don't know if I met him around 81, 82, but his Crucian hospitality, bringing me into his family, his wife, his kids. I mean, I felt welcome here. This is my home. My kids are born here. But this gentleman was one of the people who made St. Croix what it is. You look at this table, this is a diverse group. But there are Crucians here who have been around, who made this culture and made his people. He's one of them. His family member talk about him being a Renaissance man. He is a Renaissance man. His knowledge, his wisdom, his understanding. I mean, this is a person that you can pass this bill, but if you know him, you feel like you've known a great human being. And he's humble. Now, he's humble, but he's competitive as hell. He plays basketball, he plays golf, he plays tennis, he plays racquetball, he plays handball. Now, those are the ones I know because I've seen him play and I've competed against him. He is extremely competitive. On top of that, he's a good father. He's a great husband. More importantly, I've been to the jungle with this man. I've been down the Amazon River to the jungle. He's in there in the jungle, in the bush, studying plants. Talking about, George, come look, man, this plant, we got this in St. Croix. I'm like, man, there's a lot of things I'm looking at, but I'm not looking at this plant. And he's...
one second. I'm going to ask the testifier to please mute your phone. Please mute it.
He's a person that pursues knowledge scholarly. I mean, when I say I'm in the jungle with him, I'm serious. We went down the Amazon River in the jungle, and it wasn't no fancy cruise ship. And the man was not dressed for no fancy dinner, okay? He has a great sense of humor, but he was studying the plants. Now, I'm a good human being, but in the Amazon, there are plants that can kill and there's plants that can heal. I wasn't into studying the plants. But he was not only studying it, he was drawing and writing about it, and he was so proud of it. And this is who he is. Now, he has the knowledge to understand what it is to be an excellent doctor. He's my doctor as well. You see, I got my glasses on here with everybody else. But he also is a very generous soul. Now, Senator Valet, for whatever reason you chose to recognize him, I appreciate it greatly. For the people of St. Croix, we've had a lot of great people come out of this island. Ambassadors, represent this island and the people of the Virgin Islands very well. He's one of those people. And he is a world citizen even though he's a Crucian. And he treats people with dignity. And he is a person who understands his history and his culture. And he's proud of it. So I'm proud to sit here and speak to you directly from my heart, but also from my mind. Because I can recognize a person who has a greater intellect than me. I can acknowledge a person who has more capacity than me. I can humble myself in front of someone who I have a lot of respect and love for. And he's truly one of those people. And I appreciate what you've done for recognizing him. And I'd be very grateful anytime to speak on behalf of Freddie. Thank you, man. I love you.
Amen.
Thank you. That was really good. Longtime friend, Mr. Duga?
Yes, I was lucky enough to meet Fred around 1985. I met him at the Buccaneer Golf Course. Played that day. We hit it off. We're the same age. I'm from Massachusetts. He went to undergraduate in Massachusetts. And as we got better at golf, we started to play a tougher golf course called Carambola. We started to play every Wednesday and did for nearly 25 years. He spent the morning with me playing golf and the afternoon with Terry Highfield playing tennis. That's where you could find Fred. You talked about his knowledge of herbal medicine. I was having a very bad time with kidney stones, and I'd been to the urologist here several times with no luck. Fred started crawling around the bushes at Carambola, came out with a handful of weeds, sent me home. We brewed up the tea, and they went away completely.
God bless you.
I'm very, very lucky to have Fred for a friend. He's a terrific guy, and I'll leave you with that. Thanks, pal, for everything.
Thank you, everybody. Colleagues, that exhausts all the testimony here today, written and from the heart. So we're going to go to a round of three minutes each. And I'm going to begin with Senator Noel E. Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone on this distinguished panel that's before us. And of course, good afternoon to our honoree, Dr. Alfred Lee Andrews. You know, the first thing first of all, I'd like to commend the bill sponsor, Senator Kurt Vielle, for this legislation. I had the opportunity to review the resolution that's been put forth. And the first thing that I wrote down was Renaissance man. And I think I've heard that several times, during the discussion here today. But after Renaissance man, I said distinguished gentleman. Right after that, certainly a father, physician, a researcher, author, a golfer, tennis enthusiast. This gentleman, again, that I've known of. I've not met him personally. I've not had to go to him for my glasses. And I see everybody else wearing glasses except Frank Duggan. He must be having contacts. But nonetheless, certainly I've known of his contribution. Living here in the Virgin Islands, I've worked here in my previous and current capacity. I've heard of Dr. Andrews for quite some time. I think his family came out of Gallows Bay. As well, so certainly that's where my family came from too. This resolution really is a small token and appreciation for his many years of service and lasting clarity of vision he has brought to the people he served. His steady hands and keen vision have restored many sites, and certainly we appreciate that. And thank you so much for your compassion. Thank you so much for your eye health. Thank you so much for your immeasurable skill, dedication to humanity. Dr. Andrews, I just really want to ask you, in terms of your sense of accomplishment, have you left any stone unturned in your opinion? You have done so much over the years. What do you believe that you have left unattended that you would like to complete your bucket list before leaving this earth?
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and for the, I am...
1 minute.
I may appear to you very tired. I am in Malaga, Spain. It's now 11 o'clock at night, I believe. I'm glad to be here with you. The only stone left unturned right now is I'm learning Greek. I'm trying to become proficient in that language, as well as continuing to research for my books on health, as well as new characters for the Caribbean. I have Erasmus, the Caribbean reef shark. So I'm still learning, I'm still moving ahead. A little bit slow, but I'm still there. Thank you.
Time.
Thank you very much. And again, I've had the opportunity, as a matter of fact, I have the Secret of Anna's Hope book in my library. I've had the opportunity to read that, as well as the, maybe one or two other books that you have written over the years. I think I have Unusual People and the Social Connections to Your Health as well. So again, thank you for your many contributions. Those that's viewing and listening could really visit his website. There is a website with a wealth of information on him and the books that he have written over the years. And again, I just really want to say thank you for your contribution. This recognition is definitely, truly well-deserved. Congratulations. Thank you to Senator Vielle again, for recognizing your contribution to the people of the Virgin Islands. God bless.
Thank you, Senator Francis, for your line of questioning. Senator Carla, no, she's not here. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifiers. I want to say, it's a pleasure to have this opportunity when we do take the time out to honor our Virgin Islands people for all the good things that they have done, especially in the field of health. As you know, you're without health, a lot of us would have some major issues. But what I will say is that I wanted to ask some questions directly. I was listening to one of the testifiers, and she was talking about when Dr. Andrews was speaking to her about her issues with her eyes. And he looked at different things, and he even recommended a surgery option that, was still experimental at the time. How do you see with the advent of technology and even, say, some holistic medication, how do you see that we could pull different parts of medicine together to deal with the overall health of the human being? Because, your aspect is one. I read that you did quite a bit of research and wrote books. Tell me your thoughts on that.
Excellent question. What was happened around 2000? I saw that patients were not really getting full medical care. They were getting technology. So Dr. Andrew Weil had a course in integrative medicine. I took that course and finished it in 2005 and have been doing integrative medicine ever since. He's the pioneer of integrative medicine, which brings all aspects of medicine together. And the most important one is communicating with the patient.
1 minute.
So that's really what I push forward, such that discussions and all kinds of aspects, it's worth taking the time with patients rather than the 5 minutes allotted and then, sign off and you're out type of thing. So hopefully medicine will go in that direction where more doctors will do holistic medicine. Really means the whole patient. So you want to use all things that can help. And a lot of times the natural medicines are actually better than the pharmaceuticals. So if you know both, you can offer both, and then you offer the results of both.
Good.
It's a much better way of doing it.
Excellent. The second question I want to ask has to do with, as you might be aware, the universities has been trying to get a medical school done here in the territory for a little bit. What are your thoughts about maybe the importance of having homegrown doctors coming straight out from the Virgin Islands? What are your thoughts about that? Whether it's important for cultural ties? Tell me your thoughts in regards to that.
Exactly that, cultural ties, as well as Virgin Islands are really in a specific, special place. Our location is pretty much the middle of the world. So instead of thinking that we're just a tiny little island, a little speck, and we're insignificant, I always believed, even as a kid, that we really had the best of everything because we're right in the middle. We can go north, south, east, or west, we can identify with anybody. It's very important that students or kids or everybody just have a chance and pursue a field in science, medicine, anything. But we really have an advantage here rather than being a disadvantaged little island.
Thank you so much for that. I think I heard them call my time, but I definitely will be supporting for you to get this honor. I appreciate the sponsor for bringing this piece of legislation, as I always support in making sure that we protect and promote and honor our own. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Well, Pumpa.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I'm definitely in favor of this bill, 36-107. And this is a legacy family. Aubrey Alfred Andrews, when you walk in the halls of this legislature, his picture is posted. That's your father, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. His picture is posted in the legislature. He's the second president of this legislature. And this is a legacy family. So I'm so proud to be able to join in on this. Let me ask you, right? Because you used to have an office over here in on Crown Princess Garden, across from where the police station used to be?
No, that was my Uncle Roy, my father's brother.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's the Uncle Roy. Okay, good. So, I've looked through your resume, and, all I can say is it's about time. You have done so much outstanding things in so many areas, and the testimony today shows that you're also basically an athlete. You like to be in good physical shape, and it's awesome. It's awesome, and it's so proud. It makes me proud to know that Virgin Islanders have accomplished so much, and especially the Andrews family going way back. So I have to also congratulate the bill sponsor. I myself have signed on to this bill, and I want to ask you particularly a question with the ophthalmic surgery of the eyes, where you use the laser as opposed to the scalpel. How has that changed the surgery? Give me your thoughts.
That is usually, well, there's several types of lasers, but if you're going to use a laser to make an incision, it will be much more accurate than using the hand, the hand scalpel. If you're using the laser to shave or to remove tissue, then the hand sometimes is better than that because it's a judgment. But as far as the actual, say, a robot doing a surgery that goes 1, 2, 3, the robot will do the surgery better, except the robot doesn't have the judgment. That's the difference.
Time.
Yes, it's amazing because I had, I once had eye surgery, and it was so amazing in that, I didn't get anesthesia. As a matter of fact, I was able to see through the whole procedure. So it was amazing, how things have changed. So I'm definitely in favor of this, and, I want to say congratulations beforehand. It's a whole body of accomplishments. Your life has been a real testament to your dedication and also your brilliance in all of the things, all of your endeavors so far, and continue. I hope you learn a new language next week. Bless. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and congratulations, Dr. Andrews.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Dr. Andrews, there's a little question here. When I was younger growing up, there was a cookbook by Andrews. Andrews? That's your relative?
Yes, that was my grandmother, my father's mother in St. Thomas.
Yes. So we brought a lot of those recipes to St. Croix. Okay. Now we're coming together. Thank you. Senator Johnson, you're recognized, and if you talk about a cookbook, you're getting put out.
Yeah, good afternoon. Avery, don't start that today. Good afternoon to my colleagues, good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to my doctor. I don't think you remember. I don't know, but I had two tourism, and both of them was done by Dr. Andrews. One in 1987 and one in 1988. I was so comfortable with him that I did the second one. And it's a procedure that's kind of scary, you know, because they got to slit the eye. Well, they're going to put some eye drops there in the eye. They're going to slit the eye. They got your eyelid open. You can't close it. Yes. And then he speaks to you you're so comfortable telling me this procedure that I felt so comfortable that I did the second one. And come with that same laser, I said, okay, now I'm going to start burning out all of that stuff that's in the eye. And it's a serious procedure. If you don't do it, and that tourism crosses the eyelid, then you lose your eyesight. So it needs to be done before it completely crossing the entire eyeball. And I will push him back in the chair. I ain't no place to go. But as he proceeded, it was nothing painful. Nothing painful, but the experience was just amazing. I want to say thank you. You made me so comfortable that the next year I didn't have any fear of coming back and doing my second eye. And I just started wearing glasses 6 years ago. And from 1987, these two procedures was done by Dr. Andrews. I ain't going to call no other doctor that I know did these procedures and it didn't work too well. But I know folks that had to go back and do them more than one time. It was one shot with Dr. Andrews, and I'm so thankful for that. And I want to thank the sponsor of this measure and really say that this is a well-deserved, honor that we're recognizing you. And I thank you for all that you have done and what you continue to do. But you seem like you ain't stopped yet. So what's the latest? What's going on in Switzerland? Bring me up to speed.
I want to thank you for being such an excellent patient. In 1987, 1989, around that time, I was really just creating that technique.
Wow.
And that technique of not having the pterygium grow back is now taught in the medical schools. It's being presented as Andrews technique. And under Andrews technique is U.S. Virgin Islands. So it's being done pretty much all over the world. So you were part of that, so I have to thank you.
Well, it's good to hear that. It's really good to hear that because I'm still doing fine, And I at the time as I said, you made me so comfortable that coming back the second time, there was no fear, There was no fear. I was very comfortable. My eye wasn't burning me anymore from the first procedure. So I said, my son, get this next one taken care of. So I definitely want to say thank you, although it was an experiment. I didn't know that, but it was a worthwhile experiment. It turned out to be a blessing. It turned out to be a real good blessing. Like I said, from 1987 to about maybe 2000, within 25, so maybe about 2017, 18, I just started wearing glasses. So it went well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. God bless you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So when the colleges know we have testimony here in the VI. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening to all. It's after midnight where you're at. Eastern European summertime, they say.
It's 11 o'clock.
It's
11:06.
11? And I just checked it to say it was 11:54. Now I see the time has moved, so I'm just saying it's after
Time went
midnight.
backwards.
Ah, okay. Well, I know
My body is saying
probably your
11:54.
bedtime now. But thank you for all that you have done, and I'm glad that though my colleague was an experiment, it turned out well. I was sitting here just laughing with my colleague next to me, and we're calling him Bionic Man. He did his 2 eyes, he did his 2 knees. I mean, my goodness, he's going to be running away from us just now, because obviously he could see clear into the future. But again, thank you for your contribution. And I, too, joined the bill sponsor in honoring and commending you. But, you know, unlike the bill sponsor who was only, what he said, 10 years old when you receive your when you earned your medical degree, I was only 3, so I didn't know what was going on. Maybe my god sister could tell me what was going on back then. But, you know, that speaks volume as I look at this, not just to the longevity of your career, but to the depth of the impact that you have done on this community. And today we see that you're surrounded here not only by family and friends, but you also brought to the table retired judges, business owners, you know, even long-time patients. And we see now you even went back again to my colleague. He did not 1, but 2 eyes. Wow. But, you know, as I listened to my good friend, Frank Duggan there, you know, you made me sit here and wonder. So if the good doctor was playing golf with you in the morning and he was playing tennis with you, Mr. Highfield, in the afternoons, I mean, what time did he really have to give to his patients, you know? I'm not going to ask the question, but obviously he found some good time to do it. But in closing, I'll just say I want to really thank the sponsor, the primary sponsor, and all who signed on, and I thank my colleagues, too, who will support it. And most of all, thank you, the testifiers, for coming forward and sharing all that you know of what I would say is a good man with the rest of this community. So I want to wish you, Dr. Andrews, Godspeed. Enjoy yourself in Greece, and see you soon at home. All right? Thank you all so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Thank you. Senator Mary James, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Andrews, it's good to see you. I was actually sitting here trying to figure out when I had my teresium done. But before that, I had something that is interesting done by you that I was sitting here thinking, I had a lot of moles all on my neck, and you took them all away. Remember? And that wasn't you know. But that was good. I mean, and I don't remember, no, it wasn't an experiment. You know, I don't consider anything that you do an experiment, because I think your hands are so just skilled and made by God, right, to do this kind of work. That's the way I see it. So I just support this. I need to be one of the top sponsors, only because I think I've seen you a few times. I was trying to think of how old I was, because initially you were the first eye doctor that I think I saw, because I had a growth underneath my eye, so you had to cut that little piece out. And I came back, and then I got the teresium done, and then I came back, and it was kind of interesting because someone told me to come to you about the moles, and I did, and then you took them all off, and they never came back. They're coming back now that I'm older, so maybe I need to come and see you again. But I just want to tell you that as a Crucian, you're one of those people when I went to law school, we had an interesting day talking about where you were from and
1 minute.
Knowing people who were professionals. And in that conversation, I discovered that unlike a lot of my African American friends, I actually knew so many people in my community, in this community here, who were doctors, lawyers, professionals. So we knew the potential of our people and that we could be anything. And you're one of those people, and I want to thank you for that. Thank you, Dr. Andrews. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. Thank you for those words. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon to everyone. And good afternoon, Dr. Andrews. Again, I was a little older than my colleague here. He was 3 and I was 5, so we are our last at that time. But again, listening to the testifiers, Mr. Highfield, Mr. Grant, Judge Steele, Judge Cannon, Mr. Duggan, it's clear for sure that your heart is just where most doctors mightn't be. And what's kind of outstanding is knowing that you're not only into sending somebody to the pharmacist, but you're also willing to go in the bush to help, to show us that, you know, maybe as a little child, that's what you knew and that's what you had, and you took time, although being a doctor already, and went a little deeper with the scientists to know what actual herbs is good for one, and that is outstanding. What else is outstanding is your compassion to give back. You know, listening to the doctor over here when she was saying, it's going to be expensive because your insurance don't cover this. But because she was determined, you made sure that it was done. We don't need to know the cost because Dr. Jackson is a very hard worker and determined. We listened to all her ups and downs. And then you also worked on my colleague, the bionic man, we call him in the Senate, because he's willing to take on any surgery. And the Army come out bouncing back way better than anybody else. And I always tell us how scared he was before he goes, but it's the same exact end results he end up with. And again, I will be in full support of this bill for sure. And thank you for what you have done for the Board Netherlands. You're a beacon to know that actually in medical school now, your name will be mentioned just during teaching a procedure. That's just outstanding. Thanks again, and congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and I think I see Senator Carla Joseph in the St. Thomas District. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to the testifiers. Wow, we have a stellar group of testifiers, homegrown people from the soil to hair today to talk about a man from our soil, Dr. Andrews. I've been listening keenly on my way over and here, sitting in the chambers, and the accolades, and I was especially moved by the testifier from the young lady from Guyana and how she spoke about the work and the sacrifice that Dr. Andrews made where her eyesight was concerned. I really don't have any questions. I'm ready to vote, and it's usually not the case with me. I usually have a lot of questions, but I've sat, I've heard, and I know of Dr. Andrews' reputation in the Virgin Islands. So it doesn't need much convincing from me to vote in honor of this great man, this great human being from our soil. I just wanted to say we really are doing a really great job in honoring this gentleman while he is still alive, while he can appreciate the value of his contribution to our community. And I'm just really honored to be a part of this body to do so. I want to commend the bill sponsor for making and taking the opportunity to put together this resolution in honor of this great giant in the field of ophthalmic surgery and medicine.
1 minute.
He is very deserving. And so I really don't have any questions, Mr. Chairman. I am ready to vote in support of this measure. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. And before I go, sorry, colleagues, before I go to the bill sponsor, Senator Vele, does anyone have any burning questions, anything for Dr. Andrews or for any of the testifiers? Before I go to Senator Vele. Okay. Senator Vele, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Andrews, I want you to thank one of your friends who is here but not in the well. She's in the back. My Spanish teacher, Tudy Highfield. She was a tremendous advocate for today. She continuously, have we lost him? I hope not. She continuously advocated that we pass this resolution to honor her dear friend, Dr. Andrews. And when Ms. Highfield begin to advocate, you'll be better respond because she's not going to finish. So she did it the wise way. She didn't even directly contact me. She contacted my wife. And then she continued, and then my wife contacted Louis V, and then we got it done. But it makes me so proud to be able to honor a crucian of the soil that went to a totally different level in terms of education. And when we're now in an era of where research and science is not respected, it is so good to hear that his cutting-edge research led to new techniques. Just amazing. When I looked at the testifiers, it's like a who's who. Rita Dudley Grant, family to Lockhart, George Steele, George Cannon, Fran Duggan, and the most colorful person on the panel, my boss, Terry Highfield. Yeah, I worked for Terry Highfield way back in 82, 83 at Pan American Airlines.
I'll take exception to that. It's undecided who was working for who.
But a lot of what the way that I approach work, I learned from under his leadership, from under his guidance. I always thank Terry Highfield for the job that he did. Now, it was strange that with Dr. Andrews, who once was at Vision Center, right, Dr. Andrews?
Correct, yes. Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if he really remembers, but back in 1992, my daughter had an eye issue. And eyes were just tearing all the time. She's just crying, just 10 months old. And couldn't figure out where the tears were coming from. We carried her to the doctor and then ended up carrying her to Dr. Andrews. And he looked at her and he said, everything seems to be fine, but I'm not sure. She's so small. You need to carry her to Puerto Rico to a pediatric ophthalmologist, let him look behind the eyes and see what is actually going on. I recommend that you go. And we did. And when we did, my daughter had cancer.
Wow.
She had neuroblastoma. So she had, I didn't even get to tell him the rest of the story because then it was a whirlwind. But that simple trip of him mandating that we go to Puerto Rico saved my daughter, who is now a civil engineer, 33 years old. So she has been in remission for 32 years. But simple, leave the island and go. And when we went, we found out that it wasn't an eye issue. It was a tumor that was pressing on her eyes and causing her to tear. and his heart was retinoblastoma, but then we went to Johns Hopkins on the recommendation of the senator here, Dad. So we had all good crucial doctors in my life. Dr. James, who made the recommendation, get your child off of here. So local crucial doctor saved my child. So this resolution is special to me because we're honoring somebody who have contributed significantly to the Virgin Islands. And when I see this, I only pray and hope that we have a next generation of great crucial brains who are willing to go into the field of judgeship and doctors, psychology, and medicine. I can only pray for that. Because if we don't, we're going to have to import all of the talent into the Virgin Islands. And you do need to retain local talent. So Dr. Andrews, for all the work that you have done, I salute you, I thank you, and you look wonderful. You know, you really look good. I saw the picture, and you remind me of your brother, your brother Delandus. Taught to me in 1995 when we opened Complex. And he was an English teacher there for a number of years. And one of the most soft-spoken English teachers, I didn't understand how he could control a class, because he never got upset. He just talked very soft. And his philosophy was, the more I speak, the more they're going to listen. Because if they don't listen, they're going to fail. So he said, look at all of them. They have to listen. And it worked. And the Honor Society at the St. Croix Educational Complex is named in his honor. The Adelbert Andrews National Honor Society for English. It's named in his honor. We got that done when I was there before I left. So congratulations, and thank all of you for being here today to testify. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Vele, and I'm hearing a motion. Senator Novalee Francis Jr., recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and colleagues. I offer Bill number 36-0107, a resolution honoring and commending Dr. Alfred Lee Andrews for his outstanding achievements and significant contributions to the fields of medicine, science, public health, and community empowerment, be approved by the Committee of Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protections, and sent forward to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and vetting. I so move.
Bill number 360107 has been properly moved by Senator Novalee Francis Jr. and seconded by Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Mr. Chair, there are 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the bill number 360107, a resolution honoring and commending Dr. Alfred L. Andrews for his outstanding achievements and significant contribution to the fields of medicine, science, public health, and community empowerment, has been voted upon favorably in the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further vetting and consideration. No, wait, hold on. No, you're in my chambers today. No, hold on. You can't get up and leave yet. Wait.
Hey, man, I've been here since 8:43.
Yeah, I know, man. I know. No.
We gonna go there, huh?
Finally get a chance to hold a judge.
I'm gonna be obedient.
Dr. Andrews, before I close out this Block 4, I'll ask you to give your 1-minute close out to the community, to everyone who's here. 30 seconds. 1 minute, go ahead, 1 minute.
honorable senators, Senator Kurt Violet, Senator Avery Lewis, and the entire committee. Senators, thank you very much for this resolution. It's a great honor. Thank you to the staff, Krieger, Watley, and of course, thank you to the testifiers and the proposers, Terry and Bruce Highfield, who were really just as much family, to me as everyone. Testifiers, for your kind words. You must realize that my character comes from you, from all the good that you all do as well. And having good friends and family, there's nothing greater than that. I'd also like to thank really the people who came before me, like my father, my uncle, grandfather. Then there's Dr. Canagator, Dr. James, Dr. Joseph, Dr. Tisha Bear. They're all of them really were my role models. And I'm here, I'm retired, but I'm keeping my feet clean so that anyone who is interested can learn. And I'm willing to teach. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you, Dr. Andrews. The Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, Consumer Protection will take a quick 5-minute recess, and when we do come back, we'll have in front of us the 10 sleepless nights. Good afternoon. Good afternoon again, colleagues. The Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for Block 5 into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 5, Bill number 36-0121, an act to rename the Peter Carl Limprick Park the TSK Park in honor of the 10 sleepless nights Quilby ban and making an appropriation to effectuate that change. Proposed by Senators Maurice C. James, Clifford A. Joseph, Sr., Kenneth L. Gittins, and Angel L. Bokish, Jr., co-sponsor, Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Invited testifiers, Mr. Stanley Jacobs, Treasurer, Founder, and Band Leader, 10 Sleepless Nights, Inc., Dr. Lauren Larson, President, 10 Sleepless Nights, Inc., Ms. Vivian Ebsen, President, Crucian Cultural Group, CCG, Mr. Myron Jackson, former Senator, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Vincent Roberts, Commissioner Nominee, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, Mr. Derek M. Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Mr. Chair, this ends the reading of Block 5.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, you're doing a great job today. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Colleagues, we have before us Bill number 360121, an act to rename the Peter Carl Limprick Park, the TSK, 10 Sleepless Nights Park in honor of the 10 Sleepless Nights Quail Bay ban and making an appropriation to effectuate that change. Who speaks to this bill?
Mr. Chair, I do.
Senator Maurice James, go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone in and outside the room. Today is a special day all around, but it's especially significant and meaningful with this last measure before us. Today I ask for your support of Bill number 36-0121, which seeks to rename the Peter Carl Limprick Park in Christiansted the 10 Sleepless Nights Park in honor of Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights. For more than 55 years, Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights, commonly known now as TSK, have been the leading conservators of our official music, Quilby, and faithful culture bearers of our Virgin Islands heritage. Since their founding in 1970, they have not only preserved and performed Quilby music, but they have also invested in our people and our future through the Quilby Education Program, the annual Virgin Islands Folklife Festival, the TSK Annual Cultural Scholarship Program, numerous lectures, recordings, and exhibitions that highlight and safeguard our history. Past and present members of the band alike have made meaningful contributions that continue to shape the band's legacy and strengthen our cultural identity. TSK has brought our unique musical voice to the global stage, earning international acclaim while representing the Virgin Islands with pride. And today, you know, this is the third bill where we're honoring, and if you notice, Crucians on the global stage, every single one that we've heard, and Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights have done that through all these years. One member of our community in particular, Miss Shelley Thomas, came and asked about changing the name of Peter Limprick Park in Christiansted. It was her vision and her love for the 10 Sleepless Nights. And you know, when I looked at Limprick Park, I thought about my own childhood and about passing that park every day in Christiansted and not really paying any attention to the park. Not even wondering about its use, wondering about why it's there, not knowing anything at all. And then I can't remember the year now, I should have written it down, but the Crucian Cultural Group and the Christiansted Community Alliance Incorporated, I'm sure we'll get the exact time from their representative, decided to use the park in a way that was not used before. And at that point in time, we began to hear Limerick Park. That was it. We understood that's the name, but no one ever really connected with it. And the name of this park needs to reflect our history. Now, I know that some people may feel that renaming is unnecessary or that history should remain untouched, but renaming does not erase history. What it does is it ensures that our public spaces reflect the culture, traditions, and lived experience of the people who use them today. Ms. Thomas and several other people said they wanted the name of the park to reflect a space where cultural gatherings, Christmas celebrations, musical performances can continue to thrive, just beyond Christmas time, but all throughout the year. As a true cultural hub that honors those who have given so much to keep our heritage alive. For too long, many of our landmarks have been honored. We have honored colonial officials whose names really do not resonate with Virgin Islanders. Renaming this park is an act of cultural self-determination. It affirms that the symbols in our community should honor those who have preserved and advanced our heritage, rather than those whose legacies are disconnected from our people's story. Colleagues, this renaming is more than symbolic for me. It is a way to honor those who have preserved our identity for more than 5 decades, and to ensure that generations to come will know the significance of Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights' contributions to this community. One of my earliest memories of truly appreciating Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights was one parade when I came home from law school, and I was asked to go on the streets and announce for Channel 12. And I remember that moment so well in my mind because the music sounded so sweet. That's the only way I can describe it. And I remember saying on the mic, "Oh my God, this music is so sweet. It touches my soul." And so for me, I believe that naming this park will energize it beyond the Christmas time. It will be a place where people can go and play music, have cultural events. I mean, that's the way I see it throughout the year. And I just want to thank Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights for doing what you've done all these years, and thank Shelley Thomas. I think Roland Roebuck may have played a part in that too, for bringing this idea to me, and that I'm able to do this while I'm here in the Senate. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And I ask for your support, everybody's support. Thank you.
Senator James, I plan to support you, but you're giving them a new home now. So if this means no more Trump, I'm voting. Good afternoon again, testifiers.
Good afternoon.
Starting from my left, Ms. Eberson, put your name and position on the record, and then we walk to the right.
Good afternoon. My name is Vivian I. Eberson Flood. I am today in the capacity of the chairperson of the Crucian Cultural Group.
What's your woman name?
I would love that.
Stanley Jacobs. Is the leader for the 10 Sleepless Nights.
Thank you.
Larry Larson. I am the president of the 10 Sleepless Nights Incorporated.
And then there's a young man in St. Thomas.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Myron D. Jackson, former senator.
That's right, Senator Myron Jackson in the house. Keep telling you, you gotta put on them suit and come out. Thank you. Miss Eberson, Ms. Flood, Eberson Flood.
Yes,
If
sir.
you're ready with your testimony,
I am, Senator.
you may begin.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Avery L. Lewis, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations, members and non-committee members, present, other testifiers, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Vivian I. Eberson Flood, a fifth-generation Crucian-born, raised and nurtured to embrace, preserve, and showcase our culture, music, and traditions, of which Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights has been and remains a cross-generational iconic symbol of cultural ambassadors and pride on both a personal and professional basis for as long as I have known myself. I'm not going to preface my next statement by saying, like the young people would say, because I am still in their age bracket. But as the saying goes, if you know, you know. Being no stranger to this body, the sponsors and co-sponsors of Bill number 36-0121, some members of this committee, and having held former roles of the Director of Frederiksted Health Center, Ingeborg Nesbitt Clinic, Founder and first Executive Director of Frederiksted Healthcare, Inc., Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Health, and Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services, I am humbled by the invitation and opportunity to appear before you today to give testimony and input on Bill number 36-0121, an act to rename the Peter Carl Limprick Park the TSK Park in honor of the 10 Sleepless Nights, Quelba Band, and making an appropriation to effectuate the change. I appear as the chairperson of the Crucian Cultural Group, a subcommittee of Christianstead Community Alliance, Inc., of which I am a member of the Board of Directors and Treasurer. Please note that based on my dual roles, my testimony here today is reflective of the stance of the Crucial Cultural Group Subcommittee and not intended to reflect any particular or specific stance of the Christianstead Community Alliance Board of Directors, individually or collectively. In providing testimony in support of Bill number 36-0121, I find it necessary to highlight the precursors, persons, groups, and/or events that by their efforts have drawn attention from near and far. Efforts that brought a now highly annually anticipated, a cultural glow for the world to see, a glow in the park, annual Limprick Park tree lighting event, and other scheduled activities to reality 7 years ago. Events that have become highlights of the annual Crucian Christmas Festival, currently coordinated and hosted by 13 volunteer members of the Crucian Cultural Group, along with individuals, nonprofit groups, I must say members of this body as well, corporate and governmental partners that make the scheduled events a reality for persons near and far to see and experience our rich and treasured Virgin Islands cultural traditions and heritage. As a result of a regular Saturday afternoon discussion in Ebby's store located on King Cross Street in Christianstead, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, between Miss Merlene Lang, Miss Enid M. Eberson, Miss Ebby, Miss Enid, my mother, a stalwart health professional, treasure chest of historical information, and astute businesswoman in her own right, and myself, regarding the types of activities, as well as the concerns of the dwindling, diminishing knowledge, existence, and display of the old-time Crucian cultural tradition and activities that were historically staples of our cultural traditions during the Crucian Christmas Festival season. The discussion of the need to form a group that would host and focus on old-time traditional cultural activities during the Christmas holiday season to reignite, preserve, and showcase those cultural traditions began. Subsequently, a group of 15 cultural enthusiasts, Merlene Lang, Vivian Eberson Flood, Sandra Gerard Leung, Suzette Bao James, Talsada Josiah, Charlita Shang, Wanda Figueroa Vialé, Pat Brown, Renee Schuster, Stephanie Shalana Brown, Teddy Richards, Kendall Henry, Kareem Smith, Ramona King, and Pauline Horse were contacted, met regularly, and without hesitation agreed to volunteer their time, talents, ideas, and energies to coordinate traditional events that would not compete with, but rather complement the existing Crucian Christmas Festival in the town of Christianstead, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. With a goal of maintaining, preserving, and showcasing our rich Virgin Islands culture, heritage, and tradition, the volunteer members agreed upon the name, the Crucian Cultural Group, was formed. The Crucian Cultural Group, in partnership as a subcommittee of Christiansted Community Alliance, with a focus on revitalizing the town of Christiansted and the host of the Limerick Park Vintage Town Fair, held its first activities in the town of Christiansted in December 2019. Their scheduled activities including the group's collective agreement and efforts on the idea of bringing life through lights and decorations to the unnoticed, underutilized, and often ignored park located in the middle of the town of Christiansted, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, for the community to enjoy by asking individual volunteers, groups, departments, and companies to sponsor, decorate, and light the trees in the Peter Carl Limerick Park on King Street, Christiansted, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Crucian Cultural Group knew that they could not plan to hold such an inaugural cultural event without our world-famous and iconic Quelbe and cultural ambassadors, Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights, who, when contacted, wholeheartedly supported the event and volunteered their time and services for the community, and the annual A Glow in the Park, Limerick Park tree lighting was born. The journey has been an amazing 7 years, and 7 years later, the Crucian Cultural Group is here today providing testimony regarding enhancing the historical and cultural relevance as well as the ambience of the same park, with the renaming of the now Peter Carl Limerick Park, the 10 Sleepless Nights Park, in honor and support of our iconic, world-famous Quelbe and cultural ambassadors, Dr. Stanley Jacobs and the 10 Sleepless Nights. In its quest to preserve, maintain, and showcase our rich, treasured culture, the Crucian Cultural Group stresses that we must remain ever mindful that while relevance, interpretation, and circumstances change, history is history and should be acknowledged as such based on the relevance of its time and occurrence. All efforts should be cautious taken to not erase history for the next generation because it is uncomfortable or unpleasant by the removal of historical monuments and landmarks that, whether positive or negative, mark or depict an era, circumstances, or experiences relevant to the definitions of a part or parts of our cultural history. We must always choose to look at the glass as half full and not half empty, and that these historical monuments and landmarks, although they may possibly bear reminders of unpleasant historical experiences, remain now in places where we were not historically allowed to access and now access freely. That these places and our open accessibility for ourselves and others stands to ultimately depict and educate on the resiliency and the tenacity of the people of the Virgin Islands, with our strong stance of holding our chin up and shoulders back, proudly displaying our Virgin Islands pride, and through it all, see me, are still there. Let us not forget that we must also educate on the relevance of experiences of the past and present that shaped us, not of shame, embarrassment, and anger, but as an examples of our collective ancestral strength. Most importantly, let us remember not to lend a hand in erasing ourselves and our cultural relevance, but rather embrace it for what it is, history. The Crucian Cultural Group remains unaware of other legislative recognitions that may be being considered, but must state that it sees Bill 36-0121 as the start of a much-earned and deserved recognition during the commemoration of Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights' 55th anniversary celebration year. However, since afforded the opportunity, we take this time to also respectfully state and hereby plant the seed of consideration for further action that the Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights Band are also most deserving of yet a grander publicly visible permanent naming of a significant and relevant roadway on the island of St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, along with its members as decided and geographically possible in historical recognition of the cross-generational 4-day morning serenade and their significant 55 years of unselfishly being a part of and contributing to the preservation of our rich, treasured, and unique Virgin Islands culture through music, cultural education, and scholarship. So when asked, the story can be told. The Crucian Cultural Group lends our support to this measure being enacted through Bill 36-0121, inclusive of the following matters of consideration. As historical users of Peter Carl Limerick Park, we remain aware of its nuances and needs. Therefore, in the efforts to pay true honor and respect to Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights for generation to come, we ask that the appropriate resources be designated to the Department of Authority, not only for the initial signage and name change when adopted, but for the upkeep, enhancement, promotion, and use of the park as a year-round cultural musical event site with scheduled cultural and musical activities. The appropriate funding will promote regular use and avoid the historical occurrence of the park only coming to life annually for 31 days every December for public display, family, and community amusement. That the permanent naming of a significant and relevant railway on the island of St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands for Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights Band and its members, as decided and geographically possible in historical recognition of the cross-generational 4-day morning serenade and their 55 years of unselfishly being a part of and contributing to the preservation of our rich and treasured Virgin Islands culture through music, cultural education, and scholarships, and more than deserved and earned. For any reason that the renaming of Peter Carr Olympic Park to the 10 Sleepless Nights Park will negatively impact any designated historic funding in progress or being sought for by the respective Department of Authority, the creative measures be utilized to achieve goals of continued funding and renaming. To preserve the historical story of the park and usher in the new musical and cultural era of the park, that the existing monument be relocated to a designated area within the park for historical display and relevance. In closing, the members of the Crucian Cultural Group wishes to express their continued immeasurable gratitude to their partners, Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights, WTJX, Virgin Islands Department of Sports, Park and Rec, Virgin Islands Department of Tourism, Virgin Islands Police Department, Virgin Islands Department of Health, Virgin Islands Fire and EMS, VI Lottery, Diageo USVI, VIA, Now One Communication, our faithful annual tree sponsors, media partners, community volunteers and group, and all civic-minded individuals who assist us in achieving our annual cultural glow for the world to see. A glow in the park tree lighting. We look forward to their continued involvement and as we prepare for our 2025 annual community events. The events that we proudly see have drawn attention of many near and far and played a part in the enactment of Bill number 36-0121. Small groups and activities can and do make a big difference in our community. Congratulations in advance, Dr. Stanley Jacobs and the 10 Sleepless Nights. Again, we thank you for the invitation and opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of the Crucial Control Group, and I remain available to answer any questions this committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lawson.
Good evening, Honorable Senator Avery L. Lewis, Chair of the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, Consumer Protection, as well as members of the 36th Legislature present. Also a pleasant good evening to the viewing and listening audience across the Virgin Islands and throughout the world. My name is Larry Larson, and I am the proud president of the 10 Sleepless Nights Incorporated, a federally recognized 501c3 nonprofit organization dedicated to the preservation and promotion of Virgin Islands culture through music and education. I am honored to appear to you today to offer my full support for Bill number 36-0121, which proposes to rename the Peter Carl Olympic Park, located in the heart of Christiansted, St. Croix, to the TSK Park in honor of the 10 Sleepless Nights. On behalf of our organization, I extend heartfelt thanks to Senator Maurice C. James, Clifford Joseph, Sr., Kenneth L. Gittens, Angel L. Bolkes Jr., and Hubert L. Frederick for championing this legislation. We are deeply moved by the recognition and the opportunity to be permanently woven into the cultural and physical landscape of our beloved town. For over 55 years, the 10 Sleepless Nights has evolved from a group of music-loving childhood friends into a Virgin Islands cultural institution. Our mission has always been to preserve and promote Kwelbe music, the official music of the Virgin Islands, and to ensure that our rich cultural heritage is passed on to future generations. Some of our accomplishments include producing over 15 albums of traditional and original Kwelbe music that reflects the life, the history, and the spirit of the Virgin Islands and its people. Sponsoring college scholarships for students pursuing degrees in music. Hosting an annual Folklife Festival which educates and celebrates Virgin Islands traditions across all islands. Documenting and preserving cultural expressions such as Cariso, Bambula, Quadrille, and the Mokojumbi and Masquerade traditions. Performing across the Virgin Islands, the Caribbean, the United States, and internationally, sharing our music and culture with the world. Continuing the cherished traditions of the Christmas 4-day serenade, bringing joy and music to our communities during the holiday season. Preserving the Crucian Rican breakfast tramp, a vibrant celebration that honors the deep cultural expressions and connections between Hispanic and Crucian cultures. Sharing Kwelbe music with our senior citizens throughout the year, especially during Senior Citizen Month, as a way to honor their legacy and uplift their spirits. We have also mentored countless young people, teaching them the nuances of our musical and cultural traditions so that the art form that we cherish continues to thrive. In closing, renaming this park is not simply about honoring a band. It's about honoring a movement. It's about recognizing the power of music and culture to unite communities, to educate, to inspire, and to preserve identity. The 10 Sleepless Nights have been ambassadors of Virgin Islands culture for more than half a century. And this renaming would serve as a permanent reminder to all who pass through Christianstead that our heritage is alive, it's vibrant, and worthy of celebration. Let this park become a beacon of pride, a place where our youth can be reminded of the value of traditions and where our elders can see their legacy honored. Let it be a space where music continues to echo, stories continue to be told, and culture continues to thrive. There is just one minor modification we would like to recommend to Bill number 36-0121. We respectfully recommend that the bill be amended to officially rename the park as the 10 Sleepless Nights Park rather than using the abbreviated form TSK Park. This change would ensure that the full name, rich in cultural and historical significance, becomes part of the collective memory of future generations of Virgin Islanders. By preserving the full name, we honor the legacy of the 10 Sleepless Nights and reinforce the importance of cultural identity in our public spaces. We respectfully urge your support of Bill number 36-0121, and we thank you for your commitment to preserving and uplifting the cultural soul of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to share our perspective on this important legislation, and I am prepared to respond to any questions from this distinguished bodies. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Dr. Lawson. And at an appropriate time, I know the bill sponsor will talk about her amendment, but just to ease your heart and ease the listening heart, she do listen. So where it says TSK, we strike that and put 10 Sleepless Nights. And we have it already, ready to rock and roll. So at the appropriate time, I'm not going to take her shine from her, but we'll address that matter. All right? Thank you very much. Former Senator Myron Jackson. No, I'll leave him for last. Former Senator Myron Jackson, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, Senators, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Myron D. Jackson, former Senate President. I am honored to submit this testimony in strong support of Bill number 36-0121, a timely and culturally significant piece of legislation that proposes renaming the Peter Carl Olympic Park to the TSK Park as to be amended, Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights, or the 10 Sleepless Nights, in tribute to the legendary local Quail Bay band, the 10 Sleepless Nights. This bill also seeks to appropriate the necessary funds to effectuate this change. The bill is more than just a name change. It is an intentional recognition of a cultural treasure. The 10 Sleepless Nights have not only preserved and popularized our beloved traditional music genre, Quail Bay, but have also become interwoven into the fabric of Virgin Islands history, identity, and pride. Their decades of contribution to music, education, and cultural awareness have made an indelible impact, particularly on the island of St. Croix, the Caribbean region, and internationally. Renaming a public space in their honor is a profound and fitting tribute. Parks serve as places of community, reflection, and celebration, values that the 10 Sleepless Nights have long embodied through their music and community engagements. The new TSK Park would become a living monument to their legacy, offering a permanent reminder to current and future generations of the importance of cultural preservation. The park will stand as an enduring space where music, values, and the spirit of the 10 Sleepless Nights can continue to inspire all who visit. During my tenure in this august body, I've had the opportunity to introduce and support numerous bills and resolutions that celebrate and honor the cultural heritage of the Virgin Islands, living tradition bearers, and others posthumously. The legislative history is clear in its intention and commitment to preserving our unique cultural heritage. The mural that is directly behind me in this chamber, painted by the master artist Elroy Simmons, commissioned to mark the 150th anniversary of our emancipation, highlights the music and dance heritage of our people. The iconic image of master flautist and artist Dr. Stanley Jacob is also immortalized in this historic mural. Over the decades, the legislature has passed key resolutions and bills affirming our cultural identity. In 1992, Act number 5778 created the Virgin Islands Cultural Heritage Act and Institute. This act affirmed that the people of the Virgin Islands have a unique culture defined by our customs, values, traditions, art, speech, music, dance, and other expressions. In 2003, Act number 6642 declared Quail Bay the official traditional music of the Virgin Islands and in 2004, Act number 6718 declared quadrille the official dance of the Virgin Islands. In 2015, resolution number 1831 honored Dr. Stanley Jacobs for his pioneering contributions to local music. In 2020, the 33rd legislature adopted resolution number 1876, which celebrated the 50th anniversary of the 10 Sleepless Nights and their monumental role in preserving the cultural and musical heritage of the Virgin Islands. These acts are testimony to our belief that a society that fails to preserve and promotes its culture risks losing its identity. By preserving and promoting our cultural heritage, we affirm our existence and our continued contributions to the broader world. I commend Senators Maurice C. James, Clifford A. Joseph, Sr., Kenneth L. Gittins, and Angel L. Bolkes, Jr., along with co-sponsor Senator Hubert L. Fredericks, for their vision and leadership in sponsoring this important legislation. Their efforts underscore the importance of honoring our cultural icons while they are still with us, ensuring their legacy is immortalized in spaces that encourage public engagement. I respectfully urge the members of this committee and the full body of the 36th legislature to pass Bill number 36-0121 without delay. This is a rare and meaningful opportunity to elevate our heritage in a way that speaks not only to who we are, but also who we aspire to be. Thank you for the time, consideration, and for continuing to champion the arts and cultural heritage of the Virgin Islands. Respectfully submitted, Senator Myron D. Jackson.
Thank you, Senator Jackson, for that. Mr. Jacobs, you're recognized.
Thank you, thank you.
To round it out.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Avery Lewis, Chair of the Committee on Government Operation, Veteran Affairs, Consumer Protection, and members of the 36th legislature present. My name is Stanley Jacobs, and I am the leader of the 10 Sleepless Nights. I'm proud to be here today to express my support for Bill number 36-0121 to rename the Peter Carl Limprick Park to the T Escape, I prefer 10 Sleepless Nights Park in honor of the 10 Sleepless Nights. Well, when me and Greenberg agreed to raise a band to play music, we had a lot of stuff in our head about that day. First thing was that we were going to play all kind of popular music, calypso, mambo, guaracha, bolero, cha-cha-cha, merengue, all kind of thing. Rock and roll, soul, rhythm and blues, all that kind of music, you know. And we were capable too, because the nucleus consisted of Greenberg, Edgy, and me, who already are playing other bands, like the Vibratones, the Glenn Bow Combo, O'Hallow Williams, Archie Thomas Band, Wesley Thomas Band, Simmons Brothers Band, Joe Paris Band. You could say we was already seasoned musicians. Even though we were thinking of all the different type of music, where we were never, at that point, come to our mind, well, what about our music, you know? But as we pick up our instrument and start to play, we realized that we playing Kwelbe, because the instrument we had was Kwelbe instrumentation. Pipe, steel, squash, guitar, ukulele, flute. On top of that, we were playing the song that we grew up knowing, song that we hear from the popular band them, the radio, and from our mentors, Stanford, Raleigh, Splocker, P-Point, and others. And as we continued playing, our popularity grew to the point that we became a part of the Crucian musical landscape. And the response from our community was such that we got inspired to make it our mission to continue to preserve and perpetuate our precious cultural music and dance so that they will be passed on to our descendants. Therefore, on behalf of the musical and unusual aggregate of somewhat exceptional, eccentric, and outlandish characters known as the 10 Sleepless Nights, a hearty and sincere gratitude to the Virgin Islands Legislature, and a special Crucian hug-up and thanks to Senators Maurice C. James, Clifford Joseph Sr., Kenneth L. Giddens, Kenny, Little Kenny, Angel L. Bolkes Jr., and Hubert L. Frederick for introducing and co-sponsoring Bill number 36-0121. We never expected that our love and expression of music, especially our music, would result in, something like this momentous and preeminent honor of officially having a part of St. Croix named after us. Also, we could not reach this point or last 55 plus years without the sustenance of our beloved people. Therefore, thank you very much.
I like that. Thank you too. What you say your name? Little who?
Huh?
What your name? Little who? It's Little Kenny. I appreciate that. So we're going to begin with Little Kenny first. We're going to start. Point of information, Senator Franklin Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm so happy to be here today, but disappointed but still happy. Also, this paper here, this is what we send when we want to be a sponsor. This is dated 8/13/2025. So from the time this measure come out, I put my name to behind this measure to make sure that we are part of this here. It couldn't be left out. But for whatever reason, legal counsel ain't put me on that bill. We don't always get this paper, and the other colleagues is the same situation. So whatever reason it happened, I want the record to be clear. I definitely been on board sponsoring this measure. All right, Mr. Jacobs?
But I reading what they give me.
No. You do the right thing. I just want the public to know. Don't leave me out of it. I definitely supported this measure because it's something that I think, like I say, ain't just a name change. It's a full intent. And I want to be a part of it for sure. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for
Thank
that.
you, Senator Franklin Johnson. And I'd just like the world to know too. This is one thing Tomian had done in a long time and it ain't come yet. Now come yet. Thank you. Colleagues, we're going to go to another 3-minute round. And I'm going to begin with Senator Nova Lee Francis Jr. As soon as he gathers his papers here. Senator Francis Jr., recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you to former Senator President Jackson, Dr. Stanley Jacob, Dr. Larson, Dr. Vivian Epison. we got a lot of doctors around here. You can add your name to it. You're my doctor.
Yeah. Thank you.
I really want to commend the bill sponsor for this piece of legislation, and I truly, and all of us at some point or the other will have an opportunity to sign on it, because I think it's you know, we're supportive of this measure. Most of us are, at least. You know, so again, the naming of the Peter Carl Limprick Park. Oh, by the way, Peter Carl Limprick was a St. Croix Governor General back in 1908, and he served until 1911 from some brief research that was done. So I heard you said, Ms. Epperson Flood, that in fact the naming monument will remain in place. I think
that is a recommendation, Senator.
I'm sorry?
That is a recommendation.
Yeah, that it remains in place. And,
that it is relocated to another place in the park, so that the new namees can be
properly
appropriately
displayed.
exactly.
Correct, no problem. So I believe that Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights will certainly assume their rightful place in Virgin Islands history for your contributions for the many years of service. This will be more than a symbolic gesture, and it is an affirmation of cultural pride and community identity. Certainly for generations, Stanley and the band have been the heartbeat of the Virgin Islands music, preserving the Quilbert tradition while inspiring new generations to cherish our heritage. This legislation, in my opinion, seeks to enshrine the 10 Sleepless Nights band contributions in a permanent and visible way. Bill 36-0121 and the naming of the Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights are they're more than just musicians. They are cultural ambassadors, storytellers, keepers of tradition who deserve a place of honor in this public space. So I'm certainly in support of this. Some of the recommendations that have been made during the testimony will be considered in an amendment that is being offered by the bill sponsor. Well, I'll be offering it on her behalf at the appropriate time, but we certainly support and thank you for your recommendations in this. How does it feel? How does it feel, Dr. Stanley Jacobs?
Good.
Feel good.
Properly good.
Feel good. Feel good like Christmas morning?
Time.
Not yet.
Yeah, I think it's clear, and you're one of the last surviving member of the original Stanley.
Not one of the one.
The only
last.
one. The only one. Well,
Last one.
I didn't want to say that. I wanted you to say it.
Oh.
You're the only one that's not surviving.
Yeah. Hey, partner went the other day.
Yeah. But you're still going strong. Yeah. So, again, I am happy to support this measure and, see that we actually dedicate. Just real quickly, Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap up and ask, in terms of the facilities, is there any suggestions in terms of how this facility will be utilized? I know that there are many events put forth by the TSK. In the future, you believe that this naming of the park that will be utilized for many other initiatives?
I think
Dr. Larson?
Larson has pointed out a lot of them already in his presentation.
Yeah, some of the areas that he believed that it could be used for. Any?
Well, excuse me.
Sorry, Dr. Larson, if you're going to put your name and your recommenders.
Lauren Larson, President, 10 Sleepless Nights Incorporated. This is really, we're honored by this, this action. And one of the ways that we think, if you look at the park, it's like an oasis in the middle of a town. There's nothing but buildings around, and then there's this small area that has trees, that a public space that can be useful, that really is hardly being used. We're seeing the possibility of maybe every couple of months do a little concert in the park, a little performance, bring out the community to enjoy the music. The park is underutilized, and I think with some planning and maybe some additional beautification, there's much that we can do to make the park a more welcoming space for our community, for tourists when they pass through, and especially our local people. As Christian said, it's not as popular as it used to be before, but we think it's a way to really bring the community together around culture and around music.
Thank you very much for that. And my time has expired, but I'm not sure. I think this may also be a part of the territorial park system. If not, we'll need to check and see. But I think that there's maybe some funding opportunities there as well for that to be a continued green space and be a part of the territorial park system. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. And colleagues, before we move forward, I'd just like to make mention that both Commissioner Derek Gabriel and Commissioner Designee Vincent Roberts, both Commissioner nominee Vincent Roberts, both provided testimonies, both in favor of this move here today. Commissioner Gabriel really expressed his concerns, his interest in it, because it's then near to his heart because of one of his employees that served the Department of Public Works for over 30 years. I think is a member of the band, or was a member of the band, Shelton Brand, sorry. And you know, he really making this recognition is more meaningful to Commissioner Derek Gabriel. So he was really in alignment with this, and I just had to say that both of the records is on the public drive. It's here, everything. Anybody wants to peruse it. Moving on from that, I'll go to Senator Carla Joseph for her 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good evening to our listening and viewing audience, as well as our testifiers and my colleagues. This was some very riveting comments and testimony that we have before us in consideration of Bill number 36-0121. I really must commend the chairperson of the Crucian Cultural Group, Ms. Vivian Ebbison Flood, for your testimony. And I wanted to ask, because you mentioned on page 5, bullet number 2, a permanent naming of a significant and relevant roadway on the island of St. Thomas for Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights. Did you have in mind any type of, or any location of a roadway that you think would be befitting, or any of the other testifiers rather, who are sitting next to you?
The Vivian Ebbison Flood, chairperson of the Crucian Cultural Group. The testimony spoke to a naming of in addition to the renaming of the park, the naming of a roadway on the island of St. Croix. What came to mind in the discussion in the group is the discussions we had with the fact that one that's well known is Serenade starts by the road right next to TJX. It starts there and it ends there. And that roadway was part of our discussions. And as you looked at what is geographically possible on the island that's available, but if you're going to the 4-day morning Serenade, that's where you're starting and that's where you're ending. We're not saying to just name a roadway, we're saying add the roadway naming in addition to the renaming of the park.
Okay, and so I'm sure, and that's what I wanted to get from you, because you hinted at it in your testimony, but you didn't clearly state, and I know you've had some extensive discussion on this matter, so I presumed, in this case correctly, that you had already had a suggestion, and I know the bill sponsors will take it under consideration because it's really fitting. There are huge cultural bearers for not only St. Croix, but our entire Virgin Islands. And we don't want to see our culture eroding, we want to see it enhanced. So I wanted to ask Mr. Stanley and the other gentleman with you.
Time.
What are we doing? What is the sense for us to, Mr. Larson, what is the sense for you relative to us carrying on the tradition? What is, because Christmas morning, everybody knows if anybody's off island, they're playing the songs. We're playing the songs as Virgin Islanders. What can we do to assure, or what are you doing to assure that our tradition lives on and thrives?
We keep, every Christmas we go around.
Time.
Every Christmas the band gets together and drive around the island and serenade. We went so far as to buy what do you call it, a mobile stage, and we make a trolley out of it. That's why that's what we have now, and we did that just for that purpose. Before we used to go in somebody's truck. One of the first one was your uncle, Los James' truck. And, before the serenade used to be like that, a truck, driving in a truck. Of course, now the serenade has turned into a Hollywood production because all kind of thing there in it now. First, it was just we alone going to people's house.
So they have enhanced the production of the music. What about other generations? And I'll just wrap up with that, and you could expound on it on the chair's time. We want to include other generation because you're a generational music and a generational band. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Generational. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Carla. Joseph, point of information, Senator Point of information, Senator Kurt Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say, if you partake in Stanley Quelbert Tramping Christianstead, it's not one generation of individuals. Maybe years ago. But now, it's all generation. You're seeing young individuals in the 20s, you're seeing teenagers, you're seeing children. You're seeing my young generation. You're seeing a little older generation. But it's a mix. And you will be quite surprised. And the entire mix, dancing. So the music have evolved to the point where a lot of the young people enjoy that Quelbert Tramp and come out to it on a regular basis. And a lot of these individuals don't go to no other juvie, but that one juvie on a regular basis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Valley. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, to the people of this territory and staff. I think this is a great honor that we are bestowing on Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights. I mean, from time I was a child, I grew up listening to them, and yeah. I'm old, so it's been quite a while. But at the end of the day, what I do appreciate is, again, we take the time out to honor our own. The first set of questions I want to ask has to do with the recognition itself. How do you think that we can also incorporate this honor that is being given to Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights during the Christmas festival or other upcoming activities? Like, how can we really let the community know, like, we did this, like, this is something that everyone should know about because they are duly deserving of this honor?
Senator, if I can speak to it, Vivian Ebbison-Flood, Chairperson of Crucian Cultural Committee. I think that the annual tree lighting event that is held at the park that historically was advertised at Limerick Park is a great avenue. It is viewed both near and far. It is televised. It is covered by one of our partners, and really using that opportunity to showcase the new name of this park and the event that will be occurring in that space. That event itself has grown, but I think it would be an excellent opportunity, and I know from the perspective of the cultural group, with the approval of this bill, those plans are incorporated, and we will be willing to work with entities so that we can showcase it accordingly.
1 minute.
But I do know that individuals who attend the activity, who view it because it's live streamed, it would be an excellent place for us to acknowledge this new name, the purpose and the intention of the space to move forward.
Good. Thank you so much for that. I know when it comes to Quelbe, quadrille, our music here in the territory, the fact that it continues to live on through bands like Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights. My question I want to ask has to do with how do we really tap into the younger generation to really get them to understand that this is really our culture. And I'm going to ask that question to Mr. Jackson, former Senator Jackson. What do you think we could do to really get our young people to participate more in our attempts to preserve our culture?
Well, the 10 Sleepless Nights are a very good example of passing on tradition, and through their efforts as a nonprofit entity and tradition bearers, over the decades, they have actually done tremendous workshops in schools to include the District of St. Thomas, St. John, not as much as I would have liked to see. But the lack of an institution, which was created by this body, the Virgin Islands Cultural Heritage Institute, which would be a force to ensure that the cultural heritage of this territory is incorporated into the social fabric of not only our young people, but Virgin Islanders cease to exist or function and is a dysfunction within the Department of Tourism.
Okay.
That's how you begin.
Okay. Well, thank you for putting that on the record. But I definitely want to say kudos and congratulations to Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights. I will be supporting this piece of legislation because we definitely have to give praises to those that continue to preserve and promote our culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Heilige.
Point of information.
Point of information.
Point of information.
Senator Carla
Thank you
Joseph.
so much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify because I don't want it to be misled. What my question was regarding the tradition, it's not the people tramping behind them, it's the music. That's why we're here. The music, this specific band plays so well that it crosses all generations. So who as musicians is going to, are we training, are we mentoring to take up that mantle and pass it on? I don't know if Mr. Stanley could talk about that. I may have vaguely recalled that it may have a younger generation, but I just wanted to ask that question because it must have that tradition that is passed on. We're losing it because we're not passing things on, but I'm sure you are. And if you could elaborate on that, that was my point of information.
My name is Stanley Jacobs, leader for the 10 Sleepless Nights. I think the best way to pass this musical tradition on is to include it in the curriculum for the elementary school, to teach the children. You teach the children the music, have music programs focusing on Quelbe, our music, And I think that will, once, we all know that when you teach something to a child, like from first grade, first, second, third, that it sticks, it stays with them. Some wouldn't respond instantly or in the same time, but when they become adult, they'll remember and then they come back to it. And so I believe that the best way to pass on our music is to include it in a curriculum in the school and get the children them to learn it.
I thank you, Mr. Jacobs, for your response. And one of the things I'll say is that, being a classroom teacher for years, in my tenure, I have seen that a lot of bands start up in school, whether it is the Bram or whether it is a Calypso, the Friday style or the Stanley style, but there's no continuity in it. So it starts up and then for some reason it fizzles out and then it's never continued. So I don't know what's the problem, whether the teacher leaves or the interest goes, but we need to continue it. Everything just can't be on one set of people. We all as a community have to come together to continue it. I remember Dr. Simra Brown, she had a band in Olamola School, the Lashing Puppies, and they were really good. Now, Dr. Simra Brown got moved. She went on to be, higher up different positions, so that went too. So there's no continuity going on. So we have to stay focused and make sure we continue these things. A point of information, Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually wanted to ask Mr. Larson to provide the senator with information on the fact that you have a 501c3, and through that you have, in fact, to me, done an excellent job of spreading and continuing Quelbe. Can you just, so that Senator Joseph, who asked the question, can know what you're doing?
Yes, Larry Larson, President, 10 Sleepless Nights Incorporated. The problem is continuity. Senator Vialet was the principal at the complex when 10 Sleepless Nights worked with their band director, Valerica Bryson, and created for several years a very successful Quelbe band called the Quelbe Ambassadors. We have worked with the Claudio Marco School about 20 years ago. A young man that was here earlier that works for tourism was part of a elementary Quelbe band that the band worked with Claudio Marco School students. And this is about 20 years ago now. We have worked with a group out of BCB, Mr. Jones, his group. In terms of we brought them over here, we work with them. They performed. The problem is the continuity of the program to make sure it's sustainable over the long term, and that usually requires funding, and it requires the support of the Department of Education. And sometimes when you move folks around, as Senator Avery pointed out, the person you move, the program goes with them, and it continues. It just dies in where it was started. We have to be more strategic in terms of how we want our children to learn and appreciate the music. And Stanley is right; it begins at a very early age. We have through our scholarship programs, we have supported high school students going away who are now back in the Virgin Islands teaching music. The problem is that for some reason Quelbe is not as popular in the schools as maybe jazz or the marching band or steel band or what have you. But it has to be incorporated in the school system where they learn it, and eventually they're going to come back at some point and pick it up and promote it. And we're just waiting that some of our mentees who are now doing other things with the music would now pick up the Kwelbe again and hopefully generate it so that it now becomes more sustainable and ingrown within our culture. But that's part of the problem. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Next on the list, Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, and good evening to all of the testifiers. I've listened here, patiently waiting for this opportunity, and I'd like to congratulate the whole band, and of course the living member, Mr. Stanley Jacobs, flute. I want to get into a little bit of the history of the group. The 10 Sleepless Nights, we did some research, so correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Jacobs, but originally the members was James E. Brewster, the band leader, banjo, Julian Brokeleg Clark, squash, Fernando Sando Ayala, the triangle.
You talking about the next band?
Dine your band?
No.
Okay, it shows that the original band included 10 members. Who was the 10 original members of the band? Can you recall those?
The name 10 Sleepless Nights does not mean that they had 10 men in the band. When we start playing music, it was a whole gang of we, and at no particular time was there the same. It was never 10. It was like 6, 7, 8, and like that, you know. But the name 10 Sleepless, from the time people hear 10, they start thinking that it got to be 10 men in the band. But the name is not the number.
But James E. Brewster wasn't in the band.
Brewster, James E. is the next band, completely different band. The next band.
So now you have Elridge, Edgy Christian, Tino, Francis.
Now we're talking. That's 10 Sleepless Nights.
Okay, and Dr. Bronco, Hendricks.
Yeah.
And Kendall Kenny, right? Henry.
Yep.
Okay, so, you know, this is awesome. We're going to rename the park the TSK Park or the 10 Sleepless Nights. Maybe there's an amendment coming. And of course, you've been honored. Some of the other members with honorary doctorate. And like former Senate President Myron Jackson mentioned, Resolution 1831 in 2015 honored you for your pioneering contributions, and also Resolution 1876. So this has been a monumental group. It's one of the most important cultural bands that's ever, you know, played music in the Virgin Islands. So this is something that, you know, I'm very proud to lend my vote. And congratulations, Stanley, and the 10 Sleepless Nights. And also nice seeing you, Vivian Epson Flood. I know if you put your signature to something, it means a whole lot. Your level of commitment in the community is also to be commended. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers, viewing, and listening audience. Mr. Stanley Jacobs, how are you doing today?
Hanging in and hanging on.
Hanging on, don't lose. What I want to ask you, because you talk about when you guys used to first go in a truck, and I know at that time it was a scratch band, and the bass used to be made out of a pipe back in those days. Am I right to say that? Some kind of pipe?
Well, the type of band that we is started out with a pipe. But when the 10 sleepless nights start, when we start to gel, when we get organized, nobody want to blow the pipe. And you know why? You know why? Should I tell you why?
Please tell me.
Everybody afraid Bamanko.
Wow.
So,
you have to have a lot of energy to blow.
That's a legitimate reason, you know.
Wow.
Anyway, because of that, Edgy with his resourcefulness and his experience, he used to play pan in St. Thomas. He take up one of public work, the barrel. In them days, it was 55-gallon drum, you know.
Yeah.
And he make a 2-bomb bass out of it, steel band bass. And we use that instead of the pipe.
Okay.
And we play the 10 sleepless nights play with that as a bass for, I can't come on, plenty years, a lot of years.
Oh.
Till my colleague here come in with a string bass.
Okay.
And you know that's when we eliminate the barrel.
I understand.
Because the pipe was a good.
1 minute.
You still have people playing pipe, you know, but not we.
Nobody trying to get a babango, right?
Afraid.
I could understand that. It's an honor to be here today to just be a part of this. These things are things I will remember and make sure I pass on to my grandchildren because it's historical. And as they say, it's not just changing the name, it's intent. And we have to make sure we enforce what we're doing and preserve it in every and any way. None of us going to be here forever. But that everlasting name of that park will continue mining generation after generation after generation to come, who Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights are. And if they forget, they'll always hear somebody talk about it. I'm also a member of this group here they call CCG. They just called me on my bed one day and put me to work. And from then, every time Christmas time coming, that Johnson, we need the park light up. We need the top part of our bypass light up. And that was my duty to get in contact with WAPA to make sure that they came down and do what needs to be done. So it's also an honor to see you here, Vivi. I know it means a lot bringing you out here. Because sometimes I'm passing looking for you and can't find you. So this means a lot to you. I know that, and that's why you're here. And it means a lot to all of us. And I thank the sponsors of this measure. And at the appropriate time, I definitely going to be voting in support of it. And as I say, I sign on from Ollie. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. 3 minutes, man.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know how Ollie is signing on, but I believe he's signing on for real. But how you doing, Doc? Docs and nurse? Well, I tell you, we got some heavy hitters today. One thing I could tell the bill sponsor today is that you have a veto-proof measure here today. With 10 people here, you got 2/3. You're ready to go, ready to rock and roll. But I'm going to stick with some notes that I have here. I hope I could understand my scribble here too. Because I'm pleased to support the measure for sure as a primary sponsor, joining my good colleague, the doctor's daughter, who is our attorney and the team as well. But, to rename the Peter Olympic Park, the TSK Park, or in honor of the 10 Sleepless Nights. I want to really begin by saying that I don't usually support measures that would seek to remove someone's name from a place of honor. But as history matters, we know that Governor Peter Olympic, who was a Danish administrator, is definitely part of our history. So we understand that. However, in this case, I believe that renaming the park is both not only appropriate, but also meaningful as I look at the measure. And the 10 Sleepless Nights or TSK are not just a band. You guys are not just a band. You know that, right? I mean, as we hear you guys all the time and look forward, especially during our festivities and whatnot. You know, you guys are what we call cultural ambassadors.
1 minute.
Who kept and still keep our culture alive through the Kwelbe music. So I thank you all for that, especially for generations to come. Like what was explained by the good majority leader, you know, you see all generations out there. From those that just, you could see that just start to walk, to those that could barely walk, you know, and we're still going. But I am really pleased to be part of this as well, which is going to also be history. And I am sure that all 10 of us, the 7 of us in this room and the 3 on St. Thomas, I'm sure all of us could have a story to tell with the 10 Sleepless Nights. Mine for sure is being what they used to call us a young whippersnapper.
Time.
A young officer, and if I may conclude here, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Senator.
Yeah, so you're waving, but I want the public to know that you say go ahead. I don't want them to say step in, you know. But, you know, as a young officer, I took a personal interest in the band. Hearing you guys with the music and being out there, and I know that sometime around like 1992, there was a little mishap with the band get stopped by the police department and whatnot. And immediately thereafter, I'm sure that young Dr. Stanley there could remember the conversation we used to have. I mean, I went to his house begging him, man, you got to come back out. The people want to hear this band. The people love this band. To the point where I was even begging my superiors. I mean, listen, I will escort them. Don't worry about it. I will escort. I used to beg for those assignments back then. So I'm happy to see that the tradition is still alive and going. And hopefully our young people will really embrace this and know how to take it into the future. And again, if you need somebody to blow that pipe, check out our bionic man here in the Senate. We just found out he's bionic man today, so he might be willing to blow that pipe. Yeah, he's strong enough. They call him bionic man today, I tell you. But thank you all so much, and looking forward to voting in favor of this. And colleague, thank you so much for this honor. And I hope you all understand my point of not really usually removing someone's name to put another. But in this case, I do feel it's appropriate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. And well, there's still Senator Francis. When he touch you down, they walk in. You know, the push and trolley. Senator Gittins, Senator Valley, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're calling this in my last name strong, but a crucial last name. Now you're struggling a little bit today. Very easy for you. You know, when you listen to Stanley's testimony, it's always different from all the other members of TSK and everything else, because you're going to hear some crucial words that you haven't heard in a long time, and if you're really a crucial, you're going to understand. He said dot barrel. That just made me think of my mother one time, dot barrel. I mean, I don't know if everybody understands what that is. Bam and Co. You know, I don't want you to explain what is Bam and Co. Just want people to, I don't want you to explain it.
You don't want me to explain it?
I don't know. Can you give a clean explanation, Sally? Can you give a clean explanation?
The bionic man can explain.
You know, but, and it's good because the crucial vocabulary is different, you know. And a lot has changed throughout the years. But there's certain components that older Crucians or those in my age bracket would have heard the parents say that they would clearly understand. And that dot barrel just sent me back ice box and all that thing. That's Crucian, you know. refrigerator. And as I go in the box, you know you're going in the box. Get a goose, you know what that is. But 7 years ago, this a cultural glow for the world to see started in Christiansted, which was an idea to light up the park and highlight Christiansted during Christmas time to bring some festive activities to the tongue of Christiansted. And Vivi, along with the other members, shout out my wife. My wife is a member of the group and is the one that was designated with Limerick Park. But what we saw happen that first year was that a lot of Crucians didn't even know Limerick Park existed because the park is really hidden. So you could drive through Christiansted 40 times and not know that there's a park right there. And we heard the response from individuals and started to say, wow, I didn't even know there was a park here. This is a beautiful park. 1 year we contributed to the legislature. We went down and we cleaned the whole place and painted up and everything spruced it up for this particular festivity.
1 minute.
So from there was a recognition that Limerick Park existed. And that recognition went from Stanley being a consistent part of the cultural glow for the world to see, to people, I guess, doing some research now as to who Karl Limerick was. And found out Danish governor during colonial time. He actually had rose to the position as governor. And there is a trend throughout the nation to rename certain parks and certain entities that have a name that might not be a positive reflection on the community that they serve. We have seen, your indulgence, Mr. Chair? You have seen a reversal of some of those with this administration. But if you look back at the history of the Virgin Islands, Harry S. Truman was once an airport here. It is now Sir Lee King. Alexander Hamilton was an airport. It's now Rolson. And it was significant because you look at, as minuscule as you might think, naming the airport after Rolson, you look at how history now want to minimize those Tuskegee airmen. But guess what? They could never minimize it in the Virgin Islands because an airport is named after one. So the overall bigger picture of history is reflected when we're able to name after these local groups. And there's no other group that you could name in the Virgin Islands who has given back as much as TSK. Schools, senior citizen group, scholarship, serenade, Quailbet Tramp. There's really no group, when you think about it, that gives back as much as them. During the month of December, Stanley is booked from the beginning until Three Kings Day. Literally every single day in school, parties, senior citizen, every day. This is the go-to group, sometimes twice a day. I don't know how Mr. Jacobs does it. And they could drink all kind of thing, and still survive and play very, very well. It seems like it gives them more energy. And not Bush League, okay? But we really got to put hats off. And I have signed on to this bill. I signed on from a while back, but anyways, for sure, as the bill passed in session, my name will be there, but I have already submitted the paperwork. And I just wanted to say the last thing. The issue we had with schools, Mr. Chair, St. Croix literally lost all of the music teachers, all, with the exception of high school. So all the junior high school, Howell, Mario Thomas, everybody had literally retired, and there was nobody teaching music from elementary to junior high school. We have just been able to hire about 5 music teachers this last school year, in the last 2 school years. And 3 or 4 of those individuals are direct recipients of scholarship from Stanley. And they came back home. From the music teacher at Central High, Sasha Alexander, and I'm only naming her because guess what instrument she plays? She plays the flute. And Stanley taught her how to play all the Quailbet music and flute. And she's now the music teacher at Central High School. They have given back. We can't blame them for continuity and the other issues we have in this community. they have given their all to preserve the music. And they have done a hell of a job preserving the music. So I am definitely going to support this measure. The next time the six-pack go out, you call the bionic man to play the pipe. And we are going to be good. Congratulations on this honor.
Thank you, Senator Vele. Senator, there's a previous senator that spoke about something, and I'd also like to say this, that some of the buildings we have around here, they're named after, people that contributed at some point in time in life. But we don't have information on them. I remember when I was going younger and I was going to Michael J. Corwin Terrace Elementary School. You couldn't find information. And then they renamed the school Gladys Abraham after a former principal and so forth. So some of these buildings, nothing against anybody, but we can't find information on them to really, or we don't keep up with the information. And a lot of times when we go, I just came from Boston, from a conference. A lot of times when you go to these historic places, there are placards and things outside, plaques and so forth, actually with the information and the history of the buildings and, the areas and so forth. But at times, we name roads and things, and we don't have a little brief anything about who the individuals are to continue the history, even for our visitors and our residents. So this is something that we really need to look into. At times, we make pass these legislations and things, and we don't provide enough money to continue these things, or people do what they want, and then we don't end up with the end product that we deserve. So I think that's something we need to look into. Again, colleagues, Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Point of information.
Good evening. Well, thank you, testifiers, for your information that you put on the record. I must say, 55 years is not a little bit of time, because we got senators younger than 55 in the Senate, so we know that the band been around longer than... But anyway, Kwelbe is evolving, is evolving. Every aspect of it, from the instruments to the dancing. And like Bob Marley said, one good thing about music, but he didn't know this part. One good thing about Kwelbe music, when it hits you, you feel no pain. That's for sure. So if you're feeling pain and Stanley them start to play, all your pain will go away. And I'm a victim of that solution for sure. Because I've been here with my knees killing me. Not my knee, a knee killing. I didn't have to go like the bionic man. All I had to do is come to Stanley, and I was good. So when I come out to dance quadrille, if I feel a little pain before I start, I guarantee you, at least for the portion of my sweat, the pain gone away. So thank you again. So when we hear music, it's our love. I know that. So every place I read, Dr. Larson, that you have music, like power of music and culture to unite. The love, the music again. Every time I see you write the music word, I see love in my notes, so, and that's what I feel when I get around Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights. Each one of you, from over the time, Tino, somebody come and fill his space, you name it. But I gonna come and help out for Edgy, I come in to sing. Elena, I know from now, I warming up. So I come in. I gonna speak up on my girlfriend, Gladys from Bila Morales. I come in to sing. But anyway, I heard my colleague speak about moving the name, and the two ducks is in front of us sitting, and the nurse made it clear that we're going to remove the placard from one end and put it over in the corner a little bit, so it ain't going to be forgotten. So that's nice, and again, that's just your nursing capabilities in you to make sure that everybody got to be well. We understand that. But I, for sure, would be in support, and again, when the bill sponsor first even open her mouth, I say you don't have to ask that question. I'm a dancer, so why would I not support? So thank you again, Bill Spencer, for coming through. So they were thinking roads, but when she came up with this, and like I'm listening, a piece of road might be a next portion of your honor, and for sure I'll stick around to be here to support it as well. So thank you again for what you're doing for us, our children, and again for the folks in pain. When you come to play, pain goes away. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, point of information, Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Stanley, one question here they're telling me to ask you. So what was the band's favorite song? Queen Mary, Sly Mongoose, or some other song? And how did you go about writing that song, playing that song?
Which one are you talking about? You call a couple of them?
Queen Mary or Sly Mongoose or any other one that might have been your favorite song?
No, well, I don't know about favorite for the band, but I know I got a favorite song.
Oh, what's that?
Liza Williams.
How did you come about writing that song? How did you?
No, I didn't write it. I'm trying to remember.
Just natural.
I'm trying to remember who teach me the song. Oh, yeah, it was Splocker who teach me that song.
Okay, thank you.
Never mind, Liza Williams. Never mind, girl. Never mind, Liza Williams. You know one of them. You know the rest. We played long enough.
Thank you. Blessing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All we are one.
Right. Yeah.
So, colleagues, I think we have exhausted all our questions. If we, no, I'm coming to you, the bill sponsor. I'm coming to you. You're gonna round us out. I'm asking the colleagues if they have any burning questions, anything they want to put on the record before I go to the bill sponsor, who's going to close us out, round us out, before we take the favorable vote. Senator Franklin Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We spoke a lot about Stanley today, but you guys are ambassador, and I didn't think we mentioned that part. We didn't speak about how many places you guys have traveled representing the Virgin Islands. So what I want you to do, between the two doctors, when you call one name of a place you went, Stanley call the next name. Just give us a few places that you guys went and represent the Virgin Islands with your Pueblo music. And you guys could take turn alternating different places because you guys been around the world, I know that. But people need to understand, you ain't just playing music here. You've been doing some traveling too, representing us in
New Orleans.
Go ahead.
Richmond, Virginia.
New York.
Orlando, Florida.
Miami.
Copenhagen, Denmark.
Otola.
Okay. St. Thomas.
Bring it back home, right?
Martinique.
Antigua.
Nobody been for your case?
Christian said I'm Frits.
Bierkes too, yeah?
Bierkes, yeah, Bierkes.
Yeah, we've been throughout the Caribbean. We've been throughout Europe, throughout the United States, and we've entertained thousands of people around the world.
Thank you.
We've been to Europe 5 times.
I think I heard Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you were saying something? Okay, no. Okay, no. Recognize Senator Kenneth Gittins, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was authorized by the family to say publicly and to let you guys know too, one of your big followers just passed away recently as well, Miss Melita Leona Mendez in Frederickstead. Every panac with you guys, she was right there, especially in the park there in Frederickstead on the waterfront. So condolences to the family, and that funeral, for you guys' knowledge too, will be on October 9th at St. Paul's Anglican Church in Frederickstead, 9 a.m. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Marie James, all yours.
Yes, I just want to thank all my colleagues who, almost all of them had said to me that they were on this bill. So I want to point out there's an organization, the Caribbean Genealogy Library, that I just became familiar with because of this particular bill. And I know that Vivi, Miss Flood, said that about the monument that's there. So this is an interesting thing, and this is something that I want to do, and I hope my colleagues we could find a way to do it. The Caribbean Genealogy Library said, debating monuments and memorials in the USVI. In this activity, students will analyze monuments and memorials found in the U.S. Virgin Islands and discuss where they are located and what they represent. The class will pretend they are on a monument, memorial, and statue committee and discuss whether the monuments currently erected in the territory should stay in place, be removed, or have historical context added. Students will read a legislative bill and use newspapers to research a memorial in St. Thomas that was removed in 2020. They will write an essay to share their opinion on the removal. And I actually want to do this type of essay regarding whether we should keep Peter Carl Limprick in the park or move him to Wim Museum or somewhere else. And the reason that I also wanted was because the Beatles have a statue in Liverpool. And I just thought it would be so beautiful if we could somehow put a statue of members, even if it's the original members, in the park. I mean, we'd have to raise money. But similar to their bands all over the world where they do that. So when they go to the park, they would see these figures, and they would see the instruments and ask up. So that's part of my vision of what I thought would be nice for that park, to do the essay, and also to try to raise money to have the statues in the park depicting the band and the different instruments. And I just want to say thank you to former Senate President Myron Jackson, because I think I'm just going to end with what I think is so important in what he said. This is a rare and meaningful opportunity to elevate our heritage in a way that speaks not only to who we are, but also to who we aspire to be. And his pointing out that we have a Virgin Islands Cultural Heritage Institute, and I just wondering, what are we doing? We need to do something about that. So thank you, colleagues, for supporting us. I want to thank you for what you have done for the last 55 years and the importance and meaning it is, and I agree. I just want to say that the first person that responded to me in terms of the bill and evaluating it was Wanda Figueroa VLA, who said we should change the name to 10 Sleepless Nights instead of just using TSK Park, and some other suggestions. So I want to thank her for that, and just thank Ms. Flood for coming by and working with us. And we will incorporate some of the amendments. Some may actually need to be in a different bill, but we'll talk about that later. And I want to thank the Crucian Cultural Group for really showing us what the park can be used for. But I agree with Dr. Larson, it should be a park that's used all year long. Thank you so much, colleagues, and thank you for your patience and being here with me this evening and with the group. Thank you.
Amendment, Senator Novel E. Front.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I offer amendment number 36-525, an amendment to bill number 36-0121 being offered on the behalf of Senator Marie C. James. Bill number 36-0121 is amended in the following instances. A, on page 1, line 1, by striking commonly known as TSK. 2, line 5 by inserting Austin before Eldred. 3, line 6 by inserting E after Christian. 4, line 7 by striking Virgin Islands by inserting of the Virgin Islands after identity. 5, line 8 by striking A. 6, line 9 by
Mr.
striking
Chairman,
TSK.
Motion.
Motion. Motion.
Motion. Mr. Chairman, am I recognized?
No.
Yes, Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Chair.
kindly.
Mr. Chair, I move to waive the reading of the amendment. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Gittins and second by Senator Franklin Johnson. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Novel Francis Jr., second by Senator Gittins. Roll call. No, sorry. Yeah? Motion, Senator Novel Francis. That is this order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that bill number 36-0121, an act to rename the Peter Carl Limprick Park, the TSK Park, in honor of the 10 Sleepless Nights Quilby Band, and make an appropriation to effectuate that change as amended, be approved by the Committee of Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protections, and sent forward to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and vetting. I so move.
Second.
Second.
Bill number 360121 as amended has been properly moved by Senator Novel Francis and Senator Kenneth Gittins, Senator Franklin Johnson, seconded by Senator Kenneth Gittins, Senator Franklin Johnson, Carla Joseph, Ray Fonseca, and Alma Francis Heiliger. Roll call.
Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger?
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph?
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis?
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Mr. Chair, there are 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, bill number 36-0121, an act to rename the Peter Carl Limprick Park, the TSK Park, in honor of the 10 Sleepless Nights Quilby Band, and making an appropriation to effectuate that change as amended, has been favorably voted upon in this committee. Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection has been voted upon favorably and will be forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further vetting and consideration. Yes. So, Ms. Testifiers, you have 30 seconds to close. I'll give your remarks, starting with you, Ms. Flood. Dr. Flood.
Good evening, Vivian Ebbison Flood, Chairperson, Crucian Cultural Group. I just want to express my gratitude for the opportunity to be here, for being part of such a hallmark occasion. And I also want to acknowledge the members of the Crucian Cultural Group who, as volunteers, put their time in and has really brought life to this park for our community and to this portion of what we do for the community on a volunteer basis every year. I also want to thank the senators in this body who are actively members of our group religiously. Senator Johnson, Senator Francis, Senator VLA for their painting, their labor, their energies, and also know that in this 2025 year, we welcome all the other members of this body to join them. And as we move forward in this year, having them, our activities at the 10 Sleepless Nights Park in downtown Christiansted, St. Croix. They're very good painters, decorators, removers, light fixtures, and so they're proven, and so we will expect and hope that all of you will be out there to support us on this evidence. So for that, I thank you for the opportunity, and I was truly humbled to be here and to lend my support and have in the record for this historical moment.
Thank you. Dr. Lawson?
I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Testifiers Incorporated for the support and the honor that this legislature has bestowed upon us. We look forward to continuously serving our community, providing and supporting and preserving our cultural traditions across these Virgin Islands and across the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Myron Jackson. Media, please recognize Senator Myron Jackson. Mike, please. I think you're on and not Senator Jackson. Oh. Media, Senator Myron Jackson, Mike.
It's on now. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in this important bill, and I just would like to leave the people of the territory with this. A society that fails to preserve and promotes its culture may lose its identity that is its roots of its existence. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I would encourage all to support the bill when it comes to full session. Thank you.
And Mr. Jacobs, you're going to close us out. Well, you're going to close out the testifier.
Many thanks to everyone of you for passing this bill. And many thanks, that's all I could say. Thanks to everyone of you.
Thank
and
you.
to we too.
Thank you. Don't leave just yet. Colleagues, the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection, today we had a long day. And I really thank everyone for coming out today. This morning we had two important bills, 360061, which was approved and passed, went on to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. Bill 360102 was died in committee, and at some other time, hopefully something would happen to that. In back 3, 4, and 5, we had 3 great honorees here today. And the one thing I'm really glad about is that everyone is still alive, and that we could give them their flowers while they're alive so they could smell the fragrance. I'm a firm believer of that. And I want to thank all my colleagues here today. I want to thank my staff. I want to thank each and every one of you staff that really, I must say that, you know, just sitting in the background, just listening to how they compose and work together harmoniously without the senators to make today happen, really went well. You know, from how they comfort everybody, the testifiers. I want to thank central staff, you know, Sergeant at Arms, everyone who had an input in today. And, you know, it went well, very well, and I think it's a day to be accomplished. For us to be proud of ourselves, I'd like to echo something that Senator Franklin Johnson said earlier. People talk about all you'll do pass recognitions or resolutions and so forth. But you know what? It's a key and important factor in this place. Because Pumpa said it, every place you go, everybody honor their own. So we have to look out for our own. I'm a firm believer of that. If we don't look out for us, then who? And with all of that being said, there being no further business to come before the Committee of Government Operations, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection, this September 22nd, 2025 meeting is adjourned.